My dad, a World War II veteran, would always remind me that freedom and democracy are history's exception. They're not the rule. In Iran or in Putin's Russia, there's no debate over impoundment. In autocracies, what the autocrat decrees is law. But in America, we set out to do something different. We created a system of checks and balances. We declared that power was derived from the consent of the governed. Unlike virtually every nation before us, we did not put our trust in kings or oligarchs. Nope. Instead, in the words of Lincoln, we dared to ask, why should there not be a patient confidence in the ultimate justice of the people? Is there any better or equal hope in the world? We believed these words once, and most Americans believe these words still. And we believe that even our greatest leaders need to be checked by the people and their elected representatives. To my Republican colleagues who support the president and who are considering supporting Mr. Vought, and who dismiss his words and actions about the need to seize greater executive power, I'd remind you that history has shown us that when a leader gains a power, they're inclined to use it, and they certainly are not inclined to give it back. The power of the purse is a power that belongs to Congress and the people. My colleagues need to decide if they're willing to surrender that power on their watch. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, even if you imagine that you may agree with the ways in which the president would use his power to ignore Congress and impound federal funds today, you certainly may disagree with the ways this illegal power is abused tomorrow. You may open the door for further abuses down the road. You may find that a future president of a different party or persuasion is inclined to use this power in ways that leave you deeply alarmed but unable to stop. That is the danger of surrendering the rule of law to expand executive power. History has shown that the end result is never more freedom because, to borrow a phrase, those who would seek power by riding the back of the tiger surely end up consumed by it. I suspect that my Republican colleagues will vote to confirm Mr. Vought, though they shouldn't. I've voted for many of the president's nominees, and I believe that the president and our country would be better served by people who encourage his better impulses rather than enable his worse ones, and who understand that no leader is above the law, who respect our system of government of, by, and for the people. For in the end, to confirm Mr. Vought is to confirm him in spite of his record, his words, and his promises. So no, I'm not alarmed by Mr. Vought because he's not a member of my party. I'm alarmed by Mr. Vought because, unlike some of my Republican colleagues, I respect Mr. Vought's intelligence enough to take his words seriously. So when Mr. Vought shows his disdain for self-government, I'll take him at his word, and so should this body. In the end, Mr. Vought, while seeking office in our government, is wrong about a fairly fundamental thing. He is wrong about democracy in America. The people's representatives are not a nuisance to be circumvented. The people's laws are not an obstacle to be surmounted, and the people's funds are not a political weapon to be seized. Nor are the people's wills, wants, and yes, votes idle noise to be discarded or ignored. No, in this country, in this great democracy of ours, the will of the people represents nothing less than a hope without better or equal in this world. Mr. President, I can keep speaking about the damage that Russel Vought would do as leader of the Office of Management and Budget. I will also appeal to my colleagues here to let me know if any more of them intend to speak. Mr. Vought's nomination to lead the Office of Management and Budget is one we should all reject, not because we disagree with his policies, but because he fundamentally disagrees with our form of government. He fundamentally disrespects this body, the body created along with the House of Representatives by Article 1 of the United States Constitution. He fundamentally believes that his judgment is better than the people's. And I would also add that Mr. Vought's beliefs are some of the most extreme that I have heard expressed or watched implemented in my lifetime. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. Mr. President, civil quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. President,
Senator from Delaware.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that proceedings under the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to join my colleagues in speaking against Russel Vought, who's been nominated to run the most powerful and important federal organization you've never heard of, the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB. Russel Vought has as much business running OMB as I do being a hair model for Pantene. Russel Vought has as much business being near the federal government again and running the central plays that make the federal government work as I have standing behind center for the Eagles this Sunday running plays in the Super Bowl. Vought had this position before, and it was a disaster. President Trump is supposed to be hiring on merit, have the very best people, the world's best people working for him. Why is he bringing back this complete failure for such a critical position? Last time he was OMB director, he rolled back critical regulations that keep Americans safe. He illegally withheld funds already appropriated by Congress. Sound familiar? As bad as he was in the first term, he's already off to a much worse start in the second term as the shadow director before he's even confirmed. His fingerprints have been all over the last 2 weeks of chaos and dysfunction. He was the principal architect of Project 2025, a deep, thorough, detailed proposal for what it was that Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action wanted to do if Trump were reelected. A policy blueprint so extreme that on the campaign trail, President Trump pretended he'd never heard of it. Who's that? New phone? Who dis? No idea what Project 2025 is, who wrote it, or what it would do. Russel Vought has demonized the folks who help run our federal government, the people who keep the VA running, the folks who deliver Social Security checks, the men and women, many of whom live in Delaware, who help keep us safe through air traffic control systems, who predict our weather through NOAA, who help federal funds flow to school districts and daycares and senior centers. I know the average American thinks of the federal workforce as federal bureaucrats who don't do much for them. But if you get into the details of their actual public service, the reach and scope and impact of what they do is remarkable, as we've learned in Delaware just last week when they tried to shut it all down. But more on that in a moment. Russel Vought has demonized these civil servants, called them villains who need to be in trauma, and he wants to radically augment presidential authority. We are in the middle of a huge power grab by President Trump and his administration. He doesn't know or care whether or not the constitutional appropriations powers of Congress ought to be upheld. Not to get all schoolhouse rock on you for a moment, but the core power of this body of Congress is the power of the purse, to decide how to spend the money that we collect from the American people to invest in your safety and security. If you vote for Russel Vought to run OMB, and you happen to be an appropriator as I am, or one of the members of this body who vote for appropriations every year, you are consigning yourself to irrelevance. You are voting to no longer be relevant to the future of our country, our place in the world, and how the money we sign off on gets spent. He's got a lot of bad ideas. I could spend a lot of time on the bad ideas of Russel Vought. Russel Vought's been nominated to run OMB, but I wouldn't trust him to run a Wawa. His ideas include redirecting all disaster assistance to the states. Well, the point of having FEMA, which is the federal emergency management agency, is when a state gets overwhelmed by a hurricane, a wildfire, tornado, when a natural disaster is so massive that it overcomes a state's ability to manage the disaster response, we elevate to a federal disaster response. That's the point. But he thinks we ought to push all that back down to the states. Guess what states aren't going to get taken care of? One of his core ideas in Project 2025 was to take a chainsaw to the deep state by freezing federal assistance. by impounding federal spending and destroying Congress's power of the purse. He is the architect of the executive orders issued by President Trump in his frenetic first days that produced a federal spending freeze, and the results, folks, have been catastrophic. Widespread chaos, uncertainty for the nonprofits that provide so much support, whether it's counteracting fentanyl misuse, supporting Head Start, daycares, child cares, monitoring the weather to make sure that folks know when a tornado's coming or when there's a wildfire or a hurricane, supporting state and local law enforcement and our volunteer fire companies. These are all grantees. To be clear, when President Trump signed an executive order freezing all federal grants for the domestic United States, these are all examples of the dozens and dozens of organizations that called me, called my office, called my governor, and said, what does this mean for us? Organizations were locked out of the federal funding portals where they go to get their federal funding. The Medicaid system went down. A fifth of all people in my state are on Medicaid, and it provides critical public health support for the opioid pandemic. If President Trump's promise was to bring prices down and keep Americans safe, he's failed on both counts. And what he did with this nationwide federal freezing ban, dreamed up by Russel Vought, failed to keep us safe. When FEMA grants went down, when they froze the grants to state and local law enforcement, Russel Vought and President Trump were literally defunding the police. Let's take a second and look at that again. Lots of my colleagues, I was here on the floor, lots of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle gave speech after speech about how terrible it would be to ever put at risk law enforcement, federal, state, local, by defunding the police. President Trump did two things in his first week that made clear they don't mean this at all. One was pardoning hundreds of individuals who stormed into this chamber and assaulted Capitol police officers, pardoning people who assaulted police officers. And the second was freezing all domestic federal grants, with no exception, for state and local law enforcement. I'm the co-chair of the Law Enforcement Caucus. I was responsible for the second largest police department in Delaware. I know what it means to have federal grants come through what's called the Burn JAG grant program. I know what it means to have federal grants for bulletproof vests. I know what it means to have federal grants come through the COPS hiring program. For state and local law enforcement, this was a moment of, hang on a minute, what? When those grants were frozen. There's other ways that federal grants help our country be safe. It promotes research that keeps us healthier. We just survived a pandemic made worse by President Trump's mishandling of it, but let's not relitigate that now. Research hospitals in my state got notification from NIH and CDC that their research projects were frozen and are now under review. The National Institute of Health, the Center for Disease Control, they distribute billions of dollars in grants. There are teams of folks doing research on the ground, in hospitals, in academia, in medical practices. All of them got notices. These were being frozen. Domestic violence shelters. Part of my role in my decade in county government was helping advocate for, by a second, third, fourth interview, to protect the security and sanctity of the shelters they went to, and to protect, in particular, children who'd been abused. The idea that in order to slash government spending by wasteful federal bureaucrats, notice would go out to all the nonprofit shelters and organizations in my state and around the country that keep people safe from domestic violence. How was this a good idea? This was Russel Vought's idea. I wouldn't trust Russel Vought to run a 5K, let alone to run the federal government, let alone to run the process by which we distribute funds to the things that keep us safe and healthy and prosperous. whether it's hospitals, domestic violence shelters, daycares, senior centers, the things that were impacted by the abrupt taking of a chainsaw to our federal system defies description. But Russel Vought didn't stop with freezing federal funds. Bluntly, the disorder, the chaos, the alarm is part of the goal. Empowering DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, which is neither a department nor advancing government efficiency, that's affiliated with Elon Musk, has been advanced aggressively in these first 2 weeks by giving them access to reams of data at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid, at USAID, the foreign aid agency, at the National Institutes for Health, at the Department of Education. Bluntly, Mr. President, the most alarming thing that's happened is access to the entire Treasury payment system. This is part of Russel Vought's Project 2025, to make sure that this unelected, unauthorized DOGE team got into the most important, critical repository of people's personal information, their tax records, and to be able to control which disbursements of federal funds will happen and which will not. Before he's even been voted on in this chamber, Russel Vought, as OMB director, as shadow director, as author of Project 2025, has been facilitating some of the most alarming violations of Americans' privacy in our lifetimes. And this must be stopped. For all my colleagues on the right who scream bloody murder about censorship in recent years, but are silent when unelected DOGE bureaucrats can turn off your Social Security and Medicare payments if they think you're not supportive enough, can peer into and malignly share details about payments you received or didn't receive, now have the access and control to go back and change the master record of your tax filings. This should be alarming to anyone who cares about privacy, security, individual liberties. They are now threatening to destroy the U.S. Department of Education and the Department of Labor, disfavored federal service agencies, after taking a sledgehammer to our foreign aid system by shutting down USAID. The stuff they're doing before Russel Vought is even confirmed is breathtaking. And the consequences are real, yes, to the government workforce, but to people in my home state. So, Mr. President, let me take a moment and just share a few examples from Delaware of how this chaos, how this tearing through our system with a chainsaw has impacted the people I represent. One Delawarean, alarmed, called into my office and said, "I am a Department of Defense employee that received the Office of Personnel Management notice that resign is an option I should take as part of the ongoing purge of career civil servants by President Trump. We are left," he said, "with the worst possible decision to make, with emotion as the only driver, since the list of exempt positions, those who are exempt from this drive to force folks out of service, isn't being shared. So I have to come to work in the U.S. Department of Defense every day, wondering if it's my last day, if I'll be asked to resign, and later told we can't, or to resign proactively and find out later whether the position is actually cut and I won't receive my severance benefits. As a retired veteran, someone who served our nation for 21 years in the military and now 5 years in the civil service, I can honestly say," he wrote, "I am ashamed of my government." This mistreatment of a veteran, of a civilian employee of the Department of Defense, trying to force them out with a scare tactic identical to what was done at Twitter, is beneath us. I've been on this floor in my 14 years as a senator where I've heard passionate statements about the urgency of supporting our veterans and those who support our veterans, the Department of Defense and the VA, and yet I hear nothing from my colleagues on the other side. No alarm or concern. From my constituents, yes. From my colleagues, no. Here's another message I got this week from a Delawarean in my office. And I quote, "I'm a federal employee and I'm very disturbed by the continuous string of emails we're receiving about this cryptic deferred resignation program. I feel the information we're receiving is a flat-out lie, and I don't understand how the government can pay employees for 9 months and receive the full pay and benefits if they agree to resign. I feel this email is a lie, and I don't understand how Congress is continuing to allow these emails, pushing us out to be sent to us," end quote. These are just two of hundreds of examples. The phones in my office in Wilmington and Dover and here in Washington have been ringing off the hook. The number of calls to my colleagues have nearly broken the voicemail system here in Congress. Folks are alarmed and upset, either because they've gotten these emails that they have to choose today. Literally, this is the day. Whether or not to resign, they're unclear whether it's actually funded. It's not. They're unclear whether this was approved by Congress. It wasn't. They're unclear whether, if they fail to accept this resign now offer, they will instead be fired and lose some part of their pensions. These are folks who have served us, as the individual whose story I just read, for decades. And yet, where is the concern for my colleagues, for our veterans, and those who maintain our Department of Defense, our Veterans Administration, our intelligence agencies, and the rest of the important federal service that's provided to our constituents and our states? Let me talk for a few minutes about the brutal impact on our global foreign aid system of Mr. Russel Vought's Project 2025. I'm here on the floor as part of an effort by my colleagues to stand up and speak out against what his plan is doing at home and abroad. And I want to take a moment and talk about USAID, an agency founded by President Kennedy that does good work around the world on our behalf, work that keeps us safe, keeps us strong, and protects the American people. The cuts to AID by Russel Vought and President Trump are just the very first step in a playbook that will next move on to other agencies. Agencies like the Department of Education, NOAA that predicts the weather, the Food and Drug Administration, the Department of Agriculture, the Veterans Administration. The Foreign Aid Administration, USAID, is just the rehearsal. The main act is coming very soon. In fact, likely this week or next. President Trump promised to keep America safe, and foreign aid is a key part of keeping us safe. It's less than 1% of the total federal budget. And in my role on the Foreign Relations Committee, I've traveled with members of both parties to places around the world where I have seen how our trusted nonprofit partners like Catholic Relief Services, partners like Save the Children, partners like World Vision, implement programs that fight disease, that counter human trafficking, that push back on extremism, that stabilize countries devastated by war, and all build relationships with other countries and communities to, frankly, push back on Chinese and Russian influence, to push back on extremism and jihadism, and to make the world safer for America and Americans. This is not just soft power, it's smart power. And for years, it has enjoyed bipartisan support. USAID, programs authored by Republican presidents like PEPFAR and the President's Malaria Initiative, that I've visited with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, show real results for the American people. Right now, there's an outbreak of Ebola in Uganda. Right now, there's an outbreak of Marburg in Tanzania. These are horrific diseases, diseases that shred your internal systems and cause you to bleed out of every orifice. Marburg, in recent cases, has a 90% fatality rate, and there's no approved vaccine. So much smarter for us to invest in local staff in these countries in East Africa tracking, tracing, preventing the spread of these diseases than shutting it all down and hoping and waiting that it doesn't spread. When the Ebola pandemic occurred in West Africa in 2017, 2016, I traveled there and saw what USAID partners like Samaritan's Purse, partners like Catholic Relief Services, partners like Doctors Without Borders, what they were doing on the ground bravely to push back on this incredible, horrible pandemic. When we cut foreign aid, we cut off our nose to spite our face. We impose costs and loss with the suddenness, the sharpness of these freezes, and we will not have anything left. Some of my Republican colleagues have said, we're just trying to trim out the woke programs. We're just trying to shrink it a little bit, reform it a little bit, and most of it will survive. That I expected. That I could work with. But here's how this is supposed to work, folks. Next budget year, which is beginning now, we have hearings, we do oversight, we look at these programs, and we figure out how to trim them and make them more efficient and shape them so that they match the policy objectives of the current majority and the current president. That I expected. But that's not what's happening. What's happening is that Russel Vought, the nominee to be OMB director, carrying out Project 2025, which Trump claimed he knew nothing about on the campaign trail, shut it down cold, issued an executive order completely cutting off funding. Now, there have been some attempts at humanitarian waivers. Secretary Rubio has promised his colleagues there will be waivers for things like PEPFAR, but they're not yet working. And so when hundreds of programs around the world get what are called stop work orders, which means put the tools down, abandon the food supplies on the dock, walk away from the hospital, stop pulling up mines out of the ground in Angola, a place riven by conflict where we fund through the Halo Trust demining. Stop training children how to avoid the predation of gangs and human traffickers in Mexico. Stop trying to reduce civil conflict in the Philippines by engaging with civil society groups. Just walk away from all of this. A stop work order has caused our USAID workforce and their nonprofit partners around the world to put the tools down. And just yesterday, an order went out to bring back to the United States the entire workforce around the world of USAID. Don't they have homes? Don't they have families? Don't they have spouses? They do. So what this will effectively mean is it will force some of the most capable and skilled people who understand how to deliver humanitarian relief at scale to choose, to resign, to give up a career and a life that they've enjoyed making a real difference for the American people, or to comply and abruptly sell their home, pull their kids out of school, get their spouse to quit their job and move back to the United States. Guess what that is? Chaos. That's taking a chainsaw to federal aid, not a scalpel. That's not reforming. That's not getting rid of the woke. That's not aligning with American values and priorities. That's harming one of the most effective, valued, long bipartisan agencies we have. The damage is being done today. And while we talk and debate and deliberate, thousands of people's lives are being changed and millions are being cut off from life-saving assistance, from critical development support, from interventions that help make us safe. Who wins? Who's cheering? I'm here on the floor today joining my colleagues in speaking out against the nomination of Russel Vought to run the OMB, because his Project 2025 and his plans for what to do with the federal government have one clear winner: our adversaries and our opponents. The complete shutdown of U.S. foreign aid has China and Russia cheering. Russian state media is already celebrating that we are ceding the field. that we're putting down our tools, that we're abandoning our partners. China's already come to Nepal, a country in the Himalayas where the United States had long been working with communities to stabilize them after their civil war. And China's saying, oh, the Americans abandoned you. How sad. We'll come in and help you. China has invested massively in expanding their diplomacy and their development, their soft power, and they've won friends and influence around the world. They're getting access to ports and airports, to critical minerals, to resources that we need at our expense. And Secretary Rubio, who served as a senator here with me for 15 years, no one has been more fierce, more persistent, more focused on standing up to the threat of the People's Republic of China than Senator Marco Rubio. I don't comprehend how he can look at what is happening around the world and say this isn't creating a huge opening for China. So when my friends across the aisle say that this is all about efficiency, about trimming, about reorganization, don't be fooled. Don't believe them. Don't think that this is about a nip here and a tuck there. This is a chainsaw. And they are starting with foreign aid, and they are advancing to the Department of Education, and then they're moving to the Veterans Administration, and then they're taking on programs that millions and millions of Americans rely on, day in and day out. Last week was a rehearsal. The executive order that froze all domestic grants caused a huge pushback in the United States and brought a federal court action, an injunction. That's the reason, folks, if you're watching, that you haven't seen daycare shut down, that you haven't seen police and fire departments complaining, that you haven't seen veterans' homes shuttered, that you haven't seen an immediate impact here in the United States. Only because a federal court in Rhode Island, at the insistence of my Attorney General, Kathy Jennings, and the Attorney Generals from New York and 24 other states, they filed in a federal court and said, this is illegal. And Judge McConnell looked at it and said, you're right, and issued an injunction. That's the only reason this hasn't moved forward. But it has moved forward overseas. Our foreign aid has been slashed to the bone, shut down cold. People were called, folks shut out, and the security systems infiltrated. What they've done to USAID is a rehearsal for what they're doing next. And it was all designed by Russel Vought, the nominee to run OMB. OMB is the most powerful and important federal agency you've never heard of. And Russel Vought, seemingly pleasant man, Christian nationalist, someone who seems to be more interested in academia than in fundamentally reshaping this government and this country, made clear in Project 2025 that that was his goal, has made clear with his actions last week and this week through President Trump and his executive orders what he intends to do. It is nothing short of a stunning restructuring of the United States, of the role of the federal government in the lives of Americans. And when folks wake up to the scope and the reach of it, they will be enraged. The number of calls I got in my offices in Dover and in Wilmington, Delaware, and here in Washington from people alarmed to hear that DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and Elon Musk and his band of merry men had gotten into the data files that control every federal disbursement. The amount of alarm about that was appropriate. Wait till they start using it to cut those payments off. When Elon Musk said he intends to cut $2 trillion out of federal spending, he wasn't kidding. But folks, there's no way to do that without impacting veterans benefits, Medicare and Medicaid, Social Security, education, environmental work, health care. The federal government only has $1.7 trillion a year in discretionary spending. So you can't cut $2 trillion without cutting deep into our Department of Defense, cutting deep into our treasured and valued programs like Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. You should be asking, what are they coming after? And why are they doing it in such a forceful, determined rush? There's rules here. There's processes here. There's ways we're supposed to do things. And this is not following those rules or those procedures. That's why a federal court stepped in and offered an injunction to try and slow some of this headlong rush towards restructuring the entire federal government. But folks, the hour is late and the moment is pressing. We Democrats have held this floor all night to speak out about why this is important, to help engage and educate and inform the American public, those who are not yet alarmed, about what's been happening and what's going to happen. One of my colleagues said, wow, it's almost like they had a plan. They did. Project 2025, massive, clear, was developed and written over several years as President Trump planned his return. And its goals are remarkable, transformational, aggressive, frankly, shocking. Not to reasonably reform things in the federal government that are misspent, not to look under the hood and tinker in a few ways with the engine of the federal government and say, that's a little off, this needs a little tuning, but to rip out whole systems, whole sections that have been designed over years by bipartisan majorities to keep us safe, to keep us strong, to keep us healthy. This isn't a scalpel approach to trimming federal government. This is a chainsaw approach. And one of the heroes of the new Trump administration is the president of Argentina. I bet if you're watching, you've never heard of the president of Argentina, but take a moment and look him up, President Milei. His wild hair, and he's got an interesting approach to governance. His symbol is a chainsaw, and he campaigned across Argentina saying, if you elect me president, I will take this chainsaw to the Argentine federal government, and he has. He was here in the rotunda cheering on President Trump during his inauguration. Why did this foreign head of state from South America come here, and why was he welcomed and celebrated? Because his approach to not trimming, not reforming, not improving, but slashing the government of Argentina is exactly the approach that Russel Vought, if confirmed in this body, to lead OMB will take. You're going to wake up and discover that by handing the keys to DOGE of the system that controls all of our personally identifying information and all of our federal payments, that we've handed the keys to the architect of a program to take a chainsaw to organizations, institutions, to a workforce, and to programs that the American people need, that keep us safe, that keep us healthy, and that keep us strong. And folks, putting Russel Vought in charge of OMB is like giving a toddler a crayon and a white wall and saying, let's see what you make of it. You know what's going to happen. It's going to be a crazy mess. And he's already started. Before this place has even confirmed him, Russel Vought running OMB is a terrible idea, and he will run this country into the ground. We should vote to oppose Russel Vought, to oppose Project 25, to push back on this chaotic and crazy attempt to take a chainsaw to the American people and our American government. Thank you. President, I have just been updated on the latest plans for the future of USAID. And I have to say I am heartbroken. Founded by President Kennedy decades ago, This dedicated cadre of U.S. citizens live and serve around the world. Thousands and thousands of them have spent their lives working with American nonprofits and with local partners, combating disease, pushing back on jihadism and extremism, protecting creation and vulnerable spaces around the world, combating human trafficking, removing mines from fields where they were placed in wars decades before, making us safe. Next week, there will be no more than 600 staff left of a once proud and strong global agency that employed more than 10,000 and that partnered with household name American-led nonprofits that have done amazing work. I have seen that work around the world. I have visited places where American volunteers, where nonprofits, where career staff design and implement incredible programs in partnership with local communities. I'll mention just a few. Kibera in Nairobi is an incredible place, an informal settlement, a slum of thousands and thousands of people living in shacks in a valley. The phrase God-forsaken is one I've never liked because there is no place that is God-forsaken. In fact, in Kibera, at St. Mary's Clinic, on my first visit as a senator to Kibera, I'd been there before, I got to see the care, the support, the nurturing for sick children, for those with no access to health care, the delivery of vaccines and medicines, of safe water, of a response to urgent need, done in a clinic motivated by faith, informed by our concern for others, and that makes us and our nation more safe. I'll never forget being in Kampala, the capital of Uganda, and visiting a refugee welcoming center run by American evangelicals who'd moved there and devoted their lives to providing skills training, counseling. Thousands and thousands of refugees were pouring into Uganda from the civil war in South Sudan just to the north. And on an Easter weekend trip with my friend and former Republican colleague Bob Corker, we got to see firsthand the services that were being delivered in the very north of Uganda to recent refugees, profoundly traumatized, most of whom had had family members murdered in front of them and who had walked hundreds or even thousands of miles. 250,000 people had flowed over the northern border of Uganda and were resettling in the Bidi refugee camp. Chaos, disease, suffering. To see the work of American hands, volunteers, whether in the capital, Kampala, or up in Bidi, was to be touched by the remarkable humanitarian work of Americans and our partners, Ugandans, Kenyans, Tanzanians. I mentioned earlier that right now today there's an outbreak of Ebola in the very capital of Uganda, Kampala, a place I've been to a number of times. And in Tanzania, there's an outbreak of Marburg virus. These are hemorrhagic diseases, horrific virus infections that can tear through a village or a community. But the danger of having an outbreak in a capital city of millions of people to the entire world cannot be overstated. In this moment that we have had our nation put down the tools and say, go home, give up your work, stop protecting our public health, stop protecting refugees, stop pushing back on human trafficking, stop pushing back on gender-based violence, is shameful, is immoral, is embarrassing, is unsafe. Our nation is safe today from so many threats overseas. Yes, because of our Department of Defense. Yes, because of our intelligence professionals. Yes, because of our diplomats. But to take away completely, to shut down cold, our global network of development professionals, to abandon the field to China, to Russia, to the extremists and the human traffickers who are delighted that we have receded, that we have walked away from this vital work, it hurts my heart. It is hard to believe that here in this Senate, there are so few voices raised in opposition to this sudden, cataclysmic, chainsaw approach to slashing the investments we've made together over decades. President Bush came up with the idea for PEPFAR. You may not know what PEPFAR is. It's a program that the United States initiated to fight the dread pandemic of HIV/AIDS, which across the continent of Africa would have killed more than 20 million people since it was launched under President Bush's administration. But medical clinics, treatment for nurses, outreach to communities, antiretroviral drugs, pharmaceuticals delivered by the American people in partnership with a dozen other countries and in partnership with the public health services of the countries that PEPFAR works in. All of this in combination has saved more lives than any intervention by any country in human history. It is a proud part of President Bush's legacy. It's a proud part of the legacy of Republican and Democratic senators. It's a proud part of what I would have hoped the Trump administration would continue. Fighting malaria, fighting polio. We eradicated smallpox from the planet through the great work of USAID. I still remember visiting a place, an island off of Tanzania called Zanzibar, where we had eradicated malaria, which kills children by the hundreds of thousands every year. We have done great work. And one of our nation's most successful business people, and one of the world's leading philanthropists, Bill Gates, who is spending billions of his own dollars in these same pursuits, in fighting neglected tropical diseases, in pushing back on polio and malaria, and HIV/AIDS and tuberculosis. He has said this week that the work of AID is critical, is valuable, that the things he's invested in he knew were good and well performed and appropriate for him to invest in because he consulted so closely with the experts at USAID. I've known each of the last 4 AID administrators, Republican and Democrat, good people who work across the aisle to support and sustain global work by the American people. When we gather in this building at a weekly prayer breakfast that is bipartisan and that only includes senators and our chaplain, we pray for the blessings of the American people and our opportunity to do good and make a difference in the world. For us to abandon so abruptly and completely our opportunity to make our nation and our people safer and stronger, to push back on the malign forces of extremism, of China, of Russia, of others who will take opportunity of this moment, and to abandon our work that for so long has made such a difference to millions, is a shameful chapter in this institution's history and our nation's history. We should not walk away from all the good we've done, from all the knowledge we've built, from all the ways we have advanced and defended the American people's interests through this work, and we should not put down these tools. So, Mr. President, I've come to the floor today to join my colleagues in speaking against Russel Vought to be the next director of OMB. And as I've laid out in calls and letters and emails from Delawareans, I've heard about the terrible impact on veterans, on career civil servants, on nonprofits and organizations across my state and our country, the uncertainty, the instability, the chaos of these first 2 weeks of the Trump administration. And I'm speaking against Russel Vought because I know his plan. It's called Project 2025. He wrote it out in detail, and it makes clear that the chaos is the point, that he intends to take a chainsaw to the American civil service and federal government, and the losers will be our communities and our families, police and fire departments, daycares, senior centers, nursing homes, universities and colleges, research institutions, our strength and our security. Sure, folks, when they hear cut the federal workforce or cut federal spending, they cheer. They say, yes, cut the spending, until you get to the specifics of what's going to be cut. My phones have been ringing off the hook with alarm and concern as Delawareans realize that this nationwide federal spending freeze that President Trump signed in an executive order was going to impact things that affect them. The VA, the local volunteer fire company, a senior center, a daycare. The federal government funds, through grants, an unbelievable array of powerful, meaningful, purposeful work in our home states, in the county where I served for a decade, in the town where I grew up, in the city where my family and I live today. We would not be as strong, as safe, as united, as productive, and as prosperous a nation without the good work of these organizations that are so callously now being cut, not with a scalpel, not trimmed, not reformed, but slashed, cut to the bone, virtually destroyed. As I've laid out, our entire foreign aid system, the network of USAID and other organizations, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the Development Finance Corporation, that have been built up in a bipartisan way over years to be our tools in the world, to push back on our adversaries, to build up our alliances, to strengthen the families and communities around the world that look to us for partnership. Abandoning that, shutting that down, attacking that, that was the first step. Next, they're coming for the Department of Education. After that, the Department of Labor. And folks, whether in these first 2 or 3 or a little bit farther, they're coming for something that impacts you, your family, your community, your country. The messages I read from home, from a veteran who served 21 years, a civil servant in the Department of Defense who served 5, who is alarmed, who is embarrassed, who is offended by the communications he's getting, trying to push him out of federal service. The messages I've gotten from leaders of our universities, of our hospitals, of our daycares, of our community nonprofits, have elevated my sense of concern to alarm that Russel Vought, the nominee to be the next director of OMB, has a plan, that plan will face no meaningful opposition from the other party, that he will be confirmed, and that he will do lasting damage.
The senator will suspend. Pursuant to Rule 4, Paragraph 2, the hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer from the Senate chaplain. Thank you, Senator Coons.
Let us pray. Sovereign Lord, permit us to feel your nearness and to know the inspiration of your presence. May our closeness to you help us to choose light over darkness, love over hate, and good over evil. Today, continue to provide for the needs of the members of this body. Move among them, instructing, lifting, and guiding them, so that whatever they do, in word or deed, they will glorify you. Give them the confident security and peace that comes from developing a friendship with you as they open their hearts to the inflow of your Spirit. Lord, show them what needs to be changed and give them the courage and wisdom to do your will. We pray in your merciful name. Amen.
Senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I've joined my colleagues on the floor today. We've held the floor all night, speaking out against the nomination of Russel Vought to lead the OMB, the most powerful federal agency you've never heard of, because it has the power to suspend payments, to direct funding, to cut things off, or to make funding flow. Russel Vought has a plan. It's called Project 2025. And it laid out how, if President Trump were reelected, although he disavowed it on the campaign trail, he's implementing it now as president, he would issue executive order after executive order to slash federal funding and shut down federal programs. I've spoken about how this is impacting federal aid all over the world, foreign assistance, and how that's making us less safe and less secure. How those who cheer are the Chinese and Russians, the human traffickers, and the drug cartels. And I've read from emails, calls, letters that I've gotten in my offices in Delaware and here in Washington, the alarm, the embarrassment, the concern of folks being pushed out of the federal workforce and whose partners and programs are being shut down. We will be less safe. We will be less strong. We will be less the America that we all promise we will work hard to be if Russel Vought is confirmed to lead the OMB. I wouldn't trust this man to run a Wawa or a sports league or to run a 5K. And we are voting to empower him to run the most important and powerful federal agency you've never heard of, but that will impact your life. I will vote no, and so should all my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I ask for a quorum. I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
Mr. President.
The Majority Whip is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just come from a meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Our meeting comes on the heels of incredibly good news for everyone, and that's that hostages are coming home. Earlier this week, Keith Siegel, an American hostage, was released. He's a 65-year-old American citizen, currently lives in Israel. He's a father, he's a grandfather. On October 7th of 2023, he was abducted by Hamas, taken to their underground tunnels, and his wife was also taken hostage. He was held prisoner by the terrorists for 484 days, and the conditions we know were hellish. He's finally free, united with his family, and recovering in a hospital. We look forward to more of these moments. These are the results of bold action by President Donald Trump. As Prime Minister Netanyahu said this week, President Trump is the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. We all celebrate the good news. We're also keeping an eye on alarming news. The news is the rise of anti-Semitism around the world. A prime example is the International Criminal Court. It's a kangaroo court. Last year, it issued arrest warrants for Israeli officials. One of those officials is Prime Minister Netanyahu. The charges, of course, are bogus. The Senate had an opportunity last week to fight back. Senator Tom Cotton of Arkansas, chairman of the Intelligence Committee, introduced a bipartisan bill to impose severe sanctions on the ICC. The House of Representatives passed the same bill last month. The bill was bipartisan. Passing this bill in the Senate would have sent a very strong message that America stands with Israel, that we wouldn't let our ally stand alone. Democrats in this body in the U.S. Senate filibustered in spite of the fact that 45 Democrat senators voted to abandon our closest ally. 2 now Democrat senators voted for this same bill last year when they were members of the House. Yet when the opportunity last week to support Israel in the Senate came, they voted no. Democrats' filibuster is the reason why the ICC is not facing the crippling sanctions that it deserves. This very topic came up in our discussion with the Prime Minister of Israel. We did point about the fact that ICC is a kangaroo court, refuses to point out the difference between right and wrong. And the vote of the Democrats to block this bill in the United States Senate was an affront to the people of Israel, and the Prime Minister specifically asked the Democrats to get this passed, to support this legislation, which is united support by the Republicans, had bipartisan support in the House, but was held up on this body by a unanimous vote of the Democrats, or near unanimous vote of the Democrats, to stop this legislation in its tracks and to allow the so-called International Criminal Court to continue with their lack of justice in a court they claim to have, where I see having no jurisdiction. So where do we go from here in terms of what we've seen today and in our discussion with the Prime Minister? What is the path forward for peace and prosperity in the Middle East? That's what we just spoke about. First, peace and prosperity in the Middle East begins with American support for Israel. President Trump and Republicans in the Congress stand with Israel and have from the beginning. Our support is unwavering, it's unbreakable, and it's unequivocal. It's not what we've seen from the other side of the aisle. Additionally, the biggest barrier to peace and prosperity in the Middle East continues to be Iran. As the largest state sponsor of terror in the world, Iran controls a vast, violent network of proxies. These Iranian terror proxies include Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen. Iran funds its terror proxies. And where does a lot of money come from? Well, by selling oil to communist China. Last year, the Iranian regime's oil sales to China averaged over 1.5 million barrels of oil each and every day. How'd that happen? Well, the Biden administration allowed it. They looked the other way. Tanker loads of oil to China, pay at a discount, tanker loads of cash back to Iran. To break Iran's chokehold on the Middle East, America must bring back maximum pressure. President Trump's going to do that. He's tough on Iran. During his first administration, he imposed crippling sanctions and enforcement measures that brought Iran to its knees. President Trump is now back into the White House, and so is his successful maximum pressure campaign. This week, he restored sanctions on Iran. This comes after he relabeled the Houthis as foreign terrorist organization. It's a strong start, and we can still do more. In the Senate, stopping Iran terror is a priority for the Republican majority. Now, deterring Iran means restoring peace through strength. Republicans are supporting our military. We are ready to make key investments to make our military more lethal and the most powerful force on earth. With Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth now in place, we are already seeing morale return and recruiting numbers rise. We're also working to bring back American energy dominance. Energy is America's most critical national security asset. We as a nation are an energy superpower. We have enormous natural resources. We ought to behave that way. And under this administration and this majority, America will unleash American energy. A stronger America makes our allies stronger. It also makes the world safer. Strength deters enemies. We will work with Israel every step of the way. Together, America and Israel will bring a new era of peace and prosperity to the Middle East. Now, Mr. President, on a separate matter, Democrats last night filibustered another one of President Trump's well-qualified nominees. I sat in the presiding officer's chair during the wee hours of the night, listening to concerns by the Democrats. The Democrats continue to want to slow things down. Republicans are not going to allow it to happen. We will push through their blockade. We will man the chair, continue with the Senate in session, and tonight we will confirm the 13th member of President Trump's cabinet. We are confirming the cabinet twice as fast as Democrats confirmed President Biden's cabinet in 2021. This week, we will have confirmed 5 cabinet members in just 4 days. Tonight's confirmation is for Russ Vought. He's going to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget. President Trump deserves to have his nominees in place and do it quickly. Our pace has matched the urgency of the moment. We'll push forward and move deliberately to confirm more nominees. That includes Robert Kennedy Jr. to be the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services. It also includes Tulsi Gabbard to be the Director of National Intelligence. When necessary, we are voting late into the night, early in the morning, on weekends, and that's exactly what Republicans said we would do. We are serious about spending the time and pushing through the work to make sure the President has his cabinet and his team in place. Mr. President, we are moving with the speed and commitment that we said because we know the President has a strong and active and bold agenda, and we're part of it, and he needs his team in place and able to accomplish it. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire is recognized.
Mr. President, I come to the floor to join a number of my colleagues in expressing my opposition to Russel Vought to head up the Office of Management and Budget. But I want to start, before I do that, in responding to my colleague from Wyoming, who we've worked closely together over the years. We've both been on the Foreign Relations Committee, and to his comments on the ICC, because I was also in the meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. I also share concerns about the way the ICC is operated. I think we should be able to come to an agreement, to a compromise on how this bill gets written. And in fact, that's what the Prime Minister and his entourage suggested, that this Senate should work together to get this done. But unfortunately, what we saw was an unwillingness on the part of my Republican colleagues to come to a compromise, to actually provide the protections that we're hearing from American businesses that they need in order to continue to not be sanctioned for work that they have already done for the ICC, that we're hearing from our colleagues from the European nations who have people working at the ICC that they need so that they're not sanctioned. And unfortunately, the senator from Arkansas, who we worked to try and get this done, was not willing to look at a compromise. 5 words divided us on the ICC, and because he didn't think we were serious, he said, no, I'm not going to compromise with you. I'm going to have this my way or the highway. Well, that's not the way we get things done in the United States Senate. That's not the way we should get things done in our government. And I think we're ready to come back to the table at any time, but we need to see a willingness to work together to get this bill done. And I stand ready to do that. I know Leader Schumer stands ready to do that, but we need to see our colleagues on the other side of the aisle also stand ready to do that. So I will yield my time to Senator Schumer, and then I'll come back to speak on Russel Vought.
Just to reiterate before, Mr. President, thank you, and I thank my friend from New Hampshire who cares so much about this issue and has done a great job. And I just be brief on that because I want to talk about Russel Vought. As is clear, we Democrats, I hate the ICC. I've hated it for 40 years. We have to get something done, but there's got to be a fair compromise. And the compromise has nothing to do with weakening any efforts that the ICC will be punished for what they do to Israel, which I think is anti-Semitic. But there are other things in that bill that would sanction other people, other countries, other leaders, other businesses, American businesses, that have nothing to do with Israel. Jeanne Shaheen, our senator from New Hampshire, made a valiant effort to compromise. And we could have had it done because there was problems with the rest of the bill. It was poorly drafted and went way beyond what it was supposed to do. We are ready to compromise. We are ready to sit down and get this bill done. The Israeli ambassador said at our meeting he wanted a bipartisan compromise, and I told him we're ready to sit down and do just that. Now, on Mr. Vought. This morning, it's not business as usual on the Senate floor. Russel Vought is not a business as usual nominee. He is one of the most fringe and hard-right individuals the Senate has seen in a very long time. For the last 20 hours, virtually every single Democrat has come to the floor of the Senate to tell the American people how bad Russel Vought will be for them, to sound the alarm on Russel Vought. We were here yesterday, we were here all last night, we are here today. And we'll be here throughout the day to let the American people know exactly what's about to happen if Russel Vought is confirmed. He's the chief architect of Project 2025. He's going to make it the official project, make Project 2025 the official policy of the federal government, and in OMB he has the power to implement it, to hurt every American, whether it's Medicare or Medicaid, Social Security, whether it's owning a home, helping afford a home, whether it's help for schools, for Head Start, for veterans, you name it. If you look at Project 2025, they want to slash so many of those things to bits. And here you have the wrong man, Russel Vought, in the wrong place, OMB, with the wrong philosophy, Project 2025. It's unfortunately 3 times bad. Wrong man, wrong place, wrong philosophy, and deeply wrong. His policies will hurt children. His policies will hurt seniors. His policies will hurt veterans. And I say to our Republican colleagues, you will regret your vote on Vought because he will do such harm to the American people, and you will hear about it day in and day out. But don't say we didn't warn you. Don't say we didn't let you know. We've been on the floor for now close to 24 hours. We'll be on the floor close to 30 hours, the maximum we're allowed, to tell America from one end to the other that this man is dangerous, not just abstractly, not just in terms of Democrat, Republican, but in terms of how average people lead their lives and how we can make their lives better. Just imagine what will happen if Russel Vought and DOGE team up, as they seem to be doing, to eradicate funding they allege is wasteful. Imagine what the awful combination of Vought and DOGE together would make for kids who struggle to get a good meal at school, for veterans who need help with health care, for parents who struggle to pay for groceries, for couples looking to buy a home. Confirming the most radical nominee who has the most extreme agenda to the most important agency in Washington is a triple header of disaster. A triple header of disaster. Again, wrong person, wrong ideas, wrong place to be to put those horrible ideas into effect. So, we are going to keep going and going and going for these 30 hours because we know how bad this nominee is. Yesterday, in another effort, we wrote a letter with my Democratic colleagues to Secretary Bessent, Treasury Secretary, demanding he meet with us face-to-face about the risky things DOGE is doing at Treasury. I thanked Vice Chair Murray, Vice Chair Warner, Ranking Member Wyden, and Warren and Peters for joining me on this important matter. Bessent has made time in his schedule to talk with Republicans in the House about DOGE. He has a responsibility to meet with senators from across the aisle, especially because we have such deep concerns about what is happening at Treasury under his watch. His written responses have been wholly inadequate. He came before the committee before the Treasury payment system was invaded, and he should not be evasive. He should come before us and answer questions. I don't think we speak, not just in this letter, we speak not just for the caucus, but for millions of Americans who say this is an urgent matter. Secretary Bessent should meet with us so the American people have confidence that our government will continue to function effectively and that their privacy remains protected. Again, I thank my colleague from New Hampshire for ceding me a little bit of her time and look forward to her remarks.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Hampshire.
Now I'd like to go back to my concerns about the nomination of Russ Vought to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget, because that's an office that determines the services that millions of families and small businesses rely on. And yet he supported unilaterally taking away those services and help for more than 2,600 federal programs that were ordered to cease activities with less than 24 hours notice. And in every state in the country, we heard confusion and panic and chaos. Since then, I've heard from thousands of Granite Staters who are worried about what those cuts mean for them and their families. I've heard from healthcare providers, from our community health centers, from our nonprofits, from our police departments, from so many people who provide services to the state of New Hampshire. And it's now been more than a week, and despite not one, but 2 federal judges ordering the Trump administration to stop holding up funds, we are still hearing reports of frozen payment systems and missed reimbursements. Now, I know my Republican colleagues are hearing those concerns too. But despite this outpouring, we're still here today contemplating confirming Russel Vought, the architect of this reckless, unprecedented, and misguided policy. He was directly involved in drafting the memo that OMB sent out that started all of this last Monday. That memo was so extreme that it provoked concern and outrage from both sides of the aisle about the breadth of payments that were being halted. Russ Vought then had to walk back parts of the memo that he'd worked on just the day before. And all of this happened, and he wasn't even a confirmed nominee. So I'm very worried about what he's going to do if he actually gets confirmed for this job. We know that what we saw last week was just a short preview of what he plans to do. And the justification that we've heard since that memo is that that memo wasn't meant to cut off funding to all of the programs that saw their funding halted. It wasn't meant to stop Medicaid in every state or to shut down HUD's system of rental assistance or homelessness funding. But I'll tell you, if that's your defense, that just means that OMB sent a memo that was so poorly drafted that agencies across the federal government thought it required them to cut off all these programs that people in towns depend on. So either the OMB, under Russel Vought's direction, deliberately stopped funding for 2,600 programs for water and sewer projects, for housing, for meals for seniors, or they were so incompetent that without meaning to, they sent a memo to the whole federal government that had that effect. Well, regardless of which answer it is, I think the person who's behind that, Russ Vought, the man leading that effort, should not be running the Office of Management and Budget that determines how funding goes out in the federal government. And I think this is especially true because there's no question that Russ Vought and President Trump intend to take away some of the funding that Congress has provided on a bipartisan basis to help families in New Hampshire and around the country save money on their things like their energy bills, to help address pollution like PFAS. And I would just remind folks that we passed the bipartisan infrastructure law on a strong bipartisan vote. 19 Republican senators voted with the Democrats to invest in our communities. We worked shoulder to shoulder, Republicans and Democrats, to prioritize things like energy efficiency, water infrastructure, funding that this administration says it's looking at cutting off, even though communities are depending on it. Well, I plan to continue to stand up and defend funding that Congress provides to make necessary investments in all of our communities. And I hope my Republican colleagues will do the same. And then this past weekend, we learned that Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who's never been elected, along with unelected, unconfirmed DOGE employees, the DOGE boys we call them, now have access to the payment system at the Treasury Department. That is a system that processes more than $5 trillion worth of payments every year. That's everything from tax refunds and Social Security checks to reimbursing towns for work that they're doing on sewers or roads. They have access to Social Security numbers, to health information, and to so much more. This is a system that the vast majority of people working at Treasury can't access, and they shouldn't be able to, because this is private information. You may have heard that Treasury only gave read-only, I say that in quotes, read-only access. But if that's the case, why is Elon Musk talking about using this access to stop payments to a charity that helps seniors with housing? What's he doing in the Treasury records anyway? Why does he need that information? This week, we're hearing confirmation that Musk's team didn't just have read access, and in fact, they had administrator-level access, giving them the ability to make changes to this payment system. One specific Treasury employee refuted Treasury leadership's denial that they gave a DOGE staffer right access. That's the ability to change the code and to change the checks that get sent out by Treasury. The employee said, and I quote, "I am looking at his access right now, and it has the Deputy Assistant Commissioner instructing the team to disregard all previous instructions and assign him, the DOGE person, read/write privileges for the database, so he can change what's in that database." That doesn't sound like read-only access to me. I think it's unacceptable for an unelected billionaire to be taking over the payment system that our government relies on, that millions of Americans rely on, and trying to stop those payments. Now, fortunately, the original OMB memo was rescinded, but this fight is not over. Instead, this access to the Treasury's payment system could be the next front in stopping funds going out to the American people. We can and we do intend to continue to push back on these illegal actions to stop funding that's required by law. And despite knowing better, Russel Vought has never shied away from his belief that the executive branch can disregard the law and override spending decisions that are made by Congress. He clearly believes that this administration should be above the law and should be able to take away funding that helps millions of Americans. Russ Vought is the architect of Project 2025. That proposed a budget that would cut Medicaid, just Medicaid, by $2.1 trillion over 10 years. It would slash SNAP, the food program, by $400 billion. We have people in New Hampshire who count on the SNAP program in order to be able to feed their kids. His proposal would cut funding that helps low-income Americans go to college by more than $250 billion. It would eliminate the Affordable Care Act tax credits that help millions of Americans afford health care. These are not cuts that lower costs. These are not cuts that create jobs. These are not cuts that enhance public safety and make it easier for people to afford their rent and their groceries. It's beyond ridiculous that anyone could propose these cuts with a straight face while also supporting trillions of dollars in tax breaks for the wealthiest individuals and corporations in this country. You know, I'm not one to claim that the federal government can't be run more efficiently. I think we can always do everything better, and it's important to all Americans to make sure that our government runs effectively and efficiently. But indiscriminately freezing hiring across the board, pushing out thousands of civil servants, makes that problem worse, not better. And last week, more than 2 million federal employees received emails offering to pay their salaries for the rest of the fiscal year in exchange for resigning now. I mean, that in and of itself is questionable because this Congress hasn't appropriated dollars to pay those employees. And why would somebody who wants to improve effectiveness and efficiency in government pay people to go home and not work? And that's what this email said. At the time, this included hundreds of thousands of individuals working in critical national security roles. It included, for example, every single air traffic controller in the country, just days before we tragically saw the worst aviation incident in nearly 30 years. Now, they've since walked that offer back, stating that it should not apply to employees who are critical to national security. But like the claim of the funding freeze, they say that that was always their intent. They must have made a mistake. But I'm not sure which option is worse. That while we're short more than 3,500 air traffic controllers, Russel Vought really wanted to pay the ones we do have not to work, or that he blasted out an irresponsible, reckless, non-targeted effort that could have had devastating consequences for critical positions without taking the time to think it through. What's more, they tried to convince us this offer will save money, making it clear that even if we lose thousands of key employees with no plans to replace them, we'll be better off. Well, tell that to the people in New Hampshire who are trying to get answers on their Social Security or their income tax checks. Tell that to the students who need help with their FAFSA forms so that they can apply and get help to go to college. Vought has relentlessly attacked the millions of career civil servants who show up every day, no matter who's in power, to keep the lights on and the wheels turning. Some of these people have served our country for 30, 40, even 50 years through countless presidents and Congresses. We're not talking about political appointees here. We're talking about the people who write the checks at the Social Security Administration, about the caseworkers at the Department of Housing and Urban Development who make sure that people have roofs over their heads and food to eat. We're talking about doctors and therapists at VA hospitals who work around the clock to provide life-saving care and benefits to the veterans who have sacrificed so much for our country. Program operators at the Small Business Administration who helps entrepreneurs get loans. They're the forest rangers who show up in all weather conditions in the White Mountain Forest in New Hampshire to ensure there is safe and enjoyable recreation opportunities for hundreds of millions of visitors to our national parks and forests. And speaking of the weather, they're the meteorologists at the National Weather Service, the people we rely on to prepare for hazardous storms. These employees contribute to the maintenance of nuclear submarines, which is an essential tenet of our national security, a crucial part of our capability to deter major conflicts. And any impact to our shipyards, we have the Portsmouth Naval Shipyard between New Hampshire and Maine that does maintenance on our nuclear submarines. Any impact to that workforce will strain our shipbuilding industrial base that's already saturated with demand to meet the requirements of our Navy. So why did they get an email giving those employees the option to resign? This administration has said repeatedly that it wants to restore the warrior ethos at the Pentagon. But if Russel Vought gets his way, there isn't going to be anybody left at the Pentagon. And now we're hearing that Elon Musk's team is plugging into our air traffic control system. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association has repeatedly asked for what they need: more funding, targeted investments in workforce development, shorter hours, and upgraded technology. We need to get to work in this Senate, in this Congress, on legislation that addresses these issues. But handing the keys to the nation's air traffic control system over to an unelected, inexperienced billionaire who cuts first and asks questions later isn't the solution. Now, Russel Vought will tell you over and over again that government doesn't work. But he says this at the same time that he's doing everything in his power to break it, with zero regard for how that's going to hurt you and your family. And this week we've seen and we've heard more horrifying parts of Russel Vought's agenda. He's teaming up with Elon Musk. And last year, for the first time, thanks to PEPFAR, more than half of new HIV infections were outside of sub-Saharan Africa, one of the most successful health programs ever in U.S. history, put in by George W. Bush. And one of the only things that has stood between Americans and so many of the diseases that come from overseas is USAID. You know, I was listening to the prayer breakfast this morning, and I heard President Trump talking about his admiration for Billy Graham, for Franklin Graham, for the good work that they do. And then, a few minutes later, I heard the morning news, and I heard them talking about what's happening in Sudan, where we have a famine and millions of people desperate because of the conflict there and what's happening. And the news report said, if we don't get our foreign assistance turned back on to help the Sudanese, 8 million people are going to starve to death in the coming months. I can't imagine that Billy Graham or Franklin Graham support the idea of 8 million Sudanese dying because we've turned off the foreign assistance that we provided because Elon Musk doesn't like the United States Agency for International Development. I think Billy Graham and Franklin Graham, Billy Graham when he was alive and his son Franklin would say, these are also God's children. And it's important for us to support people around the world who are dying. And you know, it's not just those kinds of situations like we have in Sudan. We have significant diseases that are breaking out in parts of the world, and we don't have people on the ground to make sure that the people who, the outbreak of Ebola that's happening in Africa, some of us remember in 2014 when Ebola came to the United States, we don't have any aid workers anymore because under Elon Musk's order, they've shut down those programs. They're bringing those people home. So there's nobody there to make sure that that Ebola outbreak doesn't go across borders and doesn't wind up in the United States. There's a Marburg outbreak, another hemorrhagic disease that's happening in Africa. It has a 90% mortality rate. And right now we have no real treatment and no vaccination for the Marburg virus. And yet, again, we've taken our teams of people who help in country to treat the Marburg virus. We've taken them home. We've said, go ahead, cross whatever country lines you want. Come to the United States, because we're not going to prevent that. And you know, we've got a bird flu epidemic now. You may have heard there's a new strain that's just been discovered in the cows in Nevada. We've had about 70 people who have been infected with bird flu. We've had somebody die from that. We used to monitor bird flu outbreaks around the world, but under this shutdown of USAID and its programs, we're not monitoring bird flu anymore. So that bird flu could come to the United States. We don't know. Nobody seems to care in the Trump administration if that happens. You know, these things don't just happen overseas. They affect us here in America. It's in our interest to ensure that these efforts that help with diseases, that help prevent Vladimir Putin and Russia from its nefarious activities in Europe, in Moldova, and Romania, and Ukraine. That's also happened. The aid to help Ukraine in this war against Russia, that's all been cut off. That doesn't make America safer. That doesn't make us stronger. That doesn't make us more prosperous. I hope my colleagues will stand against Russel Vought, who has been the architect of so much of this carnage. Sadly, I don't think my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do that. And I hope that we can reverse some of this harm that's being done to so many people around the world that is going to come home to roost in America if we don't address it. So, Mr. President, I have taken all of my time. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Iowa is recognized.
Today, we'll vote on the nomination of Russ Vought to be Director of Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Vought served as the OMB Director for much of President Trump's first term, and before that, he was Deputy Director of the same agency. So, he's clearly qualified for this job. My discussions with Mr. Vought focused on the nation's dismal fiscal trajectory, overregulation, congressional oversight, and respect for whistleblowers. With the federal government running a $2 trillion annual deficit and a national debt approaching $37 trillion, a fiscally sound budget is more important than ever. And I'm counting on Mr. Vought to help the President chart a new fiscal path that will not be an easy job. In addition to reining in spending, Mr. Vought understands the need to cut red tape. For too long, overzealous and unelected bureaucracies have sought to use regulation to stretch the meaning of laws beyond congressional intent. The Supreme Court's recent decision last year in the Loper-Bright should be used by OMB to place a check on out-of-control rulemaking. Mr. Vought and I also had a good discussion on the importance of responding to congressional letters and respecting whistleblowers. He not only agreed with me, but expressed interest in helping ensure timely responses to Congress and respect for whistleblowers as the norm across government agencies. I look forward to working with Mr. Vought to right-sizing the federal government. Now I'd like to take about 3 minutes for a little history. Today we're celebrating the birthday of our nation's 40th president, Ronald Reagan. He was born in a small second-story apartment above a tavern in Temple, Illinois, on February the 6th, 1911. After graduating from college and struggling to find a job in Illinois during the Depression, Reagan moved to Davenport, Iowa, where he landed a job at WOC Radio. He started off calling University of Iowa football games, quickly becoming the voice of Hawkeye football. Soon after, he moved to Des Moines to work for WHO Radio as a chief sports announcer, where he called Chicago games from the studio of that radio station. And if you know a history of that sort of a way of telling about baseball, you read off the teletype and tried to put in as much color as you could. In addition to baseball, Reagan called a variety of other sports, including basketball, boxing, and the prestigious Drake relays, and they still are a prestigious relay. It was also during this time that Reagan had the opportunity to call the 1933 World Series between the Cubs and the Washington Senators. During his time in Iowa, he improved his speaking skills, later gaining the title of, quote, unquote, the great communicator. For this senator, 1980 marked a turning point in our nation's history, a time when Americans demanded change. It was the year that Ronald Reagan was elected president, and I had the honor of being elected to the United States Senate. Reagan's 1980 campaign slogan, "Let's make America great again," reflected a call to restore confidence in the United States during a time of economic struggles, particularly high inflation, foreign policy failures, and widespread dissatisfaction with government leadership. Now, does that sound familiar? Much like Reagan's vision, President Trump aims to restore America's strength and leadership. President Trump is taking action to secure our southern border. I look forward to working alongside President Trump and his administration to continue the fight for a stronger, a safer, and a more prosperous America. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. President, as we gather here on the Senate floor, over at the U.S. Department of Treasury, Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, not elected by a single American, has gained access to the U.S. payment system, payments that go to about $2 trillion worth a year. He's gained access to the personal information of millions and millions of Americans, Social Security numbers, bank accounts, all sorts of sensitive information that we do not want to be shared. It compromises people's privacy. And that kind of scenario is playing out across the federal government. Elon Musk and his so-called DOGE boys are in many other departments. And every day that we wake up, we hear about another one. One department that we know they're in is the Department of State, and specifically USAID. Now, what we are witnessing here, Mr. President, is the result of the most corrupt bargain in American history. Because Elon Musk spent over $280 million to elect Donald Trump. And Donald Trump has handed the keys of the U.S. government over to Elon Musk. And damage is being done every day, and it is hurting the American people and the interests of the American people. I want to focus for now on the situation at the Agency for International Development, which has been a critical piece of our overall national security and foreign policy strategy. And AID has enjoyed bipartisan support in this body for its work for decades. And I want to thank the great patriots, the men and women who work for AID, for the important work they're doing for our country as we speak. But when President Trump turned the keys to the government over to Elon Musk began dismantling the Agency for International Development. Here's what he said in recent tweets about his plan to destroy USAID. Quote, "We spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. Could have gone to some great parties, but I did that instead," unquote. He said, this is Elon Musk, quote, "USAID is a criminal organization. Time for it to die," unquote. I think my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would be surprised to know that they've been supporting a criminal organization all these years by voting to support the Agency for International Development. And let's make no mistake that his effort to dismantle AID is a gift to our adversaries. It's a gift to China, it's a gift to Russia, and others who want to do us harm around the world. In fact, one of Putin's cronies immediately posted on X, quote, "Smart move by Elon Musk," unquote, referring to dismantling AID. So this is not America first. This is America in retreat. And it has nothing to do with government efficiency and everything to do with aiding and abetting our adversaries. In fact, Mr. President, I think you know this, when you talk to our military leaders, they will tell you that our investment in AID is an important component of our overall foreign policy and national security strategy. You know, we spend about 50% of our discretionary budget on defense, actually a little more than half of our discretionary budget on defense. We spend about 2% on AID, and in fact, if you look at our overall budget, it's 0.6% for AID. Now, having a strong military is important. We all agree. But in addition to demonstrating the power of our military, we've always worked to also demonstrate the power of our example. trying to work with people around the world to provide a little bit more opportunity, a little bit more stability, and yes, help stop diseases from spreading around the world. Poverty and violence and disease, they spread like fire. And if your neighbor's house is on fire, you don't build a wall, you go for water. When you have an outbreak of disease in one part of the world, like we saw Ebola in Africa, by helping stop the spread of diseases, of course we help people in other parts of the world, but we also save American lives when we prevent diseases from spreading elsewhere. And if the world doesn't trust America to help, and believe me, at this moment, they are doubting us, they will turn to China and Russia, and those adversaries will be itching to fill the vacuum. Now, Elon Musk's crusade against USAID is not only a security risk, it's also a purge of dedicated public servants who have committed their lives in service to the values our country holds dear. And thousands of AID employees have now been furloughed, many fired, and direct hires are being put on administrative leave. There's absolutely chaos in the AID system, and as Elon Musk said, he wanted to die, and that's what he's trying to accomplish. But for those men and women who serve our country as part of AID, they are being ordered to come home immediately. So thousands of our AID staff overseas were called back with just a few days' notice. Their kids are being pulled out of school in countries overseas. Many of them don't have homes to come back to at this moment. Could be homeless upon their return. And they're being ripped out of their lives where they're doing that important work for our country. Mr. President, USAID has more than 13,000 total employees worldwide. On Monday night, the email was sent out to all staff and then subsequently posted on USAID's website. You can go and look at it right now, telling all of them that they will be placed on administrative leave globally. Placed on administrative leave globally. This is absolutely cruel and an unnecessary infliction of punishment on Americans and others who've been our partners in this effort in supporting humanitarian causes and advancing U.S. priorities around the world. I'm hearing from many of these USAID employees, and what is really inspiring, at the same time it's heartbreaking, is they're not worried about themselves, but they are worried about the impact and cost and harm that will be done to the people that they're trying to help in places around the world. And Mr. President, what's happening here is just plain illegal. Now, Secretary Rubio said he wanted to give a waiver for all essential life-saving treatment. He said that on Wednesday. But the New York Times uncovered that no money has actually gone out. Money's still missing. And people are still in danger of imminent death. And even if the money got out the door, who is going to service it when everybody's been put on administrative leave, fired, or otherwise told not to show up to work? You know, I went down to the AID building on Monday when I heard what was happening, when I heard that Elon Musk told everybody not to come in to work, and really went up to the doors and asked if we could come in to talk to employees who might still be there. We were denied access. The folks there were told and instructed not to allow members of Congress to get into the building. You know, presidents are not kings, and you don't get to pick and choose what part of the law you decide to apply. And Elon Musk doesn't get to shut down the USAID operation legally. He may be a dictator at Tesla, and he may be playing one here in Washington, D.C., but he doesn't get to shred the law of the land. And that's why I'm expecting that in the coming days, just like we saw judges in Rhode Island and here in the District of Columbia issue temporary restraining orders on President Trump's effort to freeze important federal funds going to communities all over our country, that same argument will be used with respect to this illegal action and takeover of USAID. Mr. President, I want to close with this, because you would think that all of us, regardless of party, would want to stand up for the law, that we wouldn't want Elon Musk to be able to shred it unilaterally. And we got this letter from Secretary Rubio a few days ago, and clearly he's playing catch-up here. Clearly he's not in control of AID, even though it says that he's now taking control of the operations at USAID. Here's what the letter says. This letter provides notice and advises you of our intent to initiate consultations with you regarding the manner in which foreign aid is distributed around the world through the United States Agency for International Development. Consultations. He really should talk to Elon Musk, who's tweeting out that he's putting AID in the wood chipper and that he's killing AID. All of us are prepared to sit down for a conversation about how we can reform AID, if we want to better integrate it into our overall foreign policy operations. That is a matter for Congress to deliberate on in consultation with the State Department. But Secretary Rubio sent this down after the doors had been closed on AID. This is just a cover-up for the fact that he wasn't controlling what was going on. And I think as members of the Senate, we have an obligation, if we care at all about our lawmaking duties and care at all about whether or not when we appropriate funds for AID, they're actually spent, as we indicated, we all have an interest in making sure that this process operates in a legal way. And what Elon Musk is doing is flat out illegal. And if our colleagues won't join together on a bipartisan basis to do it, the courts are stepping in. But the courts shouldn't have to do our job. So I appeal to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, if you care about the Constitution, and if you care about Article 1, you should be rising up when Elon Musk is talking about putting AID through the wood chipper and saying it should die. I will be back a little later on the floor, Mr. President, to talk about Russ Vought's place and the role he plays in this operation. But for now, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, when I was growing up, I thought about foreign aid as helping people in foreign countries who needed food or shelter, who were struggling because their country was having a civil war and they'd been cut off from having clean water, enough food for their families, some place for shelter. I think that's what most Americans think foreign aid is, that we want to help people around the world because the United States is blessed. God has given us more than he's given most nations, and that we need to respond in ways that are helpful to our fellow man. But today, I hear my colleagues blaming a guy named Elon Musk for doing away with foreign aid. If anybody is to blame It's us. It's the Congress of the United States for taking our eye off the mission of our country to provide aid to those around the world who need it. Millions of taxpayer dollars are being wasted on left-wing pet projects that don't benefit us here at home, that actively work against our interests and do not help those in need around the world. I believe that American taxpayer dollars should be spent making lives better for Americans and better for those around the world who have far less than we have. You know, I've been talking about our national debt since I was first elected to Congress in 2009. At that time, our national debt was just turning over from $9 trillion to $10 trillion. I was apoplectic. How could we let our national debt get over $9 trillion? Mr. President, today our national debt is $36 trillion. That's absolutely inconceivable. It's inconceivable to the American people. It's certainly inconceivable to the people in my state. They want answers. They want to know, where's all this money going? That's why they elected Donald Trump. They didn't like seeing people come into our country illegally. They didn't like seeing inflation make their lives harder, make their family pay $1,000 to $1,500 more per month with no change in their lifestyle. Inflation is eating away at the lives of American people. They're working harder than ever, and their dollars going less far. So now we're talking about Elon Musk being to blame. I'm proud that President Trump chose to include Elon Musk in his administration, because President Trump is already getting results, the kind of results that the Congress has turned a blind eye towards. We all know that Washington is addicted to spending, and it isn't getting any better. For too long, my colleagues have had meltdowns anytime somebody suggests we should cut spending. But I'd always thought that we all agreed we need to take a look at some of the federal programs into which we're pouring taxpayer money. Well, thanks to President Trump, we finally had the opportunity to get started assessing what we're spending money on. And what we're finding in some instances is it's not very pretty. This week, we learned just how much USAID has been weaponized by the far left. They're pouring millions of taxpayer dollars into liberal programs and causes. And I'll bet some of these, even my colleagues on the left had no idea about. This is wildly out of keeping with stated American interests for how we will spend taxpayer dollars abroad. Here are some of the ways the last administration have wasted your money. More than $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. And just whose disinformation is it? I think that's probably in the eye of the beholder. $20 million for a new Sesame Street show in Iraq. $25 million for Deloitte to promote green transportation in the country of Georgia. Nearly $8 million to teach Sri Lankan journalists how to avoid, quote, binary gendered language. Binary gendered language in Sri Lanka? You've got to be kidding me. $5 million to Eco Health Alliance, one of the key NGOs, non-government organizations, funding bat virus research at the Wuhan lab. $20 million for a group related, by the way, to a key player in the Russiagate impeachment hoax. $1.5 million to rebuild the Cuban media ecosystem. $1.5 million on DEI programs in Serbia. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in Serbia. Mr. President, I could probably go on for another hour. President Trump isn't just talking about cleaning up the waste and abuse of your taxpayer dollars. His administration is doing something about it. These bureaucrats are accountable. They must be accountable. They have to be accountable to us, to Congress, to the American people. And President Trump is holding them accountable. Because of DOGE, which is led by Elon Musk, the Trump administration is taking action where Congress wouldn't uncover the waste, fraud, and abuse that's going on in our foreign aid programs. Thanks to DOGE, the Trump administration has already terminated some 36 contracts, saving taxpayers more than $165 million. The administration has canceled underutilized leases, saving taxpayers close to $50 million. That's after 2 weeks in office. This is just the first step towards reclaiming control of our government and our budget. And I would think my colleagues from all over the country, both parties, would be pleased that we're uncovering waste, fraud, and abuse. That's why the American people elected Donald Trump. President Trump and Elon Musk are threatening to turn off the DC spigot that's flowed taxpayer money into far-left organizations and causes. Now, I want to respond to some of the claims from my friends across the aisle, calling this a constitutional crisis. I'm grateful that Democrats realize that we are the Article I branch, and we control the power of the purse. I'm also happy to hear that most of us want to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And that's why I ask my colleagues to join us now. Regardless of party, regardless of state, join us now. We have a funding bill coming up and reconciliation. Let's work together and do our job, rooting out government waste and making real cuts during our appropriations process. I'm serious about this because the fiscal crisis before us could not be more serious. No nation has lasted very long when their debt exceeded 100% of GDP, but that's where we are. That's where we are today. It's time to act. We must clean up this debt and spending crisis. Our fiscal future is on an unsustainable path and a scary path, and everybody says that, including the chairman of the Federal Reserve. He says it's unsustainable. With higher interest costs and our record debt, we are in trouble. In 2024, the interest on the national debt was over $880 billion. That's more than we spend on defense or Medicaid. That number will only increase. Projections put interest payments on the national debt at more than $13 trillion over the next decade. That's $13 trillion that isn't going to further our interests, to help with foreign aid. It's not going to help our children. It's a debt burden on this entire nation. Rooting out wasteful spending should not be controversial. Every taxpayer should want their tax dollars to be spent wisely and on things that make our country stronger, our goals more closely held to heart around the world. But that hasn't been the case. What's been the response of some in the minority party regarding the disclosure of this wasteful spending? Instead of joining in a bipartisan effort to get our fiscal house in order, we're seeing protests. We're seeing Elon Musk demonized. It's starting to look like blaming Elon Musk is trying to change the subject, trying to blame Elon Musk for shining a light on Congress's wasteful spending. I'm sorry to see it, because it's beyond time to get serious about our national finances. The people of Wyoming are grateful. I hear it when I go home. I see it in their eyes. People will come up to me in the feed store, in the grocery store, and say they're grateful to President Trump for creating DOGE. They're grateful to the patriots working hard at DOGE to identify waste and fraud and abuse in these programs and to start the process of cutting reckless spending. So speaking on behalf of the people of Wyoming, I want to say thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for bringing in a group of people to help us shine a light on how we can make America better in just the way that the American people yearned for, wanted, expect, and celebrate. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
President.
Senator from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. President, earlier today I stood before this chamber to voice my concerns about Russel Vought, President Trump's nominee to lead the Office of Management and Budget. Russel Vought is an extremist, and allowing him to hold this position, a position that oversees the entire federal budget, would be nothing short of disaster. As one of the authors of Project 2025, Mr. Vought has made his extreme policy agenda very clear. And one of the key pieces of the Project 2025 agenda is illegally dismantling USAID. As we all know, the United States Agency for International Development, or USAID, has long been a cornerstone of America's foreign policy and national security. This agency has long enjoyed bipartisan support and works tirelessly to promote peace, security, and development around the world, all for less than 1% of our budget. By preventing conflicts that could threaten the U.S., responding to the spread of deadly pandemics, strengthening democracies, and improving economies, so we have new trade partners, USAID plays a critical role in advancing America's interests abroad. Through its programs, USAID has fostered strong partnerships with nations around the globe, and these partnerships have proven time and time again to be essential in maintaining our national security and, frankly, ensuring a safer, more prosperous world. Unfortunately, President Trump's recent illegal attempt to eliminate USAID without the approval of Congress, while simultaneously freezing almost all of foreign assistance, Well, to say it is deeply concerning, that is an understatement. These moves, well, they undermine key components of our nation's foreign policy. And we can't afford to allow the reckless shuttering of USAID to take place. The consequences of such actions would be grave. You know, our national security, it depends on our support of diplomacy, our support of defense, and our support of development around the world. And abandoning these priorities would have dangerous and long-term implications. At this moment, when America needs to demonstrate strength on the global stage, we are opening the doors for our adversaries, like Vladimir Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, and even violent extremists to step in and seize the opportunity to advance their own interests. Well, at whose expense? At our expense, at your expense. And as Russia and China have shown time and time again, they are ready and waiting to fill the vacuum left by strong American leadership. So let me be clear. Donald Trump's attempt to eliminate USAID doesn't make us stronger, doesn't make us safer, doesn't put America first. In fact, it puts America last by forcing us to retreat from the world stage. Puts America last. And we can't simply allow this to happen. And that's why I'm committed, alongside my colleagues, to stopping this reckless and illegal attempt to get rid of USAID. Our global leadership, it's not just a matter of pride. It's a matter of our own security. And as we face the challenges of a changing world, it's more important than ever before that the United States, well, that we remain at the forefront of international development and humanitarian assistance. And this isn't possible without USAID. I can't say this strongly enough. We cannot afford to retreat into isolation. We cannot afford to let adversaries fill the void that we will leave behind. So we must fight to protect the work of USAID and make sure that the United States' influence remains strong, that the United States as a nation, our commitment to global peace and security endures, and that America's leadership continues to shine brightly on the world stage. Our nation will be stronger and more secure by doing so. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Senator from Maine is recognized.
We all began our careers here with the following words. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. When each of us arrived here in the Senate, we took this oath to support and defend the Constitution, and as it says, against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I think it's interesting that the framers conceived that there might be domestic enemies to the Constitution. Our oath was not to the Republican Party, not to the Democratic Party, not to Joe Biden, not to Donald Trump, but our oath was to defend the Constitution. And right now, literally at this moment, that Constitution is under the most direct and consequential assault in our nation's history. An assault not on a particular provision, but on the essential structure of the document itself. It's hard to grasp what is happening because of all the events that are swirling around us over the last several weeks. It's happening so fast, coming from so many different quarters and so many different actors. It's hard to get a picture of what's really happening fundamentally. But this is an assault, and how we respond to it will define our life's work, our place in history, and the future of our country. None of us will ever face a greater challenge. Before we get to the challenge, however, I think it's important to ask why we have a Constitution in the first place, why ours has, so far, stood the test of time. The answer to the first question, why have a Constitution in the first place, is contained in the preamble. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, there's number one, establish justice, number two, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution of the United States of America. These are the basic purposes. If you want to know what the Constitution's for, there it is. There's the list. Ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, ensure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. But there's a paradox at the heart of the creation of any government, whether it's here or anywhere else on earth and anywhere else in history. There's a paradox built in because the essence of creating government is to give it power, give it our power, in order to look after us, in order to provide for the common defense, to ensure domestic tranquility, to provide justice to our people. In other words, we're giving our power to this separate entity. But we have to do so with the realization that the power that's being given has the potential to be abused. In other words, how do we give power to this entity, this government, and ensure that the government itself doesn't use that power to abuse us as citizens? This is a question at the heart of all political discussion throughout history. The Romans even had a question that captured it. The question was, quis custodiet ipsos custodes? It means, who will guard the guardians? Who will guard those who we have given power to guard us? It's a fundamental question that's confronted every society and every government throughout history. Madison put it this way, and by the way, he used a gender-specific term. I suspect if he were writing today, it would be more broadly phrased, but here's what Madison said in the 51st Federalist. If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. But in framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed. That's the function. And in the next place, oblige it to control itself. Our framers understood this. They were deep students of history and also human nature. And they had just won a lengthy and brutal war against the abuses inherent in concentrated governmental power. George III. The universal principle of human nature they understood was this: power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's a universal principle all over the world throughout history. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So how did they answer the question? How did they answer the question, who will guard the guardians? They answered it by building into the basic structure of our government two essential safeguards. One was regular elections. In other words, returning the control of the government to the people on regular scheduled elections. By the way, this is what we learned in 6th grade, checks and balances. But the other piece that's built into our system that's the other essential safeguard is the deliberate division of power between the branches and levels of government. This is important, Mr. President. The cumbersomeness, the slowness, the clumsiness is built into our system. The framers were so fearful of concentrated power that they designed a system that would be hard to operate. And the heart of it was the separation of power between various parts of the government. The whole idea was that no part of the government, no one person, no one institution had or could ever have a monopoly on power. Why? because it's dangerous. History and human nature tells us that. This division of power, as annoying and inefficient as it can be, particularly to the executive, I know because I used to be a governor, is an essential feature of the system, not a bug. It's an essential, basic feature of the system designed to protect our freedoms. Now, this contrasts with the normal structure of a private business, where authority is purposefully concentrated, allowing swift and sometimes arbitrary action. But a private business does not have the army. And the President of the United States is not the CEO of America. Power is shared, principally between the President and this body, this Congress, both houses. In fact, this herky-jerky structure of checks and balances, vetoes, two houses, jurisdiction left to the states, the war power divided between the President and the Congress, this unwieldy structure is the whole idea. No one has or should ever have all the power. So the concern I'm raising today isn't some academic exercise or manifestation of political jealousy or abstract institutional loyalty. It's the guts of the system, designed to protect us from the inevitable, and I mean inevitable, abuse of an authoritarian state. The inevitable abuse of an authoritarian state. It's the guts of our protection. In fact, this clumsy system is the mainspring of our freedom. And by the way, it's worked so far, and distinguishes us from the historical norm. We have to understand, we are an anomaly in history. The historical norm is pharaohs, kings, dictators, emperors, presidents for life. But the fact that we are such an anomaly, and we've seen in our lifetimes other governments, other systems based upon ours slip into authoritarianism and dictatorship, tells us how fragile what we have is. What we have in this country is an anomaly in history, and it's fragile, and it needs to be, must be protected from generation to generation. This makes this moment all the more urgent and portentous. Now, the nominee before us today is one of the ringleaders of this assault, one of the ringleaders of the assault on our Constitution. He believes in a presidency of virtually unlimited powers. He's written extensively about this, and explicitly rejects, for example, the exclusive power of Congress to authorize and appropriate funds for the operation of the government. He espouses the discredited and illegal theory that the president has the power to selectively impound funds appropriated by Congress, thereby rendering the famous power of the purse a nullity. This is what I'm talking about, Mr. President. I'm not talking about the specifics, and I will touch on AID and other issues, but what I'm really worried about are the implications, the structural implications for our freedom and our government of what's happening here. We have to keep our eye on the big picture, not all the confusion and smoke that's going on over the last couple of weeks. Mr. Vought is one of the principal authors of the infamous Project 2025, which the president strangely hadn't heard of during the campaign, but now seems to be the essential guideline for his presidency. Project 2025 is nothing less than a blueprint for the shredding of the Constitution and the transition of our country to authoritarian rule. He's the last person who should be put in a job at the heart of the operation of our government. Again, this isn't about politics. This isn't about policy. This isn't about Republican versus Democrat. This is about tampering with the structure of our government, which will ultimately undermine its ability to protect the freedom of our citizens. If our defense of the Constitution is gone, there's nothing left to us. Sir Thomas More said, I expected you to betray me, Richard, but for whales, we should not betray the Constitution for a temporary expedient because we don't like this or that agency. Now I want to speak to my Republican colleagues. It is your constitutional prerogative to confirm this nominee and any others. I do not question that right, only it's wisdom. And this nominee is a place to say no to the undermining and destruction of our constitutional system. But don't stand aside in the midst of these confirmations, ill-considered foreign policy pronouncements, flood of executive orders, none of which, by the way, will do a thing about the price of eggs, the cost of housing, the availability of childcare. Don't get caught up in all of that and ignore the steady and not so slow usurpation of congressional authority and fundamental alteration of the framers' scheme. My colleague who preceded me, speaking from the Republican side of the aisle, bemoaned Congress's lack of oversight and praised Elon Musk for doing what Congress should have done. Maybe she's right and Congress should have done it, and we should do it, but not give away that power, which will never come back. Once this door is open, it's going to be very difficult to close it again, no matter who the president is, no matter who's in charge. To my colleagues, are there no red lines? Are there no limits? Just in the past 10 days, we've seen the literal destruction of a statutorily, I emphasize that word, statutorily established and funded federal agency by people ostensibly working for the president under vague authority, no transparency, and certainly no guidance from the Congress. Did they come to the Foreign Relations Committee and say, what do you think about AID? Are there parts of it we should work with and there are parts of it that could be reformed? No, there was zero. This small group, and we don't know who they are, but this small group, apparently it's reported in their 20s, have no experience with government, no experience with foreign aid, no experience with the operation of the United States government. But they're making basically policy decisions and constitutional decisions. The Constitution does not give to the president or his designee the power to extinguish a statutorily established agency. I can think of no greater violation of the strictures of the Constitution or usurpation of the power of this body. None. I can think of none. Shouldn't this be a red line? And by the way, I find it especially galling to read the sneering comment from the richest man in the world. The quote, we spent the weekend feeding USAID into the chipper, describing an action that will literally take food from the mouths of starving children. Forget red lines. Do we have no decency? And then there is the executive order freezing funding, again, selectively for programs the administration doesn't like or understand. I mentioned that I was a former governor. I would have loved to have had this power. But it's a fundamental violation of the whole idea of the Constitution, the separation of powers. To say that the executive, you can pick and choose which laws you like, which funding programs you like, the level of funding, you can impound if you don't want to spend it. Richard Nixon tried to do that. He was rebuffed by the Congress, who passed a specific statute, no impoundments. In addition to the chaos, the uncertainty, and the demonstrable damage, which my colleagues have been outlining all day brilliantly, there's nothing theoretical about cutting off funding to a rural health clinic, for example, or support for small farmers or grants to your fire department. But getting away from those specifics, and it's easy to get pulled into those, and my office is hearing calls every day, we can hardly handle the volume. This, again, to underline, is a frontal assault of our power, your power, the power to decide where public funds should be spent. Isn't this an obvious red line? Isn't this an obvious limit? Or finally, and I've just sort of picked a few examples, but My final example is the power seemingly assumed by DOGE to burrow into the Treasury's payment system, the Office of Personnel Management, and now CMS for undefined purposes, zero oversight, which raises questions up to and including threats to national security. Do these people have clearance? Are the doors closed? Are they going to leave open doors into these? What are the opportunities for our adversaries to hack into the systems? We're already under unprecedented cyber attack, and we're opening doors. Although it's impossible to determine what they are taking, remember, there's no transparency or oversight. Access to Social Security numbers seem to be in the mix. All the government's personnel files, personal financial data, potentially everyone's tax returns and medical records. That can't be good. That can't be good. That's data that should be protected with the highest level of security and consideration of Americans' privacy. And we don't know who these people are. We don't know what they're taking out with them. We don't know whether they're walking out with laptops or thumb drives. We don't know whether they're leaving back doors into the system. There is literally no oversight. The government of the United States is not a private company. It is fundamentally at odds with how this system is supposed to work. Shouldn't this be an easy red line? In short, Mr. President, we're experiencing in real time exactly what the framers most feared. When you clear away the smoke, clear away the DOGE, the executive orders, foreign policy pronouncements, more fundamentally, what's happening is the shredding of the constitutional structure itself. And we have a profound responsibility, it seems to be, based on that pesky oath that we all took, to stop it. To stop it. We can, if the Republican members want to appoint Mr. Vought, okay, that's fine. But it's not fine, it's terrible, but that's their right. But stop what's going on in terms of altering how our government is supposed to fundamentally function to protect our people. The power of the majority is with you, my Republican colleagues. Together, we have the power to right the balance, to reclaim the authority we thought was inherent in our jobs, and in the process, save our country. At a prior time of crisis, Abraham Lincoln came here. December 2nd, 1862, and he defined the stakes for all of us. Fellow citizens, we cannot escape history. We of this Congress and this administration, this could have been written yesterday, we of this Congress and this administration will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare one or another of us. We will be written down through history. We will be lit through history in honor or dishonor to the latest generation. I would suggest, Mr. President, that the red line should be the Constitution of the United States. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this week's been interesting as I've seen some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth and all the horrible things that are going to come before us. And it reminded me of a book that I used as a basis for management consulting training back in 1998. It was called Who Moved My Cheese? It's a story about two mice and two small people in a maze. The mice are named Sniff and Scurry, and the two little people are Hem and Haw. And it's only about a 100-page book. But the premise of the book is the cheese was moved in the maze, and the challenge was to figure out where the food source was. Well, Sniff and Scurry, the mice, actually did a pretty good job fairly quickly to kind of move where the cheese was and deal with the status quo. But Hem and Haw really had more challenges. And I think we've got some hemming and hawing going on here in Washington right now because they just don't understand business practices that we're trying to apply to government that have never been applied at scale before. And I decided that I would give you an idea because a lot of people think that Elon Musk is off the chain and causing all kinds of havoc. I haven't seen that yet. As a matter of fact, if time allows, I'm going to talk a little bit about the narrative this week over the payment system and all the detailed payment data that supposedly got out, which is patently untrue, contrary to what press reports have said. But I thought I'd start with the story of SpaceX. When Elon Musk decided to invest in and create SpaceX, he did something that has never been done before in this industry. He decided that instead of doing what the old players do, which is to be perfect, never launch a rocket until you're absolutely certain that that mission can be accomplished, he decided that you can learn from failure. This is actually a social media post of one of his first launches where the booster failed to come back to Earth. His immediate response, whether it was either his instincts or really good communications people, his immediate response was a social media post that said, "Great launch, unscheduled RUD, R-U-D, which is rapid unscheduled disassembly." So he was telling his shareholders and the people that have invested in SpaceX, it happened, it on its face looked like a disaster, but in fact, it was being willing to fail, provided that human life was not at risk. That being willing to fail is how you accelerate and you bypass everybody who has a partnership with the federal government. You get through all of that, and now you have the premier launch platform. While all the other competitors have been working on it for years or decades, because he understands the concept that I understand in business, where I've spent most of my life, that you learn from failure if you know how to measure it and you're responsive and resilient. Now, when I advise clients on enterprise transformation, we'd push the envelope, we'd pull back if we thought it was a market reputation risk, et cetera, business risk. So I believe that we need to do more of this, but we have to have guardrails, clearly. Now, there are just people that they just can't figure out where the cheese is. Now, if I just go back to the one area on payments, I have to admit, when I first heard about the payments information with read-only access being provided to someone who may be technically a government employee, but not a career government employee, it did give me concern. So I had my staff dig into it, and since then, the administration has put out a fact sheet that anybody who is concerned about what's happening in the payments platform should look at it. They're not looking at detailed payment data. What they're looking at is the way payments are processed to determine whether or not there's an opportunity to do it more efficiently, more cost-effectively, and leave more money in the U.S. Treasury as a result. Maybe more money that we can use to retire our debt. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. People said they're getting top secret information and confidential information they shouldn't have. I asked a specific question. I've been assured if there's any classified information, that the only ones who are going to see it are people that already have the appropriate clearances. And I've also been assured that there's no confidential information being passed. So I would defy those in the press, or maybe some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm all about facts here. If I've established no reputation in the U.S. Senate, it's that I am tedious and I complete my due diligence. I went to the administration, I asked these questions, and I believe we're dealing with a false narrative because people don't want to know where the cheese has been moved. They've got to get used to change. I've been in the U.S. Senate for 10 years. I am sick of saying Medicare has to get better. I am sick of saying Medicaid has to get better. I am sick of saying we are not getting people more healthy on Medicaid today. I'm sick of hearing people say that on both sides of the aisles, folks. So if we don't take some calculated risk, then we're going to be talking about the same sort of vexing issues 10 years from now. And so I would ask everybody to reject this narrative. We're going too fast, too soon, too many things on the line. And let's get to specific examples. I've used the example that's dominated the press this week to determine that most of what's being said is a red herring to take the president, and in this case, Elon Musk, off of the trail of trying to find efficiencies. You got facts to dispute that? Come to the Senate floor, I can learn from it. But stop creating a false narrative because you don't want to go through change. Because you want to continue to establish and follow the status quo, which is failing the American people and failing to fulfill promises that I've heard people make for the last decade. So, Mr. President, I come here to say, I also shared a story. I had a friend of Greek ancestry call me this week and say, what's going on with Mr. Musk? Well, I will say that Mr. Musk has put out some social media posts that are incorrect. He actually is one of the reasons why we're having to complete this due diligence, because he was talking about looking at payment data versus having professionals who are, some of them career personnel, looking at source code to figure out how to make it better. So he probably needs to tighten it up. But my Greek friend told me what I thought about all this stuff. And I said, I think the president has enabled Mr. Musk and other people a lot like Icarus's father provided him with wings. They were made of wax and feathers. And if you know the mythology, the idea was for Icarus to fly and never go so low as to drown in the sea, but never go so high as to have his wings melted, his feathers float away, and ultimately drown in the sea. So to those who are looking at all of this in a way that I am, I want that sweet spot. I want those who are looking at government efficiencies to understand the rules. They need to understand confidentiality, national security, and when lives are on the line. So when we're talking about DOD, we're talking about the intel community, Foreign Service, you need adult supervision in the room to make absolutely certain we don't compromise or put those men and women in danger. But in the meantime, if we really want to force change, if we really want to fulfill the promises that we made to the American people when we took control of Washington, then we have to get people comfortable with change. And we have to start fulfilling promises, some of the big promises that for the 10 years I've been here, I've heard it every year, and we haven't made appreciable progress. So if the American people are patient, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will present facts, not innuendo, that could be politically motivated at best, or just bad information at worst, then we can get through this and we can go do right by the American people as a result. Thank you, Mr. President.
I got no speech. I recognize the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, after hours and hours of arguments from my Democratic colleagues, not because I woke up this morning with a strong desire to hear my own voice for as long as I could on the Senate floor, but I am here because decades before I ever considered a career in politics, when I was just starting out in the Army, I raised my right hand and took an oath. I swore to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. I vow to protect our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And in this moment, at this precipice in our country, I need to make good on that promise. Because in the just 18 days since Donald Trump was inaugurated, we have witnessed an all-out assault on the system of checks and balances that our government was founded upon. We have seen the president both overreach and underdeliver, proving through executive orders and Twitter marching orders that he cares more about the billionaires who belong to Mar-a-Lago than the middle-class folks he pretended to care about on the campaign trail. Look, 250 years ago this April, a few brave patriots grabbed their muskets and risked their lives at Lexington and Concord, sacrificing for a country that was still more of an ideal than actual reality. They did so because they could no longer stand living under a tyrannical leader. They did so because they had dreamt up the notion of a government of, by, and for the people, and they knew that a system based on checks and balances was the best way to keep this nation's leaders from turning into the very kind of tyrant they'd fled England to escape. A system of checks and balances. Well, 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks into Trump's America, the only checks I see are the ones going into the pockets of Trump's rich friends. The only balance I see is Trump's balancing act between ripping off the middle class and endangering our national security. Our system of government is being eroded before our eyes. It's being perverted to work for the few, the billionaires, rather than the many, the people. And it is sickening to see so many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle put their hands over their eyes and pretend they don't see what's happening. They are refusing to speak up as our president turns into more of a despot every day, as his power grabs get more extreme, more insidious, more cruel. Even if we took the full 30 hours of debate on this nomination, I don't think we could get through all the ways that Trump's absolute disregard for the rule of law over the past 2 weeks has already harmed America and Americans. But let me use my time to try. Last week, news broke that Trump had declared a blanket freeze on all federal grants, ignoring the fact that Congress had already appropriated those funds, ignoring that he point blank did not have the authority to do so, ignoring that his action would and already has hurt countless folks who rely on these grants for their most basic needs. President Trump may think that he owned the libs by causing havoc in our federal government, but what he's really done is create a reality where his own voters who depend on groups like Meals on Wheels are not sure how they're going to put food on the table next week. He may think he destroyed woke culture with this freeze, but no, he didn't. Instead, he manufactured a crisis that has left that single mom working a double shift in a South Side nursing home unsure whether her Medicaid will be stripped away in the dark of night. He's created a crisis that has left veterans wondering if they'll be able to access the benefits they earned with the blood they were brave enough to shed for our country. He's fabricated a nightmarish reality where homeless shelters might have to close their doors and turn back onto the streets the very at-risk teenagers who rely on their care. Listen, when I was in high school, my family struggled. My dad lost his job and was unemployed for 4 to 5 years. We eventually ran through all of our savings, and we ended up with no money, and some days we had no food. I still remember going to the grocery store and counting out our last 5 $1 food stamps to buy as much bread and bologna as possible, then praying we'd have enough to last the week. I still remember fainting from hunger in my high school English class, waking up on the floor, disoriented, not knowing what had happened. I still remember the hours my dad spent walking from payphone to payphone, hoping to find 10 cents at a time so that he could find enough so that my brother and I could each get 50 cents to buy lunch and breakfast at school that next afternoon. A lot of times, that 25-cent hot lunch at school was the only meal I could count on for that entire day. So as a former hungry kid, and now as a mom of 2 little girls, I cannot imagine the pain of parents who rely on school meals to feed their own kids and who are now terrified that Trump's vanity project of a federal freeze will force their 5-year-old to go hungry as the Grandstead Fund cafeteria meal programs may now get gutted. Shame on Donald Trump. And shame on Republicans who can't seem to find the ounce of courage necessary to stand up and say what all of us in this chamber so obviously know, that this is wrong, that this is outrageous, and that this is a wild, unlawful abuse of power. But Trump didn't stop with the grant freeze. Last weekend, he gave Elon Musk, the world's richest person, someone not elected by the people of the United States of America, the power to cut off aid from the world's most vulnerable people. He gave him the authority to dismantle an entire agency in one illegal, fell swoop. Together, they are now actively gutting USAID, completely undermining the United States' national security and global standing, knowingly, intentionally jeopardizing the safety of countless innocent people worldwide who rely on the organization for humanitarian assistance. Now, bad actors in the Communist People's Republic of China and Russia will be able to step in to fill the leadership vacuum that Trump created, forcing folks in need across the world to turn to our adversaries and not us for help. Let me be clear. USAID is an organization dedicated to doing good around the globe, but the good that it does also has a direct, tangible impact on the safety and economic security of families right here at home in the United States. It is an organization that helps allies detect fentanyl, in part so we can stop it before that fentanyl comes across our own borders. It's an organization that helps feed starving families worldwide, but it does so using $2 billion of food purchased from American farmers, with the paychecks going into their red, white, and blue pockets so they can keep their family farms for yet another generation. It is an organization that helps stop global pandemics. And it's an organization that works to make sure that the poorest children in the poorest countries don't die from drinking dirty water. A mission that also happens to be critical to our national strength, as when countries experience water insecurity, they're more likely to undergo political instability as well. And that increases the odds that their governments fail and power falls into the wrong hands, leading into a sequence of events that often ends up with the kind of immigration crisis we're already facing at our border. I know there is waste, fraud, and abuse in our government, and I am all for rooting that out. In fact, I've written and passed legislation that has successfully done just that. But eliminating an entire agency with such vital missions is not the way to go about this. USAID makes up just 1% of our federal budget, and these short-sighted cuts will end up costing the American taxpayer even more in the long term, as there will be more global instability, more migration crises, more pandemics to contend with as a result of this frankly idiotic decision. It's ironic. The guy charged with making our government more efficient is making it more costly and more chaotic. Case in point, he's threatening to use American troops to bring home USAID workers if they don't leave their overseas posts in the next 30 days, a move that in itself would cost Americans an estimated $100 million. That's Elon Musk spending $100 million more dollars, not saving it. Elon Musk is unelected, unvetted, and unqualified. He does not have the legal authority to dismantle entire agencies. Yet, in Trump's America, he's almost a co-equal president. And the size of his bank account and how far he is willing to bend the knee is enough for our president to bestow on him unchecked power. Musk is willing to bow down to Trump's throne made of fool's gold and false promises. So in return, Elon gets to run wild, run rampant. He, for some reason, gets to have full access to Americans' social security numbers and veterans' personal information. For what reason? No one knows, and all of us should fear. He gets to hijack our systems to enrich himself rather than the middle class. He gets to stomp on those in need, then fire anyone who dares to stand up for what's right or what's legal. Trump and Musk are not bringing back the good old days of Ronald Reagan. Reagan believed in international aid. Reagan is the one whose name is on the front of USAID's building. They aren't making America great, they're making it authoritarian. And we should all be asking ourselves, if we let them gut USAID, then what is next? The answer is the Department of Education, and then your Social Security, your Medicaid, the things that you and your families need to get by are right behind on their list to take out. Look, Trump ran his campaign on the idea of lowering costs for the middle class. I support lowering costs in the middle class. He said he'd reverse inflation on day one. I would love to see him reverse inflation on day one, or whatever day we're on now. Well, day one has come and gone, so has day 2, day 3, day 4. Here we are, weeks in, and all he's done is break his campaign promises and then take actions that have hurt everyday Americans to help his rich buddies afford yet another private jet. Under his wide stewardship, egg prices have actually skyrocketed. Inflation remains sky high. A needless trade war seems to be getting closer every day, which could raise the price of gas and groceries even further. And all of us are in greater danger from bad actors the world over. Enough is enough. Enough was enough a long time ago. Donald Trump is unchecked. The scales of our government have become unbalanced. Every day, those scales tip more and more away from serving the needs of the working class and toward feeding the greed of the billionaires who pal around with the president on his golf course. It was Ronald Reagan who once said, and I quote, "The genius of our constitutional system is its recognition that no one branch of government alone could be relied on to preserve our freedoms. The great safeguard of our liberty is the totality of the constitutional system with no one part getting the upper hand." Reagan also described the Constitution as, and I quote, a covenant that he said, "We have made not only with ourselves, but with all of mankind," end quote. So today I am asking my Republican colleagues to honor the covenant so cherished by their own conservative hero, Ronald Reagan. I am asking them to heed his words, to heed his warning, to heed his plea to us all. Under Donald Trump, our government is not of, by, or for the people. It is of, by, and for the people with the deepest pockets. E pluribus unum, out of many one, is supposed to signify the strength of our nation, the solidarity of our nation. Do not let Donald Trump pervert it to mean that out of the many people, he and his buddies are the only ones who matter. To my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, all I'm asking you to do today is the jobs you were elected to do. All I am begging for is that you make good on the oath you took when you were first sworn into this chamber to support and defend our Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Trump is acting as if he believes that the Constitution is just an old, yellowing piece of paper that he can crumble up at his will. My colleagues, you know better, and you know your constituents deserve better. Please find the courage to stand up and say so. It's the least each of us can do for the country that we are lucky enough to have been elected to protect. You can do that today by voting no on Trump's latest unqualified, unfit cabinet nominee, Russel Vought, a man who doesn't even care to hide that he will happily rubber stamp Trump's worst instincts. Now, I'd like to take some time to illustrate the very real impact that Trump's illegal actions have already had on the middle-class Americans. And I want to begin by reading some of the many, many letters I've received over the past few weeks from my constituents in Illinois. First, let's start with Trump's federal funding freeze. Here is a message we received from Metro Chicago's YWCA, an organization that supports the delivery of over $10 million worth in Head Start funding to child care providers. Taking funding away from our child care providers and families is both cruel and counterproductive. It hurts our families, our businesses, and our economy. This is what the YWCA said. YWCA Metropolitan Chicago partners with 19 child care center providers to enroll 621 children in the Head Start and Early Head Start program. Many of these centers are mom and pop small businesses. Due to the callous and irresponsible federal funding freeze yesterday, YWCA was unable to access the payment portal for these critical programs for several hours. They heard our child care centers across the service population were frozen out from receiving direct payments as well. Payments these centers depend on to make payroll, feed children, and provide other resources to children and parents. Child care centers in Illinois are scared. Child care centers across the country are scared. The child care businesses that YWCA serves typically survive on profit margins of less than 1%. Wages are astonishingly low, with child care workers making less than 98% of the nation's other workers. They don't have the funds to float their employees while the president attempts to threaten our national security and deny resources for states, localities, American families, and businesses. The harm has already been done even with that temporary funding freeze, and it cannot be undone. The at-risk children of the YWCA serves with Head Start and Early Head Start funds include those living in poverty, children in foster care, children experiencing homelessness, people of color, and children with disabilities. Their parents and caregivers are hardworking taxpayer Americans. When they don't have access to quality child care, the Federal Reserve tells us that child care problems are the main barrier to job seeking, the main reason for missed work, and the main reason for part-time work. Next, I received several messages from my constituents after they were locked out of their Medicaid accounts in the aftermath of Trump's illegal federal freeze. Here's what Medicaid means for them. From a single mom in Central Illinois. Medicaid provides a quality of life for my disabled son, including many services and support that I, as a single parent of over 25 years, would not be able to provide for him otherwise. From a parent in Southern Illinois. Alex's genetic disability requires many doctor's visits and tests and medication. She also requires physical therapy and occupational therapy. She will always require a caregiver. Medicaid provides caregivers. In the future, Medicaid will provide day programs when I am not physically able to care for her and her brother becomes her guardian. Medicaid provides for needs now so she can have a good life and will provide for her needs in the future. As a parent of a child with a disability, this relieves our stress. As a parent who won't live forever, it gives us peace of mind to know she has these services to live a fulfilling life. From a parent in Newton, Illinois, Medicaid has been a lifeline for our family for the past 2 years. My daughter has a rare condition called Aicardi syndrome. She suffers from a whole slew of medical issues. Medicaid pays for nursing that our primary insurance does not cover. The state allows me to be paid as her nurse, so we are able to financially pay for our daily needs, home and wheelchair van to transport our daughters. Without Medicaid, we would not have access to medications, equipment, supplies, and nursing. These are the things that keep my daughter alive. From a parent in Chicago, my child has a rare genetic disorder. She is medically fragile and technology dependent. She requires 24 hours care and is unable to do anything for herself. Medicaid allows my family to survive financially by covering all of the health-related costs. Without Medicaid, we would drown in debt and my daughter would have to live in a hospital, costing the taxpayers even more money. From a parent in Elburn, Illinois, Medicaid helps me to care for my daughter at home where she belongs. It provides for critical support that Ava needs, ventilator care, nursing, and medical supplies, so she can grow, learn, and thrive with her family. Without Medicaid and the MFTD waiver, keeping Ava home would not be possible. It allows us to give her every opportunity to reach her full potential while keeping our family together. Medicaid isn't just a program, it's a lifeline for families like ours. Now, I'd like to read some messages from some of the healthcare providers, researchers, and patients in my state who are worried about how the Trump freeze will impact their lives. One constituent said, "I am a cancer survivor, thanks to research into early detection of and into the treatment of cancer. Currently, I have a friend who is at Vanderbilt Medical Center for the treatment of his leukemia. I have another friend who is undergoing chemo for blood cancer and will go to Vanderbilt for a months-long treatment in May. Reports say that all communications and grant reviews, as well as all cancer research or trials, have been stopped by the Trump administration, and I ask you to do everything in your power to restart the cancer research and trials so that lives are not lost. Thank you for your help." Another emailed me, "My uncle has a genetic disorder. My cousins have a 50-50 chance of having some issue. My uncle has been in several studies at WashU in St. Louis, Missouri. They are working to identify what causes this gene and then consequently how to treat it. The new administration has halted all meetings and grant reviews by the NIH. This funding is vital, capitalized vital, to researching what causes and how to treat so many diseases, including the one my uncle is suffering from. Please push to fully fund the NIH so that we can continue to research and treat terrible diseases that could impact all of us and our families. Next, here's a message I received about how the Trump freeze could hurt staff, researchers, and students at Southern Illinois University. Southern Illinois University estimates that they have approximately 550 employees who are paid fully or partially through federal dollars. A pause in funding in the programs they lead and research, and the research that they perform in important areas like treating and preventing Alzheimer's disease or ensuring that the food we eat is safe to consume, would keep them from earning a salary to support their families. The TRIO Upward Bound program in East St. Louis currently serves 225 participants between both programs, the majority of whom come from low-income, first-generation, college-bound families. These students already face significant challenges, including academic barriers, limited access to resources, and a lack of college preparation support. Any freeze in the federal funding will stop the university's ability to effectively assist them in overcoming these obstacles. The Upward Bound program plays a crucial role in preparing students for college, providing tutoring, college admissions guidance, and mentorship, which were at risk due to the funding freeze. Additionally, our dedicated staff who work tirelessly to support these students face uncertainty regarding their employment. This disruption also affects our broader community, as our program serves as a vital resource for encouraging educational advancement and economic mobility. Next, here's an excerpt from an email I got from Ignite Promise, a Chicago nonprofit serving homeless youth in the immediate aftermath of the Trump freeze. The nonprofit had to reach into their own wallet to keep up their work. They said that the freeze turned their sector, and I quote, upside down. This is their message to me. Thankfully, we were able to carry out our commitments to youth over the last 24 hours because we have a small funding reserve. However, if this is not resolved, these are direct services Ignite offers to youth that are at risk. Essential mental health services and housing for over 500 young people throughout our programs. Youth ages 14 to 17 who are victims of trafficking will lose access to our 24/7 shelter. Young people at the greatest risk of harm will lose access to a 24/7 crisis hotline. This freeze turned our sector upside down and shifted over 100 providers in our COC to rush into emergency mode. And the most devastating effect was the fear youth experience, assuming their safe and stable supports were going away, and insecurity our hardworking staff felt for their employment. Now I'd like to share a message we received from Beyond Legal Aid Chicago after they learned Trump's freeze would impact their work as a nonprofit that provides legal services to underserved communities and veterans throughout the city of Chicago. Their message reads, first, when the freeze went into place, the notice of funding opportunity for homeless veterans legal services was put on hold. Without that funding, we will be unable to serve veterans in getting access to the benefits like the ones featured in this story. Our client was a 57-year-old veteran suffering from service-connected disabilities faced challenges navigating the VA system. His efforts for a disability upgrade had been denied, preventing him and his family from accessing critically needed support. He met our staff at one of our veterans' legal clinics. With our legal advocacy, he was actually successfully upgraded to 100% and total disability status. He is now protected from a rating reduction by the VA. We raised his monthly benefits. He is now entitled to an additional benefits, DEA, CHAP VA for spouse and children, no cost for VA health care, VA dental care, and a DOD ID card for him and his family to access basis. His children are now eligible for education assistance up to $107,136 for their college education. This family's financial situation was stabilized solidly, keeping them in the middle class by recognizing that what this veteran's services cost him. In 2024, using federal funding, we were able to work in partnership with a home ownership preservation organization in the south suburbs to save 64 homes from a foreclosure. That's 64 families who now have $19 million plus in preserved home value and can pass along the homes to the next generation. Our legal work saved 64 families from homelessness. Without federal funding that supported that work, those homes would likely have been lost and those families would have faced housing instability. Over the course of our 3-year OVW legal assistance for victims, which we received through the Department of Justice, was the principal funding source for our work serving 286 survivors of sexual assault. They say further that all of that work and more is funded directly by non-LSC federal grants, all of which was subject to Donald Trump's freeze. Trump's freeze even impacted members of law enforcement in Illinois. Trump loves to say that he backs the blue and that Democrats want to defund the police, but in reality, it's his actions that are taking money away from our law enforcement officers and public safety, not to mention him pardoning January 6 people from January 6 who actually assaulted the blue, our campus police officers. In the aftermath of Trump's freeze, police departments reached out saying that their high-intensity drug trafficking area, the HITA offices, were notified that they may lose funding. The High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program provides support for law enforcement agencies operating in areas determined to be critical drug trafficking regions across the United States. Illinois is part of two of these regions. They provide crucial assistance, especially to rural agencies, to combat gangs, cartels, and the proliferation of fentanyl in our communities, as well as those that surround us in places like Indiana, Missouri, Kentucky, Iowa. Remember that the next time Republicans claim they say they back the blue, they're actually not backing the blue. Now, I'd like to read a list of federal programs that could be at risk if Donald Trump proceeds with his freeze, and make clear how it would affect the lives of the tens of millions of Americans who depend on them. Let's begin with Head Start. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes federal funding for Head Start programs that provide comprehensive early childhood education for more than 800,000 kids and their families. Teachers and staff might not get paid, and programs may not be able to stay open. In K-12 schools, Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes federal funding for our K-12 schools because school districts may not be able to access key formula grant funding, including Title I, IDEA, Impact Aid, and Career and Technical Education, which would pose tremendous financial burdens on schools in the middle of the school year. Food assistance programs. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes funding for millions of American citizens who rely on nutrition assistance programs like SNAP, WIC, and school lunch. These Americans would be left hungry as funding is cut off, and nonprofits who provide additional assistance would lose federal funding. And some of that funding, especially for SNAP and WIC and school lunches, actually are spent purchasing from our Americans' farmers, so who would also be negatively affected. Disaster relief. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes funding for public assistance and hazard mitigation grants from the Disaster Relief Fund to state, tribal, territorial, and local governments and nonprofits that help communities quickly respond to, recover from, and prepare for major disasters. Right as so many communities are struggling after severe natural disasters, most recently in California, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina. Public safety. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes federal grants for law enforcement and homeland security activities, undermining public safety in every state and territory. Health services. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes federal funding for community health centers that provide health care for over 30 million Americans, creating chaos for patients trying to get their prescriptions, regular checkups, and more. Veterans care. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes federal grants to help veterans in rural areas access health care and grants that help veterans get other critical services, including suicide prevention, resources, transition assistance, and housing for homeless veterans. Support for out-service members. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes support for a host of DOD financial assistance and grant programs supporting service members and their families, including the Fisher House, Impact Aid, Community Noise Mitigation, ROTC language training, STEM programs, and the USO. Preventing domestic violence. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes all Violence Against Women Act grants, as well as funding for victims' assistance and state and local police. 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes funding for the 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, as well as grants from mental health services, life-changing medical research. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes all funding for critical health research, including research on cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and diabetes, as well as clinical trials at the NIH Clinical Center and all across the country, disrupting life-saving and often time-sensitive research. Support for small businesses. Donald Trump's illegal freeze would mean that the Small Business Administration would have to halt loans to small businesses, including those in disaster-ravaged communities in North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. Emergency preparedness. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes critical preparedness and response capability funding used to prepare for disasters, public health emergencies, and chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear events. Support for firefighters. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes grants to support firefighters across the country. This includes grants that help states and localities purchase essential firefighting equipment. Good-paying jobs in the energy infrastructure. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes grants for critical energy projects nationwide, halting billions of dollars in investments nationwide and jeopardizing good-paying American jobs. The Department of Energy Loan Program Office would halt loans in 28 states, impacting hundreds of thousands of construction and operations jobs. Infrastructure projects. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes all federally funded transportation projects across the country, roads, bridges, public transit, and more, including projects already under construction. Combating the fentanyl crisis. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes funding for communities to address the substance use disorder crisis and combat the fentanyl crisis. Programs for American innovation and competitiveness. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes existing grants to support research for AI and quantum computing and any new grant funding, undermining U.S. innovation and competitiveness with the communist Chinese PRC and putting American jobs at risk. Programs to strengthen our military readiness. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes grants and other assistance appropriated to strengthen military effectiveness and defense capacity, including the Defense Production Act support for the defense industrial base, basic research grants necessary to advance key technologies, and small business support to strengthen our supply chains. Programs to protect Americans overseas. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes programs that track and combat the spread of infectious diseases, create business opportunities for American companies in emerging markets, combat terrorism, and counter the influence of the PRC, Russia, and Iran. Efforts to ensure the safety and security of Americans implementing these programs are all suspended and could be terminated. Food inspections. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes whether some states will have to take on the full financial burden of ensuring the nation's meat supply is safe if federal cooperative agreements for meat inspections are halted. Support for tribes. Donald Trump's illegal freeze jeopardizes funding to tribes for basic governmental services like health care, public safety programs, tribal schools, and food assistance. Pell Grants and direct plus loans for parents. Donald Trump's illegal freeze puts Pell Grants and Parent Plus Loans programs at risk. These grants and programs make college more affordable for millions of Americans, giving them the opportunity to access to higher education and a ticket to the middle class. His reckless actions create another barrier opportunity for Americans. I'd like to switch gears a little bit, and let's talk a little bit about more campaign promises broken by Donald Trump. During his campaign, Trump constantly attacked people he called unelected bureaucrats for having too much control over the federal government. But now, Donald Trump has made Elon Musk, the world's richest man, the most powerful unelected bureaucrat of all, giving him the keys to our government and empowering him to illegally dismantle core agencies without consulting Congress. Not to mention giving him access to all of our Social Security numbers, tax information, and other personal data. As my colleague Senator Sanders pointed out on Wednesday, Elon Musk spent $277 million to elect Donald Trump president. Since Election Day, he has become $154 billion richer. Elon Musk's net worth is estimated at $426 billion. Yes, that's billion with a B. Meanwhile, the average American salary is only $63,795. The average cost of childcare for just one child per year in the United States is $9,994. The average price of a gallon of milk in our country is $4.47. The average price of eggs in America currently is $5.29 for a dozen, although it's actually increasing as we speak. The average price of gas in the U.S. is $3.12 a gallon. In Illinois, the average person's salary is $67,192. The average cost of childcare per year for just one child in Illinois is $11,605. The average price of a gallon of milk in Illinois is $5.52. The average price for a dozen eggs in Illinois is $4.15, which is over $1 more than the national average. And the average price for a gallon of gas in Illinois is $3.26. And so you can see the disparity between the middle class and the billionaires that cozy up to Donald Trump. And it's not just Musk. Wealthy elites that have more money than most Americans could ever dream of are doing anything to get into Trump's favor because they know he plans on giving them massive tax cuts to line their pockets even further. Jeff Bezos is just one example. He's from New Mexico, and his net worth is estimated at $250 billion. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, the average person's salary is $57,512. The average cost of childcare for just one child is $8,766. The average price of a gallon of milk is $3.63. A dozen eggs would set you back $5.46, and the average price of gas is $2.98. Next up, Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg. He's from New York. His net worth is estimated at $240 billion. Meanwhile, in New York, the average person's salary is $78,624. The average cost of childcare for just one child is $12,844. The average price of a gallon of milk is $5.05. The average price of eggs is $5.46, and the average price of gas is $3.18. These guys don't represent America. They have no clue what the middle class experience is. They don't care about making the government work for everyday Americans. They only care about making it work for them and their buddies. Donald Trump ran for president on the promise that he'd lower the price of eggs. However, since being in office, he seems to have conveniently forgotten that vow. He's also done nothing to stop the bird flu, which has caused the price of eggs to skyrocket even further. In fact, his freeze would stop the research into and tracking the bird flu virus that is causing eggs to skyrocket. The cost of eggs appears to have accelerated since November, the month that Donald Trump was elected president, according to the data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. In the week ending January 18th, a dozen eggs cost $5.29, a steep climb from February of 2024, when the price was a little over $3.50 a dozen. In November, the price of a dozen eggs edged up to $3.65, and then in December, it rose to $4.15. Since the moment Trump returned to the Oval Office, he has abused his power, both overreaching and under-delivering, signing executive orders and issuing commands that are blatantly illegal. Hypocrisy must be dead, because Donald Trump used to claim to care a lot about executive overreach back when there was a Democratic president in office. Here are just a few examples of when, ironically, Donald Trump was complaining about President Obama's executive actions. In 2016, this is what Trump said, and I quote, "We don't want to continue to watch people signing executive orders because that was not what the Constitution and the brilliant designers of this incredible document had in mind. We need people that can make deals and can work, because right now, in Washington, there's total, absolute gridlock." In another instance, Trump declared he doesn't want to get people together the old-fashioned way, where you get Congress, you get the Senate, you get together, you do legislation. He just writes out an executive order. Not supposed to happen that way. You get the Congress. I'm sorry that I'm butchering the English language, but I'm quoting Donald Trump directly. You get the Congress, you get the Senate, you get together, you do legislation. He just writes out an order, executive order. It's not supposed to happen that way. Another time, Donald Trump lied and said, and I quote, "I would build consensus with Congress, and Congress would agree with me. I'll give you an example, because I don't like the idea of using executive orders like our president does." He was referring, of course, to President Obama at the time. "It is a disaster what he's doing. I would build consensus, but consensus means you have to work hard. You have to cajole. You have to get them into the Oval Office and get them all together, and you have to make deals, and I end quote. There are also countless examples of other Republicans' hypocrisy when it comes to executive overreach. I just want to name one. In 2014, now House Majority Leader Steve Scalise had to say of President, in 2014, then House Majority Leader Steve Scalise had this to say of President Obama. President Obama has this fantasy that he can just use his pen to write laws. We don't have a monarchy in this country. There's an executive branch and the legislative branch, and the president has to work with Congress to get things done. Now, on to the topic of USAID and the Trump-Musk decision to gut the agency, a decision as dangerous as it is heartless as it is careless. First, I just want to correct, House Majority Leader Steve Scalise was not the majority leader when he said this. He was a member of Congress at the time. First, I'd like to read several excerpts of speeches given by Secretary Rubio in which he expressed clear support for international aid before he was confirmed. There's no denying that a globally engaged America comes at a steep price, but a history of our still young nation is full of warnings that a lack of an American engagement comes with an even higher price of its own. Many of our nation's adversaries and rivals have been emboldened by our uncertain foreign policy. So as instability spreads and tyrants flourish, our allies want to know whether America can still be counted on to confront these common challenges, whether we will continue to be a beacon to the rest of the world. Our legacy is that of a nation that for 2 centuries has planted its feet and pushed out against the walls of tyranny, oppression, and injustice that constantly threaten to close in on the world, and has sought to replace these forces with the spread of liberty, free enterprise, and respect for human rights. These principles are also advanced by our other elements of the American influence, those that don't require any military might. For example, consider the countless lives we've saved from the scourge of AIDS in Africa through the PEPFAR program, or consider the economic mobility created by American trade and investment. These accomplishments prove that while military might may be our most eye-catching method of involvement abroad, it is far from being our most often utilized. In most cases, the decisive use of diplomacy, foreign assistance, and economic power are the most effective ways to achieve our interests and stop problems before they spiral into crisis. Marco Rubio said that. Marco Rubio, where have you gone? I would like to also share a news article about Secretary Rubio's prior comments in support of USAID from CNN. And the title is, Rubio's years of strong support for USAID stands in contrast to his sudden criticism of the aid agency. And I'm going to read from the article. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, newly in charge of the besieged U.S. Agency for International Development, was for years a staunch supporter of its mission while in the United States Senate, reversing his views only recently as President Donald Trump and his allies have moved to dismantle the agency. But a CNN K-File review of Rubio's past comments shows he has been for more than a decade a major supporter of foreign aid and USAID, which in fiscal year 2023 distributed more than $40 billion in foreign aid to more than 160 different countries. Rubio's most recent comments directly contradicts years of support and praise he has directed towards USAID, including a tweet he posted in February of 2017 that said, and I quote, "Foreign aid is not charity. We must make sure it is well spent, but it is less than 1% of the budget and critical to our national security." During his Fox News interview Monday, Rubio also dismissed concerns that scaling USAID's presence could allow China to expand its influence in developing nations. But just 3 years ago, Rubio argued the exact opposite, urging the Biden administration in a 2022 letter to prioritize USAID's funding as a key tool to counter the Chinese Communist Party's expanding global influence. We don't have to give foreign aid. We do so because it furthers our national interests. That's why we give foreign aid. Now, obviously, there's a component to foreign aid that's humanitarian in scope, and that's important too, he said in February of 2013. Foreign aid as a part of our overall budget is less than 1% of the total amount of the U.S. government spends, Rubio said in one 2017 speech on the Senate floor. I promise you it is going to be a lot harder to recruit someone to anti-Americanism and anti-American terrorism if the United States of America is the reason that person is alive today. Anybody who tells you that we can slash foreign aid and that that will bring us to balance is lying to you. Foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget. It's just not true, he added in August 2019 while speaking to the Forum Club of the Palm Beaches, excuse me. Foreign aid is a very cost-effective way not only to export our values and our example, but to advance our security and our economic interests, Marco Rubio said in April of 2012 to the Brookings Institute. As a senator, Rubio also introduced legislation in 2013 and 2015 to make foreign assistance programs more transparent. A version of the bill was later passed in 2016. A lot of times, he said, people say, well, cut foreign aid. Foreign aid is less than 1% of our budget, but foreign aid can make a difference when properly used. And if you ever have the chance to travel, go to the African continent and you will meet people who are alive today because the American taxpayer funded antiviral HIV medications that kept them alive. It will not be easy to radicalize people who are alive because the American taxpayers saved their lives and the lives of their children, Rubio said while on the presidential campaign trail in late 2015. Where is Secretary Rubio's enthusiasm for USAID now? Time and time again, we see Republicans reversing their stance. Even members of the Trump administration who just a week or so ago said that they supported programs like USAID, like Marco Rubio, who now have reversed their position. Do I need to stop you the floor? Mr. President, at this time, I will end my remarks. Thank you.
Mr. President.
I recognize the senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. In America, our news cycle is often fraught with controversy and dispute. From watching the news or scrolling through social media, it might seem like there are very, very few issues that Americans can agree on. It may be true that we disagree on some big issues, important issues, but behind the headlines and the social media posts, there are many things that Americans agree on. And one of those is paid family and medical leave. The Pew Research Center found that the vast majority of Americans support paid parental leave, up to 82%. That's really a broad consensus. 85% of Americans say people should receive paid leave to deal with their own serious health conditions. 67% said they should receive leave to care for a family member with serious health condition. We rarely see Americans nowadays so united on other issues. But it's for good reason that Republicans and Democrats come together on paid family leave. The reality is that Americans shouldn't have to choose between their paychecks and caring for their families. And that's why I spearheaded our nation's first ever federal family leave policy in 2017 with Senator Angus King. As part of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we passed a paid family and medical leave tax credit that encourages businesses to offer leave to their employees. Employers were able to receive the tax credit if they voluntarily offer up to 12 weeks of paid leave. Our credit increases access to paid leave without penalizing small businesses with limited resources, like a government entitlement program or a mandate from the government would. Almost 8 years later, this tax credit is about to expire, and Congress is set to work on another tax package. So now is the perfect time to pass my bill with Senator King to make our tax credit permanent and also to improve it. Yesterday, we introduced the PFML Tax Credit Extension and Enhancement Act. Representative Feenstra is leading the introduction of companion legislation in the House. Our bipartisan, bicameral bill supports additional options for financing paid leave, such as paid family leave insurance. It also allows employers to begin offering paid leave to workers sooner after being hired. The legislation includes a strategy for educating employers and employees about the option to receive this credit, and it requires the Small Business Administration and the IRS to provide targeted outreach and assistance to those who need it. That will raise awareness of the credit, and it will expand the number of Americans who have paid leave. Passing this bill in our upcoming tax package will deliver on the promises Republicans made to the American people this past November. We promised to make families' lives better, more prosperous, more affordable. More access to family leave will contribute to that goal. Our tax credit is tried and true, one with a bipartisan track record of success. It's the paid family leave solution that will do the most good with the smallest price tag. So I urge my colleagues to join me in pushing for this legislation's inclusion in this year's tax package. This is how we expand paid family and medical leave for employees across this entire country. This is how we deliver for the American people. I am determined to get this done, and I hope my colleagues will join me. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we're just 17 days into the Trump, Vance, and yes, Elon Musk administration, and we're already witnessing the great betrayal of what candidate Trump promised on the campaign trail. For the last 17 days, the Trump-Musk administration has been engaged in a reckless abuse of power that is already harming people in communities throughout our country. And one of the principal architects of this chaos is the man who was nominated to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget, Russel Vought. But before I get into that nomination, let's just start with day one of the Trump administration. Because on day one, President Trump pardoned individuals convicted in a court of law of beating up police officers here on Capitol Hill on January 6th. They bludgeoned them, they beat them, assaulted them. As the National Fraternal Order of Police said, that pardon sent a terrible message to law enforcement all over the country. It sent a message that political violence is okay as long as it's done in the name of Donald Trump. And since then, we've seen the Trump administration carry out retribution against FBI agents and Department of Justice officials who were part of the investigations and prosecutions of the people who beat up police officers on January 6th. So if you were part of the effort to hold people accountable for assaulting police officers, they went after you. Sends a terrible message. And then, of course, President Trump unleashed Elon Musk on the American people. I've said it before, and I will say it again. We are witnessing in real time the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk spent over $280 million to elect Donald Trump, and Donald Trump has handed the keys to the U.S. government over to Elon Musk. They seized access to the Treasury's payment system. This is a $6 trillion payment system. Elon Musk's DOGE boys have gotten access to Social Security numbers of the American people, bank account numbers, and other very sensitive personal information. Judges are trying to rein him in, but who knows what information they've already accessed and what kind of damage has already been done, not to mention what could still be done in the days ahead. And Elon Musk has gotten into the Department of Education, the State Department, AID, Health and Human Services, NOAA, and the National Institutes of Health, just to name a few. Mr. President, no matter what name he gives it, Elon Musk's takeover of these federal agencies has nothing to do with government efficiency. If it was about government efficiency, Trump would not have illegally fired the inspector generals whose job it is to provide oversight at these agencies and blow the whistle on corruption. In fact, when you fire the inspector generals, who are the watchdogs at these agencies, whose job it is to look out for waste or fraud or abuse, when you fire them as one of your first acts, what you're doing is making the way, clearing the way for the kind of illegal actions we're seeing from Elon Musk and his team. So what they're really doing here is seizing control of the government, taking over a lot of these agencies, in the long run to empower further the very powerful and the very wealthiest in this country. And we'll be seeing more of that in the months ahead when we begin to see the Trump tax plan, the trickle-down tax plan that's being worked on as we speak. because we know that although candidate Trump campaigned on the idea that he was going to be on the lookout for working people, that he was going to shine a light on the forgotten Americans, everything he's done since then is a betrayal of that promise. Just down the hall here, during the inauguration, the folks who were sitting behind President Trump as he gave his remarks were certainly not the forgotten Americans. They included Elon Musk, the richest person in the world, and all the billionaire tech titans. So when President Trump in that inaugural address promised a new golden age for America, he was looking at the cameras, but he was talking to those tech titans sitting right behind him. And to provide that golden age for the billionaires and powerful in America, they're following a manual and an instruction book called Project 2025. Now, people might remember that during the last presidential campaign, candidate Trump was asked repeatedly about Project 2025. People said, "Is this your plan that's being put forward?" And his response was, and I quote, "I have nothing to do with it," unquote. You know why he said that on the campaign trail? Because he knew it was unpopular. If you look at the contents of Project 2025, the American people would recoil at what's in there. And candidate Trump knew that. And so when he was asked, he said, "I see nothing, I have nothing to do with that." So surprise, 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 when one of the key architects, key authors of Project 2025, Russel Vought, is nominated to be the head of the Office of Management and Budget at the White House. So before I speak to why it will be so dangerous to put Russel Vought in that critical position, I want to say a few words about what OMB is all about. Because it's not a well-known agency. People hear about the Department of Justice. They hear about other important federal agencies, the Department of Health and Human Services. But what is OMB? OMB is the office over at the White House. It's in the executive office of the president. And it is the command and control center for the budget of the United States government. It oversees the budgets of every federal agency of the federal government. They feed their information, they feed their budget requests up to the Office of Management and Budget. And it's the Office of Management and Budget that makes the final decisions and sign off on all of those federal agency budgets across the government. So as I say, Russel Vought will be in the cockpit of this decision-making, overseeing every federal agency in our government. So let's learn a little bit more about Russel Vought, because we will be voting on that nomination later today. So what does he think about the federal employees in all of those agencies that OMB will oversee with respect to their budgets? Here's what he said about government employees, and I'm quoting here. He wants them to be, this is quote, be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma, unquote. Again, referring to hardworking federal employees who do good work on behalf of the American people every day. We want to put them in trauma, he said. And if anybody doubts this quote, You just have to go online because it's on videotape. It's on videotape for the whole world to see. In fact, he didn't try and deny those words, and at the confirmation hearing we had in the Budget Committee that I serve on, we asked if he wanted to apologize for those statements, and his answer was no. He refused to apologize. That's what the person who's nominated to be the head of OMB thinks about the federal employees throughout the federal government that are going to be under that OMB budget process. Now, at that budget hearing, the Senate Budget Committee hearing, there was another very revealing moment, because I and Senator Murray asked whether or not he would commit to complying with American law, specifically whether he would comply with what's known as the Impoundment Control Act. Now, again, this is a law that many people are not familiar with, but it is essential to the framework of our Constitution, the implementation of that framework, and checks and balances within the government, and the power of the purse that is designated for Congress under Article 1 of the Constitution. And what the Impoundment Control Act says is that once Congress has duly enacted a law, passed the House, passed the Senate, been signed into law by the executive, by the president, that presidents don't get to cherry pick that law. Presidents don't get to decide, you know, I like that provision in the law, and so I'm going to implement that, but I don't like that provision, so I'm going to ignore it or discard it. It's not a la carte. Our laws are not a la carte. They're not for presidents to decide what parts they want to follow and what parts they won't. This came to a head back in the 1970s when President Nixon started exercising what are called line item vetoes. So Congress would pass a piece of legislation that would require that certain amounts of funds be spent on certain projects. And President Nixon took a pen and said, look, I don't like that particular program. I'm going to cross it out. And I don't like this one. I'm going to cross it out, even though it had been part of the law passed by Congress and signed by the president. And so that was challenged. And it went to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court struck down President Nixon's action. And the Congress then passed the Impoundment Control Act to create a federal statute essentially codifying that requirement, that presidents follow the law with respect to budget implementation. So when we asked Russ Vought at the hearing whether or not he would follow the Impoundment Control Act, you would think all of our colleagues would care about what answer he gave. Because at that hearing, he refused to say that he would comply with the Impoundment Control Act. Again, you can go see the C-SPAN tape. You can get the transcript. He weaved and dodged and never said that he would comply with the law. And maybe that shouldn't surprise us because he's done this before. You see, this will be Russ Vought's second tour as the head of the Office of Management and Budget if he's confirmed by the United States Senate. And on his first go-round in the first Trump administration, this issue came up. That was when President Trump in his first term withheld critical funds appropriated by Congress on a bipartisan basis for the people of Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine. That was done through the duly authorized processes of government. But President Trump wanted to hold on to those monies. He did not want to obey the law. He didn't want to disperse those funds to Ukraine. That created a huge issue, crisis in governance. So at that time, I wrote to the GAO, which is the congressional watchdog. Their designated to look out to see whether or not these laws are actually implemented and followed. And I got back a response. I wrote them in December of 2019 about this withholding of funds for Ukraine. And I got back the letter on January 16, 2020, with their answer. And in this letter, GAO says, and I quote, "Faithful execution of the law does not permit the president to substitute his own policy priorities for those Congress has enacted into law," end quote. Pretty standard definition of what everybody would normally understand to be the requirements of the Constitution. And since the Trump administration and Russ Vought violated that, the GAO concluded, and I'll just read the operative sentence, "Therefore, we conclude that OMB violated the Impoundment Control Act." Simple, declarative sentence saying that they violated the law. And the person who was the head of OMB when they violated that law was Russ Vought, the person who's nominated for another tour of duty as the head of OMB. So the whole idea behind the Impoundment Control Act, as I've discussed, is the president's not a king in our system. We have a system of checks and balances. And under Article 1 of the Constitution, the first article, Congress has the power to appropriate funds and direct the use of those funds. And we do it through bipartisan debate in both houses of Congress. So when Russ Vought refuses to promise he will comply with the law, what he's saying is he will not respect the Constitution of the United States. And if we witness what's been happening just in the first 17 days of the Trump administration, we're seeing this disrespect for the law in action by the White House, including by OMB, and Russ Vought's not even gotten there yet, but his fingerprints are all over the actions taken to date. Because I think people will remember, seems like a long time ago now, but OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, issued a statement. The president issued an executive order, and then they issued a statement that, quote, temporarily paused all activities related to the obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance, end quote. So immediately upon them taking that action, we saw community organizations all over the country all of a sudden not able to receive really important resources that they use to support priorities in our country. So I began to hear, for example, from firefighters in the state of Maryland, volunteer firefighters. I also began to hear from those groups that provide assistance to victims of domestic violence, to organizations that help remove lead from our water so our kids don't get lead poisoning, initiatives to improve the health of the Chesapeake Bay, my state of Maryland. Now, at the time, it was claimed that Medicaid was exempt from this order, but states at that time were locked out of their Medicaid payment portals. So to my colleagues on the Republican side who said, this is just part of the normal process of transition in government, this is not normal. And Elon Musk taking over federal agencies is not normal. So, as I said, I heard first from a lot of the volunteer fire departments in my state of Maryland, because there's a federal program, grant program, that helps them purchase equipment so that when firefighters go into a burning building, they have protective equipment and safety equipment that lets them breathe in a room full of smoke. We heard immediately from a housing agency in Maryland that helps hundreds of families find safe, affordable places to stay. They were suddenly locked out of the portal for the Department of Housing and Urban Development. An organization in Prince George's County, Maryland, that uses federal grants to help survivors of sex and labor trafficking reclaim their lives, saw their funds in jeopardy. A nonprofit in Baltimore County that uses federal funds to provide food, housing, and emergency assistance to families in need, they also saw their funding cut off. In Montgomery County, Maryland, there's a nonprofit that uses this federal grant money to run programs for permanent supportive housing, to take care of senior men with disabilities. Many of these elderly gentlemen have experienced extended bouts of homelessness, and they currently have a place to live with dignity in a small neighborhood with the care they need. If they lose their money, they lose their support, they will all end up in shelters. So, Mr. President, I'm pleased that the courts looked at that action that was taken through executive order. They looked at that OMB memo cutting off the flow of funds for essential community programs. And the court said, no, you can't do this. We need time to determine what all the facts are here, and two courts issued temporary restraining orders on that action. One a court in Rhode Island, a federal court, and one here in the District of Columbia. But this administration is still at it in many different ways. They're still issuing executive orders when in fact they cannot do what they want to do by executive order. They need to come to Congress and go through the process for making laws. Presidents just can't issue EOs that are not consistent with their powers under the Constitution. I spoke earlier today about what was happening over at the Agency for International Development, an agency, a pretty small agency within the overall budget of the United States that plays an essential role in our foreign policy and our national security policy. Elon Musk, sent out a tweet saying that he was putting AID in the wood chipper. This is an organization that saves lives overseas, and one of the things they do is help other countries combat infectious diseases so we can stop them overseas before they come to the United States, because of course infectious diseases recognize no borders. As part of that, they cut off funding for the PEPFAR program, which is a bipartisan initiative first launched by George W. Bush. It's a program in Africa that has saved over 25 million lives from HIV/AIDS. Put it in the wood chipper. That's what they want to do. So I am grateful that the courts have intervened and halted, at least for now, these illegal actions. But, Mr. President, we should not rely on the courts of the United States to do work that we should be doing here. We should not be insisting that they have to fight all of our battles for us. We need to be pushing back here in the United States Senate. We are not a government for Elon Musk, by Elon Musk. We are a government of the people. At least last I checked the Constitution, it begins we, the people. So this is a reminder of why these nominations are so important, because the person who we're considering for the head of OMB wants to ignore that law. But that's only part one of the plan outlined in Project 2025 to allow for the Elon Musk takeover of the federal government and allow for these other illegal actions to be taken. I spoke about the Impoundment Control Act, but the other part of Project 2025's plan is to get rid of a lot of the merit-based federal workers who do the business of the U.S. government every day in agencies across the federal government, whether they're food safety inspectors, whether they work at veterans hospitals, whether they work for the FAA. These are people who are doing the nation's work on behalf of the American people. And what Project 2025 wants to do is to convert many of those merit-based civil service positions in our government to political cronyism-based positions. So rather than have people selected into the merit civil service system based on their knowledge, based on their experience, based on what they know as opposed to who they know, Russ Vought and Project 2025 want to convert about 50 to 60,000 merit-based civil service positions into political cronyism positions. Now, I think it's really important that everybody understand that when a new president comes into office, the president, of course, has the prerogative and authority to bring in lots of people at the top of that administration. Of course, many of them are cabinet officials or other officials who are subject to the advice and consent of the United States Senate. But there are tens of thousands of others who are currently civil servants, but when a new president comes in, they get about 4,000 political positions. 4,000 people. But what we're seeing here from Project 2025 and Russ Vought is what's called Section F plan, Schedule F. So what does Schedule F do? It would implement this idea of giving the president or claiming to, by executive order, convert these 50 to 60,000 merit-based civil service positions into just politically based positions. So why do we have a merit-based civil service in this country? I think it's worth going back and looking at the history, because we've had the merit-based system since the late 1800s, and it's that system that Donald Trump and Russ Vought want to tear up. So why did we develop the current system? It used to be that these federal positions were based on the spoils system, the spoils of political victory. So when a new president came in, that president could just bring in whoever the new president wanted. If you wanted to be in charge of a harbor or run a post office, you didn't get there by knowing about ships in the case of the harbor or a mail system in the case of a post office. You got it by helping the president get elected. And then the president would say, well, you helped me get elected, you're going to get this job, even if you're not qualified. So, Mr. President, if these desks, these 100 desks in this chamber, could talk, they would be screaming a warning to us about the dangers of going down the road that Russ Vought and Donald Trump and Elon Musk want us to go. Here's what Senator Henry Clay of Kentucky said during that debate back in the 1800s about the existing spoil system that was in effect then. Here's what he said, and I quote, "It is a detestable system, and if it were to be perpetuated, if the offices, honors, and dignities of the people were to be put up to public scramble, to be decided by the result of every presidential election, our government and institutions becoming intolerable would finally end in despotism," end quote. That was the warning from Henry Clay about that old spoil system that Trump, Musk, and Vought want to go back to. Here's what Senator Daniel Webster of Massachusetts said back then, and I quote, "The power of giving offices affects all who are in and all who are out. Those who are out endeavor to distinguish themselves by warm personal devotion to the president, while those who are in resolve not to be outdone in partisanship. A competition ensues, not of patriotic labors, not of rough and severe toils for the public good, but of complacence, of indiscriminate support of the executive measures, of pliant subserviency, and gross adulation," unquote. We want our federal employees, the rank and file folks who do the work of the country every day, we don't want them to have to take a political loyalty test to get their job. We want them to take a test that shows they've got the qualifications to get it. Here's what Senator Warner Miller of New York said, quote, "Worthiness can no longer gain an entrance to public office, but that it can only come through the favor of some man who has climbed up by this system until he is in a position to reward his followers." Again, warning of the peril of politicizing the hiring of federal employees that conduct the everyday work of our government. And finally, Senator Charles of Missouri said, and I quote, "Under such a system, it cannot be otherwise but inexperience and rascality. You are no longer surprised at the frequency of mail robberies which are perpetrated in post offices. You see the smugglers in the ports lying in wait to take advantage of the inexperience of new officers or the aid of dishonest ones," unquote. And even the great author Mark Twain got in the action here and commented on that system that we had, the spoils system based on politics, not merit. Here's what Mark Twain said, and I quote, "We will not hire a blacksmith who never lifted a wedge. We will not hire a school teacher who does not know the alphabet. But when you come to our civil service, we serenely fill great numbers of our minor public offices with ignoramuses," unquote. So this was a big problem for the country back in the 1800s. Indeed, in his inaugural address in 1881, President James Garfield said, and I quote, "The civil service can never be satisfactory until it is regulated by law. For the good of the service, against the waste of time and obstruction to the public business caused by the inordinate pressure, and for the protection of civil servants, against intrigue and wrong," unquote. In other words, again, this is President Garfield warning that the system that had been in place was a danger to the public good. So President Garfield provided a warning to the country. It didn't come soon enough. They hadn't enacted the legislation to fix the problem yet. And 6 months after that inauguration, President Garfield was shot and killed, assassinated by a man who worked on the Garfield campaign, but who was disappointed over not getting a spoils job. President Garfield's assassination, his death, shocked Congress into action. So they finally created the modern civil service process to be insulated from politics, at least with respect to all the jobs under the top political jobs which presidents have the right and authority to hire. They created through the Pendleton Act what we call the merit-based civil service, where you have due process rights, that you can't be fired because of your political affiliation, and you don't get hired based on who you know, you get hired based on what you know. And so this is the system that Russ Vought and President Trump and Elon Musk want to destroy through Schedule F, an executive order, Schedule F. Now, look, the good news is that I think at least 3 lawsuits have already been filed to try to enjoin this illegal action. But it should tell us a lot that the person who has been nominated to head OMB, the person who said that he refused to commit to complying with the law during his Budget Committee hearing, would be advancing Schedule F. And why do that? Because it's all part of the plan to put in place lackeys who will do your bidding no matter what, who won't put the interests of the country first, but who will answer to the political call. Exactly what senators back in the late 1800s warned against. But that's what they want to do. They want to take us back to the late 1800s spoil system. And as I said, they not only want to bring in 50 to 60,000 political cronies for these positions, one of the first acts President Trump took was to get rid of the inspector generals. So you bring in your lackeys, you get rid of the independent inspector generals, and that just gives Elon Musk carte blanche to do what he is currently doing right now. So this has nothing to do with more government efficiency and everything to do with setting up the executive branch of the federal government to respond to the desires of the folks who were sitting right behind President Trump, right down the hall at his inauguration, Elon Musk and the billionaire tech titans and others like them. And one of the things that the billionaires want are even more tax cuts. They don't like the fact that as very wealthy people, they have to make a contribution to the public good, or they want to reduce the contribution they have to make. And we know that Republicans over in the House of Representatives have been down in Miami with President Trump, planning exactly what form all these tax cuts will take. Well, I don't think we really have to guess at it because we've seen this movie before in the first Trump administration. They enacted their trickle-down tax policy, big tax cuts for the wealthiest in America, tax cuts for big, very profitable corporations, and they made a lot of promises back then as to what the result would be. For example, they promised that giving tax cuts to very rich people in these corporations would end up generating so much additional economic activity that we would recover the cost of the revenues lost by giving those very wealthy people a tax cut. Not even close. Not even close. Deficits went way up. As I said, I serve on the Senate Budget Committee. I ask experts from both parties who come testify on different issues about whether or not that tax cut paid for itself, and the answer is always no, because it didn't. Now, they also promised that these tax cuts to very wealthy people would end up generating additional activity at the corporate level. So the idea was that if you give a corporation a big tax cut, that corporation will invest more of its savings that it has into plant and equipment and grow the economy. Well, that didn't happen either. What happened was those companies engaged in huge stock buybacks, which disproportionately benefited these huge stockholders. You know what else they promised? They promised that if you gave those corporations big tax cuts, that they would use some of the savings to increase the wages for their employees. After all, profits of corporations are generated by the hard work of their employees. So the idea was, okay, you have more money, you got this tax cut. At that time, President Trump and his administration promised that workers would see an average of a $4,000 a year pay increase. Did not happen as promised. So here we are again, And the Musk folks are going through federal agencies. Russ Vought is working to install himself again at OMB. And all of this is a prelude to another round of big tax cuts. And again, these are going to come at the expense of everybody else in America. Because even as we gather here, we've been seeing various plans come out of the House of Representatives Republican caucus. They're talking about dramatic cuts to Medicaid, which is a program that serves tens and tens of millions of people, including our seniors and people with disabilities. They're talking about dramatic cuts to food nutrition programs and many, many, many other cuts to important investments for working Americans across the country, all to help pay for or offset the costs of those tax cuts for the wealthy. Now, I think we've also heard President Trump talk about all the money he's going to collect in tariffs. And I want to say something about tariffs here, because I support strategically targeted tariffs to protect critical American industries. But an across-the-board tariff on every single product being imported in the United States, that is nothing more than an increase in sales tax on every American. Americans pay that at the end of the day. And I can tell you that Elon Musk is not going to feel the impact of an increase in sales tax, the tariff increase on his bottom line. But working Americans will feel it around their kitchen tables. We will see grocery prices go up. We'll see other prices go up. In fact, if you think that this is somehow a freebie that is only paid by other countries, let's remember that last time, after China retaliated with their own tariffs, the Congress, passed a bill that provided $28 billion of taxpayer money to farmers who were no longer able to sell as much product into China because of the retaliatory tariffs to China. We all end up paying, the American people ended up paying $28 billion. So don't tell us there's not a cost to consumers and American taxpayers for all of this. There is. We'll have a lot more to say in the coming days about some of the accounting tricks we're already hearing are going to be played through this tax cut process that will hide, at least on paper, the impact on the deficits. But right now, we're hearing about directing the Congressional Budget Office, which is our independent referee on budget issues, to assume that big tax cuts on top of the current law won't generate increased deficits. What, of course they will. So more on that later. So, Mr. President, I want to end just by talking a little bit about why this is such an important moment. I started by talking about the first 17 days. In that first 17 days, we have seen President Trump hand over to Elon Musk huge powers, and he's using that entree given by the president to conduct illegal operations across the federal government. Courts are very busy today. It's like whack-a-mole, hearing cases, putting TROs, temporary restraining orders, on cases. But as I said, they shouldn't have to do that. The courts shouldn't have to do that. You would think that members of the Senate would stand up and respect the Constitution of the United States and Article 1. What are my Republican colleagues going to do when we have a Democratic president that says, I get to cherry pick the laws of the United States? I'll just implement what I like and ignore what you passed into law. That's what's at stake here. That's the danger when Russ Vought, who's going to be in the cockpit at OMB, the Command and Control Center for the budget of the U.S. government, refuses at a budget committee hearing to say he'll comply with the law. It's no wonder that the Republicans did not want to hold the vote on Russ Vought in committee in public. They wanted to have it behind closed doors here in the Capitol. That's why Democrats on that committee didn't show up, because we think the public has a right to know what's at stake here. And that's what we're debating now here on the floor. So I urge my colleagues to recognize that the person that Donald Trump has nominated for this position is somebody who said he wanted to visit hardships on the federal employees throughout the federal government, and a person who refused to say that he would follow the law. Colleagues, I urge a no vote on Russ Vought to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, earlier this morning I met with Prime Minister Netanyahu here in the Capitol. We had a good discussion about Israel's security and about the imperative of the return of the rest of the hostages who have been held in Hamas captivity for well over a year. I enjoyed a candid personal discussion with the Prime Minister and was pleased that both Republican and Democrat colleagues were later able to join for a bipartisan conversation. After a number of my Democrat colleagues boycotted Prime Minister Netanyahu's address to Congress last year, it is good that Democrat leaders chose to attend this meeting. It would have been even better if Democrats had chosen to support the illegitimate Court Counteraction Act, and we have been able to tell Prime Minister Netanyahu that the Senate had passed this legislation in response to the International Criminal Court's illegitimate targeting of Israeli leaders. But unfortunately, 2 weeks ago now, all of my Democrat colleagues, all of them, save one, voted to block this legislation. The Democrat leader actually celebrated the fact that Democrats had blocked this legislation, even though allowing the ICC's rogue actions to go unchecked could put not only Israelis but Americans in the ICC's crosshairs. That's right, Mr. President. Responding to the ICC's illegitimate targeting of Israeli leaders is not just about protecting our ally Israel. It's also about protecting our own citizens, our own service members in particular. Just a few years ago, the ICC opened an investigation into American service members, despite the fact that, like Israel, the United States is not a party to the ICC and thus is not under its jurisdiction. It was good to hear this morning President Trump will impose sanctions in response to the ICC's targeting of Israeli leaders and to protect American service members. I'm grateful that we have a president who will stand up for our citizens and for our ally Israel, as he has made clear already, including with his decision to prohibit funding for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. This agency not only has a history of anti-Israel sentiment, but has a number of workers with ties to terrorist groups. And actually, if you can believe this, had workers participate in the October 7, 2023 attack. I was also pleased by President Trump's decision to withdraw the United States from the so-called Human Rights Council at the United Nations, which unfairly targets Israel. And I'm grateful that President Trump is taking a strong stand against one of the greatest enemies of peace in the Middle East, Iran. Iran has spent decades fomenting unrest and terror, including providing funding and training to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. And the President's recent national security memorandum was a welcome statement that Iranian aggression will no longer be tolerated. The President has restored the maximum economic pressure campaign to bankrupt Iran's nuclear ambitions and its terrorist proxies. Mr. President, it's good to see this kind of leadership. I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for meeting with us and assure him of the United States' continued support for Israel. And I look forward to working with President Trump to defend our allies and to protect our nation. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I would ask for the dispersal of the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today with grave concerns about the nomination of Russel Vought to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget, or more popularly known as OMB. If confirmed, this would be Mr. Vaught's second time in this post. And based on his past performance and his radical views, I believe it would be reckless to confirm his nomination. Most Americans will be unfamiliar with OMB and the work that it does, but OMB touches every major government policy and every cent of federal spending. OMB sits at the center of the budget process, overseeing everything from the initial development of agency budget requests all the way through executing funding appropriated by Congress. OMB also plays a critical role in the regulatory review process and ensures that agencies' reports, rules, and testimony are consistent with administrative policies. All of that is to say that every regulation and every investment in the American people, our infrastructure, domestic manufacturing, small businesses, healthcare systems, you name it, goes through OMB. That role as a central clearinghouse of all executive branch spending and regulation comes with significant authority and requires a high level of trust as well as fidelity to the Constitution and law. Unfortunately, the Trump administration's OMB has already broken that trust with Congress and the American people and the Constitution. While not yet confirmed as OMB director, Mr. Vaught's influence over the agency can be felt even now. And because in part, he played a central role in developing the Trump administration's policy agenda in Project 2025. And also because of the way he ran the agency as director and deputy director during the first Trump administration. As Senator Peters, the ranking member of the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, pointed out during Mr. Vaught's confirmation hearing, there are numerous examples of OMB flouting the law during Mr. Vaught's previous tenure. The Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office found that OMB broke the law 8 times while Mr. Vaught's leadership by directing certain federal agencies to continue to operate during the 2018-2019 shutdown. GAO also found that under his leadership, OMB violated the law by withholding vital security assistance to Ukraine that Congress explicitly provided, putting our national security at risk. The Trump-appointed Inspector General for the Department of Housing and Urban Development found that OMB, under Mr. Vaught's leadership, inappropriately delayed disaster relief funding for Puerto Rico following the devastation of Hurricane Maria. With the level of natural disasters that are unfolding, no senator, Republican or Democrat, should empower someone who delays and denies disaster relief. This record is troubling and has set the stage for the actions taken by the Trump administration in its first few days in office. Last week, the acting OMB director issued a memorandum instructing federal agencies to freeze funding that had been authorized and appropriated by Congress until it could be determined that the programs align with Donald Trump's ideological views espoused in Project 2025. Again, a manifesto that Mr. Vought helped write. That means that President Trump's OMB, just days into a new administration, has wasted no time in usurping Congress's congressional authority over government spending by withholding funding previously approved by Congress on a bipartisan basis. This illegal action, initiated through OMB, demonstrates just how important and powerful the OMB director position is. With Mr. Vought at the helm, everyone should fear that OMB will zealously pursue a radical agenda that includes withholding funding from Americans based on their religion, their thoughts, their appearance, or political affiliation. In evaluating federal spending for ideological purity under federal funding freeze, the Trump administration cast a wide net, scrutinizing funds for grants for law enforcement, veterans care, disaster relief and mitigation, and even the 988 suicide prevention lifeline that has proven to be extremely effective in dealing with the epidemic of suicide we've seen in the nation over the last few years. Even for a time, Medicaid funding was held up. And that funding is not just for low-income Americans. It's one of the major sources of funding for nursing homes throughout the country who are taking care of the parents of working men and women all over this country. To shut those funds off means literally to push those people out of those homes. Even now, the administration appears to be holding funds, for example, to fix an interstate bridge in Rhode Island that closed due to a catastrophic engineering fault that was detected. It seems as if the administration is now concerned about woke bridges as well as other woke issues. Even now that a federal court issued a temporary restraining order to block the funding freeze, I continue to hear from Rhode Island agencies and organizations that are struggling to access federal funds that have already been awarded, with no answers from the administration on what the problem is and how they plan to fix it. I fear that this funding freeze is emblematic of this administration's more broadly process of putting out directives with little to no thought or coordination, without anticipating, and more importantly, without caring about the negative impacts that reckless orders like this could have for the American people and American businesses. It's important to emphasize that the Trump OMB does not have the authority to freeze funding. Back in 1974, Congress passed the Impoundment Control Act, which effectively makes it illegal for the president to ignore the law and not spend funds which Congress has appropriated. The Constitution gives Congress the power of the purse, and the Impoundment Control Act is an important tool in retaining the authority by clarifying that the president has no inherent power to reject Congress's will when it comes to lawfully appropriated spending. The Impoundment Control Act has never been found unconstitutional by any court of law. It is the law of the land. Yet both the president and Mr. Vought have said that they believe the Impoundment Control Act to be unconstitutional. And Mr. Vought has not only repeatedly refused to commit to following the law, but has publicly pushed the president to break the law and impound. Neither the president nor his unelected OMB director can pick and choose which laws they like and which ones they're going to follow. And neither the president nor his unelected OMB director can pick and choose which components of congressionally passed funding laws they want to implement. To be clear, this isn't just a matter of policy disagreements or over funding priorities. Democrats and Republicans have and will continue to have disagreements over where we should prioritize federal funding. But we resolve those disagreements in Congress in a bipartisan manner, working together to pass appropriation laws that benefit the country. It is this or any other administration's obligation to follow these laws. This is Congress's constitutional role, and I will remind my Republican colleagues that we must not cede our obligations under the Constitution to any other branch of the government. And I've been astounded, quite frankly, that so many of my Republican colleagues seem willing to let this administration walk all over this Congress on this issue. And I have no doubt that these funding freezes are a test of our obligation to defend the Constitution of the United States, to play our role in the constitutional scheme. Trump and his acolytes are counting on a cowed congressional majority and a compliant Supreme Court stacked with justices who are willing to ignore decades of precedent to sanction this lawbreaking. As Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy wrote in the Wall Street Journal last year, quote, Mr. Trump has previously suggested this statute, the Impoundment Control Act, is unconstitutional, and we believe the current Supreme Court will likely side with him on this question. I want to be very clear. I don't believe for a moment that Donald Trump has any idea what the Impoundment Control Act is or does. But right-wing activists like Mr. Vought do. They are fanning the flames in hopes of overturning the law so they can radically reshape the federal government to their worldview. And what is that worldview? Rather than serving the American people, they seem to want to punish Americans. Punish them for holding different political views, punish them for being low income, punish them for being sick or homeless. In particular, they want to further erode trust and belief in government so they will make the government less efficient by pushing out the people who answer the call to serve the country and their fellow citizens as federal employees. In a recent speech, Mr. Vought put it this way: we want the bureaucrats to be traumatically effective. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. Now, there's a common adage here in Washington: show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. We haven't seen President Trump's budget yet, but back in 2023, Mr. Vought produced a budget plan entitled A Commitment to End Woke and Weaponized Government, which was designed to assist House Republicans in their new majority. In it, Mr. Vought called for extending the Trump tax cuts for the richest Americans and paying for them by cutting domestic funding by $3.5 trillion. For example, Medicaid would be cut by $1.1 trillion, food stamps by $400 billion, and eliminating the Affordable Care Act tax credits would also be included in the mix. I think it gives a pretty good indication of where the Trump administration's priorities lie, and it's certainly not with the average American. There's another reason I'm troubled by Mr. Vought's nomination, and that is disdain for Congress as an institution. Despite having drawn a number of paychecks as a congressional staffer, he has shown little contempt for the Congress. As I noted earlier, when Mr. Vought served as the acting director of OMB during the first Trump administration, he was integral to the 2019 effort to withhold almost $400 million in military aid for Ukraine, an event, as my colleagues will recall, that led to Trump's first impeachment. Mr. Vought's contempt for Congress was on full display when he defied a congressional subpoena to produce documents and to testify in the impeachment inquiry. He even went as far as to turn to Twitter to publicly call the House of Representatives inquiry a sham process and to say that he had no intent to comply with the subpoena. Mr. Vought has also refused to cooperate with inspector generals and has advocated that the president exercise emergency powers to circumvent congressional decisions. This is not an individual this Congress or any Congress should put its faith in. He has shown us who he is and how he views this institution and our Constitution. And as such, we should not confirm his nomination. And that, Mr. President, I would note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
So my colleagues continue to make the very strong.
Senator.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
My colleagues continue to make, starting yesterday afternoon through the night and now on into the afternoon here, my colleagues continue to make extremely strong and powerful case against Mr. Vought becoming the head of OMB. As I have said before, you couldn't have a person with the worst ideology in the most powerful position in the government. And the damage he will do to the American people is enormous. And we will see it week to week and month to month if, God forbid, he gets confirmed. I would make a plea to my Republican colleagues. You know that this man's views are so hard right that even most of you don't agree with him. And yet, to go along and vote for him because of pressure from the White House or somewhere else would just be misserving your constituency, whether they be liberal, conservative, rural, urban, suburban, red or blue. This man is a slasher. He has shown no respect for people and their needs. His goal is simply to cut everything, almost without regard to how important these programs are, so that he can cut taxes on very wealthy people. To put him in such a powerful position as OMB, to put the man who is the architect of Project 2025 as head of OMB, to put the man who has one of the worst ideologies in the worst position is just a real dereliction to what America needs and America believes in. I strongly urge my colleagues to reconsider and vote no. I'm proud that every Democrat will vote against this awful, awful choice. And now I yield 5 minutes of my post-cloture debate time to Senator Warner.
The senator has that right.
Lisa.
Recognize the senator from Delaware.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd hope I'd be standing here today talking about lowering costs for Americans or tackling the housing crisis. Or as the former Secretary of Labor in Delaware, I thought I'd be standing here talking about jobs and the economy. Unfortunately, the actions over the last 2 weeks have cast a long shadow over our work and our discourse in this body. And instead of speaking about lowering the cost of goods or housing crisis or jobs, I stand before you armed with the voices of Delawareans. Instead, today, I am speaking about the actions of the Trump administration that are sowing fear, confusion, chaos, and in homes and workplaces across America and around the world. But know this, I stand before you filled with a spirit of love for my constituents in my great state and also for my country. Like many of my colleagues here today, my goal is to highlight how these things that are occurring are impacting my state, but also to instill some hope. In the tradition of my faith, there is sort of like a prescription. There are some things that you should not forget. The first is that trouble don't last always. The second is it won't last always if we walk together and don't get weary. And then the third is that joy comes in the morning. So I am speaking to you, America, as we face these precarious times, at a moment when instead of having a president to bring us all together, many feel divided. But if we hold on together, the morning will come. I was first elected to the House of Representatives in 2016 and began serving in 2017. It was after finding and marrying and then losing the love of my life to blood clots. My husband, Charles, went on a business trip, played a game of basketball, ruptured his Achilles tendon, and blood clots went to his heart and lungs. And at the age of 52, this vegetarian who worked out every day left my life. I remember that pain, that heartache, like it was yesterday. I understood viscerally what the words heartbreak really mean. But almost a year after Charles's passing, it was the fall of 2015, I was only sort of just on autopilot in the grocery store, and I saw a dad with 3 kids in front of me put back grapes because they were $9. It snapped me out of my own pain, and it made me realize how blessed I am. I'm going to be okay. But a lot of other people were hurting. A lot of other people were struggling. And I decided at that time, having never run for anything in my life, to run for the House of Representatives, and I won. Today, I stand before you, and I see that dad and those kids. And I think about all that we've been through over the past couple of weeks and ask, have these actions made his or his children's lives better, more prosperous, safer, or at peace? I'd venture to say no. Let's recap just a small portion of the past few weeks in the Trump administration 2.0. Last week, the administration sent a memo. Here's the memo from the Office of Management and Budget, directing critical agencies to freeze federal tax dollars, the taxpayers' dollars, from being spent on critical services and programs approved by Congress. This blatantly unconstitutional directive had and has the potential to cause massive harm to Delawareans and has sown nothing but confusion and chaos for all Americans. Police and fire departments up and down the state of Delaware could go unfunded. Military families stationed at Dover Air Force Base could lose access to critical programs. Construction projects with shovels in the ground could go unfinished as workers are laid off. Community health centers may be unable to provide critical primary care. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, as I gave a speech before the National Association of Community Health Centers, the health centers in the state of Florida were closed. Opioid overdoses could rise as prevention programs end. Children of working families could go hungry when free lunch programs stop. These are not partisan programs. In fact, many of these are popular bipartisan initiatives. They are exactly what the vast majority of Americans want our government to be funding. But with the stroke of a pen, President Trump tried to defund programs already signed into law, making Delaware and every other state across the country less safe, less healthy, and less stable. And to make matters worse, when the pressure mounted from the people, members of this chamber, the attorney generals around the country who fought in the courts, federal judges stepped in and halted the freeze, and then the administration doubled down on their decision. Here's what the White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, posted on X. Quote, "This is not a rescission of the federal funding freeze. It is simply a rescission of the OMB memo. Why? To end any confusion created by the court's injunction. The president's EOs on federal funding remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented." Let me be clear. If the president wants to have his federal budget reflected in his priorities, he is able to. He should submit a budget proposal to Congress like every other president has done. Beyond this unlawful budget freeze, this administration and an unelected and unchecked billionaire have threatened and in some cases delivered on massive civil servant layoffs and unconstitutional firings. Because of this, almost 1,500 calls alone have come into my office about, quote, Elon Musk taking over the government, end quote. In Delaware, there are thousands of civil servants who have dedicated their lives to public service. People who care deeply about ensuring we have meals for seniors, services for our veterans, and educational opportunities for our children. This past year's budget was debated, negotiated, agreed upon, and on a bipartisan basis. I remember it clearly as negotiations lasted right up until almost Christmas Day. While I was still a member of the House, we worked to avoid a harmful government shutdown. That brings us to this moment. Tonight, this chamber will vote on the leading architect of Project 2025. The actions we are seeing are part of the blueprint. The funds are critical taxpayer dollars used to conduct vital services that our communities rely on. Yet, this administration is disregarding the law and the Constitution. Why? Some say to give tax breaks, not to all, but to billionaires. Or, as I call it, reverse Robin Hood. From USAID to the Department of Labor to Treasury to the thought of abolishing the Department of Education, everyone will be impacted. Let's take a look at what could be on the chopping block if those things that we already approved don't go into effect. Public safety, grants for law enforcement and homeland security activities will cease. Disaster relief, as many communities are struggling after severe natural disasters, most recently in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and California. Infrastructure projects, our roads, our bridges, our ports, and more. Public transit could be halted, including projects already under construction. Combating fentanyl, the crisis that we see right now in our communities of substance use disorders, this could be impacted. Biomedical research, there will be immediate pauses on all funding for critical health research, including research on such important diseases like cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes. Head Start and child care could be affected. Funding for Head Start programs that provide comprehensive early childhood education for more than 800,000 kids and their families could be cut off. Teachers and staff would not get paid, and programs may not be able to stay open. Even in our K through 12 systems, the programs for children with disabilities, The children who have needs will be impacted. And as the former Secretary of Labor in Delaware, I can tell you our higher ed and our job training programs could be affected, from student loans to Pell Grants. Health services, federal funding for community health centers that provide health care for over 30 million Americans will be immediately frozen, creating chaos for patients trying to get their prescriptions, a regular checkup, and more. These health centers that are trusted by so many are concerned and fearful that they might not be able to provide the care that they know their patients need and deserve. Small businesses, the Small Business Administration would have to halt all of their services to small businesses that might be in ravaged communities like North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. Our veterans who have served us so mightily. Federal grants to help veterans in rural areas access health care, and grants to help veterans get other critical services, including suicide prevention resources, transition assistance, housing for homeless veterans, could be cut off. Needless to say, this freeze would cause devastation in our communities. Last week, my colleagues in Delaware, as part of our congressional delegation, Senator Chris Coons and Congresswoman Sarah McBride, joined with myself, our governor, our mayor, our Attorney General, Kathy Jennings, our Governor, Matt Meyer, and over 250 other statewide officials and leaders to talk about what we were hearing from Delawareans. These folks in state and local government, education, the nonprofit sectors, and more were concerned about this directive, and we assured them that we are working to address their concerns together. Again, I just want to say that again. Overnight, 250 organizations and partners got on a Zoom to talk about the impact and what we can do together. We had spoken to our Attorney General, Kathy Jennings, about her prompt legal action against this unconstitutional directive and are grateful for her partnership, as well as all of the attorneys general across the country who are fighting back in the courts. And the phones in our offices have been ringing off the hook. We are hearing from Delawareans that are nervous about how these things will impact their everyday lives. I'd like to share just a portion of what my team and I have heard. First, from our Attorney General, Kathy Jennings. She provided a statement. For Delawareans, federal funds are not just money on a balance sheet. They are public safety. They are health care, housing, and heating. They are preschool and infrastructure. They are the medical research that gives our loved ones a glimmer of hope when they get sick and conventional treatment fails. This is not a game. These are promises that the United States made to Americans. Breaking those promises is stunningly indifferent to millions of people's lives, including millions across the country who voted for President Trump. The impact in Delaware has not just been seen as hypothetical. On Tuesday, February 4th, the Delaware Department of Natural Resources and Environmental Control received an email from the U.S. Department of Energy requesting receipt of its earlier directive to cease federal funding. So 8 days after issuing the OMB memo, 6 days after trying to walk it back, and 4 days after being told by a judge to cease and desist, the Trump administration is still creating confusion and uncertainty regarding our ability to draw on obligated federal funds. That's not all. As of yesterday, as of February 5th, the Delaware Department of Health and Social Services still could not access grant funds to protect children from lead paint poisoning. Let me repeat that. 1 week after the administration supposedly rescinded its OMB memo and 4 days after a federal judge told them to cease and desist, the Trump administration was still withholding funds that keep 5-year-olds safe from lead paint. Not Democrats, not Republicans, 5-year-olds. This kind of gamesmanship is no way to run a government. It is immoral, it is illegal, and it is going to hurt people. The second is a letter from our governor, Matt Meyer, the governor. Honorable members of the United States Senate, I write to you today not as a blue or red state governor, but as a public servant. I am deeply concerned for the well-being of the people of Delaware and our nation. President Trump's recent executive order freezing federal funding has the potential to place an unprecedented strain on our communities, our institutions, and our citizens who rely on these critical resources for their daily lives. This funding freeze has already reverberated throughout our state, creating chaos at the thought of jeopardizing essential programs that serve our most vulnerable populations. Federal grants supporting healthcare, education, infrastructure, and public safety are at stake, potentially leaving our agencies scrambling to provide the services our people need and deserve. This topic is not a matter of political ideology, but of governance, responsibility, and duty to the American people. The federal funds in question are not mere numbers on a budget sheet. They represent meals for children, medical care for seniors, and security for families. A prolonged freeze on these resources will only exacerbate economic instability, stifle job growth, and erode our people's trust in their government. I'm going to say that one again. A prolonged freeze on these resources will only exacerbate economic instability, stifle job growth, and erode our people's trust in their government. I urge this Senate to act swiftly and decisively to mitigate the potentially devastating impact of this funding freeze. Whether through legislation, whether through bipartisan negotiations, or direct engagement with the administration, we must ensure that our states have the resources to serve the people effectively. Delaware cannot afford to wait. The American people cannot afford to wait. I implore you to put aside political differences and work together in the best interest of the citizens who have entrusted us with their futures. The time to act is now. The third is from Dr. Tony Allen, president of Delaware State University, our HBCU, a premier HBCU in the country. And I will read some excerpts from his statement. On the federal grant pause, the short-term risk is upwards of $10 million for DSU, which would significantly impact our ability to operate through the end of the fiscal year, the end of this fiscal year. Delays impact cash flow. In the long term, though, our $30 million in federal grant funding, including almost the whole of our research portfolio, would have devastating impacts on undergraduate research, experience, and faculty scholarship, not to mention the related contributions to the local community. Finally, financial aid is a big mystery and could be over $75 million if not dealt with effectively. we have drawn down most of our financial aid for the year, we do have tranches that can be included before June 30th. But Dr. Allen describes the impact on these pauses and grants and the loans, and if this continues, what it would mean. It would be significant. For context, about 71% of Delaware State University students are Pell eligible. This could have impacts not only for those students in this present moment, but as Dr. Allen said, even the surrounding community to the school. Whether they have the students there who can then go on to patronize different restaurants and shops and be a part of society, the professors who are there, whether they will have the dollars to do the research that is necessary. This will have profound impacts on all of us. I also want to share a statement and information from our, it's called the Delaware Alliance for Nonprofit Advancement. We affectionately in Delaware call it DANA. And DANA is headed up by Sheila Bravo, the president, and she sent a few-page letter with some of the impacts and some of the concerns that the nonprofits in our state have. Delaware nonprofits have shared the following impacts to their organizations and the people they serve should their federal funding be reduced or eliminated. And I just want to say, as a person who headed up a nonprofit in the state of Delaware, I was CEO of the Urban League, as a nonprofit, you depend on some stability, just like the for-profits, just like a big business. You need stability. You need to know what to expect from your budget, how to hire people, and so how to even provide the services. These groups are impacted on a daily basis in the lives of Delawareans. So providing vital assistance to at-risk and vulnerable populations, including our seniors, children, new mothers, the unhoused, those dealing with substance use issues. For many of these groups, federal funding is a lifeline that allows them to continue serving these residents. Any decrease or elimination in funding could be catastrophic. Should these organizations close their doors, seniors would go hungry. People facing mental health crises would not have critical assistance. At-risk children would be vulnerable to abuse. Justice-involved individuals would be far more likely to reoffend, and sexual assault survivors would be forced to deal with their trauma alone. Please note that some of these stories below have been submitted anonymously for fear of retaliation for vocalizing their concerns, which is another big concern to folks. They are concerned that if their information, their private information, is available to folks that don't even have security background clearances or who aren't trusted, what might that mean to them? What might that mean to their organization? Anonymous. The two Victims of Crime Act grants cover the personnel costs to 2 sexual assault therapists who service victims and survivors, including teens. The Sexual Assault Services Formula Grant Program covers the personnel and operational costs to the Crisis Helpline and the Rape Crisis Service that includes 4 staff members listed on the grant. So imagine a victim of sexual assault not having a hotline to call into. There not being someone there who is trained and understands and can provide the resources and the services. Imagine that. What they said at the end of their comments to me was no funding, no service. Another was Impact Life. They said to me, the loss of federal funds would significantly impact our ability to continue offering vital programs such as harm reduction, pregnant and parenting women, and building communities of recovery, as well as halt the building and renovation of 2 new recovery homes. Now, I don't know about you, but I think every single person has been touched in this country by someone who has been a victim of substance use disorders. And so the thought of these programs not being there, it's unconscionable. These programs are essential to the health and well-being of our community, and the loss of funding would make it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, to continue or supplement them. Nearly 60% of our organization's programs are at risk, which would drastically reduce our capacity to serve those in need. Last year, Impact Life served over 16,000 people in Delaware. 16,000. That might not be a lot to some other states. That's a lot of people to the state of Delaware. That's a lot of families that will be impacted. Without these crucial federal funds, we would be unable to provide the level of support and resources that our community relies on, leaving many without access to services they need for recovery and well-being. The Delaware Community Reinvestment Action Council, quote, "We will not be able to sustain tax representation impacting hundreds of low-income families awaiting a refund." So again, here's an organization that actually helps individuals to get their refunds. It helps individuals to really take advantage of programs that have been in place for years to help strengthen our economy. And yet and still, this money, because when those refunds go out, that helps support that family. That family can then buy shoes for their kids. They can then pay the rent. So again, the impact is real. This one is from Prevent Child Abuse Delaware. We face the prospect of potential layoffs of at least 2 personnel of our team of 9. So they've only got a team of 9, and they're dealing with preventing child abuse, and they could lose 2 of the 9. The prospective partnerships, which are currently in development with the Department of Public Health and the Department of Education in the area of infant early childhood mental health consultation, would likely not move forward. These are things that we already funded, agreed to, that these organizations are depending on to serve families and children. Community programs building protective factors for at-risk families would cease, and more children would have increased susceptibilities for abuse and neglect as more parents and caregivers experience adversity and stress, increasing their likelihood of entry. So imagine, not only are we going to cut the programs, but then we're also going to lay off or fire their parents, which would, I think, lead to more trauma and more stress and more economic hardship, and also lead into the child welfare system and the criminal justice system. If we say we're about second chances, if we say we're about making sure that our country is one where bills like my Clean Slate Bill, which is bipartisan, which allows those returning citizens to have an opportunity, why would we endanger these programs? Then there's the way home. According to the way home, We service individuals coming out of prison that represent at-risk populations that are currently being targeted. With money being frozen across the board, their basic needs, housing, transportation, and food, make them extremely vulnerable to violate their probation and be placed back into prison. The Delaware Regional Dream Center, which also talks about their staffing needs. Project New Start, which also talks about 100% of the justice-involved individuals that they serve by their agency. It's provided by this federal funding. And the Modern Maturity Center in Delaware. Without the funding identified above, the Modern Maturity Center would not be in the position to provide adult daycare services, caregiver resource services, or senior employment opportunities. The administration of the SNAP program would have to be discontinued. This would remove the opportunity for seniors to apply for the supplemental food assistance at the Modern Maturity Center. The largest impact on the community will come through the Nutrition Services Program, because every day the Modern Maturity Center provides meals to approximately 2,000 seniors in Kent County, Delaware. Without this funding, it could be discontinued. I could go on. The Coalition for a Safer Delaware. Delaware relies on it for suicide prevention, domestic violence intervention, community violence programs. We passed legislation in a bipartisan way to deal with safer communities. They need the money. And then the Freedom Center for Living Independent. Again, they will feel the impact. Our citizens with disabilities as well. The HELP Initiative is also another one. I told you how these misguided actions would impact families, workers, seniors, people with disabilities, and many others in my state. But we must meet these words with action. We must keep the pressure on, because we know that in this moment, it is all hands on deck. Delawareans know that I have a proven track record of working across the aisle. It has been my top priority in serving in the House to find bipartisan solutions and to work on behalf of Delaware and the American people. And my top priority is to continue to do that and have it front and center in the United States Senate. It's why, after seeking out the voices of Delawareans and asking the president's nominees the questions that we needed to ask, I am so committed to making sure that we continue this fight. Within the past few weeks, many promises have been broken, and we see the recklessness on display of these harmful things that and what they will do to our communities. So I stand here today to say that I am voting no on Vote. I am voting no on Vote. And I will do everything in my power to stand up for the people of Delaware and to deliver, even when it feels dark, bright hope. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair, I yield to my colleague from Kansas.
Mr. President, I appreciate the gentleman from Virginia yielding. Mr. President, I appear before the United States Senate today to ask for support and for adoption of a resolution honoring the memory of 67 lives that were lost in a tragic accident that occurred last week over the Potomac River, and to recognize the heroic efforts of hundreds of first responders who supported the rescue and the recovery operations in the aftermath. Last Wednesday, January the 29th, American Airlines Flight 5342, traveling from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C., and U.S. Army Aviation Brigade Priority Air Transport 25 collided over the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan Washington National. There were no survivors. This collision is the deadliest aviation incident America has witnessed in nearly 25 years, and I am heartbroken at the loss of life and the pain experienced by family, friends, and loved ones of the victims. This loss is personal. It's Kansas. This loss is personal. I've taken this flight many times. My wife and I have taken this flight, as have thousands of other Kansans traveling from our home state to the nation's capital. Since this crash, we've learned that, as expected, Kansans were among the victims. And I extend my prayers and deepest condolences to the friends and family of all 67 victims from across the country and even around the globe. Among the victims are husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, sons and daughters, friends and coworkers. There are not words, we know, to express the devastating loss that families and friends of victims are now experiencing. Even as we mourn the 67 killed in this tragedy, we are reminded of the American spirit of solidarity and support displayed over the course of the last 8 days. I trust that this spirit will persist as we continue to mourn and to heal. I'm joined by several of my colleagues whose constituents are among the victims. Their participation demonstrates that this loss is felt not only at home in Kansas, but across the country. We're all grieving, and together we can help bear each other's burdens. Immediately following the crash, hundreds of first responders from more than 40 local, state, and federal agencies responded to the scene, working tirelessly through the night and into the days that followed on rescue and recovery operations. The first responders from the District of Columbia, from Virginia, and from Maryland, along with various federal agencies, acted bravely, swiftly, and courageously in harsh conditions. This resolution commemorates the victims and acknowledges their loved ones' deep loss. And we will promise in this resolution to continue to help carry those burdens for them. This resolution also expresses gratitude to law enforcement and emergency medical personnel, to all the first responders who arrived to try to make a difference, and they did. Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
Mr. President. Chair recognizes the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to join my colleagues from Kansas and Senator Warner, who I believe will be here in a few minutes, to support the resolution described by Senator Moran. This is personal to me in two ways. Obviously, as the senator from Virginia, many of the victims on the American Airlines flight and two of the three soldiers who were killed on the military helicopter flight deployed from Fort Belvoir in Virginia were Virginians. And so our community has been very touched by this. I was at a vigil on the riverbank in Alexandria last night with members of the community, the first responder community, local officials, and others who feel this wound very deeply. And so that is the first personal connection that I have to this tragic event. But I also rise as a kid who grew up in Kansas. And my mother grew up in a town, actually went to the same high school as Senator Marshall, that is not far from Wichita, the airport from which the flight departed. And so as I read the stories of the 67 who died, the Virginians and the Kansans, they were stories that seemed very familiar to me. It is hard to find words to sum up the many feelings that I have and that others have. And I said last night at the vigil that I attended that when words fail and you can't find the words, usually there are words of ancient wisdom that do the trick. And I used a phrase from Psalm 90 that I love: teach us how short our lives are so that we may become wise. There were a lot of youngsters on that flight, but we're all young in the sense of our lives are short. And the psalmist who wrote those words was trying to make a point. All of our lives are brief. All of our lives are temporal. All of our lives are mortal. And in that realization, there can be the beginning of wisdom. And one of the most powerful bits of wisdom that we gain from that knowledge is the realization that we have to bind together. In good times, yes, but especially in bad times. We have to join in community to help those who are suffering. I've been very, very pleased to see the reaction, just as my colleague in Kansas has seen, the volunteers in Northern Virginia, the Red Cross volunteers who have been out day after day, the first responders who did a difficult job in the middle of the night in frigid temperatures in an ice-strewn river to conduct first search and rescue and then ultimately recovery missions. I see people coming together, as we often do in times of tragedy, and that is heartening, if you can take anything heartening from a situation so drastic. So I strongly support the resolution, and I support with my colleagues the notion that we have to learn from this. The National Transportation Safety Board is doing a study. Their study will make recommendations about how we can reduce the chance that this will ever happen again. Thank goodness air accidents of this kind are not common in the country, and yet this tragedy has to energize us to learn the lessons of it and make improvements so that we reduce the chance this will ever happen again. And I am very devoted in the memory of those who lost their lives to that mission. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, gentleman from Virginia. Mr. President, with your permission, I'd like to yield to my colleague from Kansas, Senator Marshall.
Mr. President, well, it's truly a humble moment to stand here with my senior senator from Kansas, a couple gentlemen senators from Virginia. I wish we weren't having to stand here together. It's been more than a week since that horrific night, but it feels as if it just happened hours ago. It doesn't seem possible. In the blink of an eye, we lost 67 brave souls. Each morning I wake up hoping it was all just a nightmare, that somehow it wasn't real, but we all know it was, and it is. The psalmist writes in the 34th chapter, "The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit." The Lord's close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. It's times like these, when grief is overwhelming, that we hold on to the promise of Scripture and the faith passed down from generation to generation, a faith that's carried Kansans through hardship and loss. We remember in 1955, a tornado leveled the little city of Udall, and 75 Kansans lost their lives. Another horrific plane crash in 1970, carrying the Wichita State University football team, and 31 souls were lost. The tornadoes, the storms, the floods, the wildfires, all these disasters have taken too many lives and left so many hearts shattered. And yet, through it all, one thing has remained: our faith and the love and support of our families and our communities. That's what's carried us before, and that's what will carry us now. But I do feel the hurt. We all feel that hurt. It's a pain that feels like a gut punch, an ache that disappears when we distract ourselves, only return without warning. But I fear for the loved ones left behind, because I know this pain never truly goes away. And I know, like my colleagues have said, there's truly no words that can capture the depth of our sorrow that we all feel right now. And we can't begin to imagine the grief of these family members. But yet we want you each to know you don't stand alone, that we're with you. We stand beside you. We're mourning with you. Our communities are wrapping their arms around you in prayer and support. And just to speak to the family specifically, we too are brokenhearted, just like you, and that we're also crushed in spirit. But yet there's hope, and we want you to know this, that even in this tragedy, God has not deserted us. He walks with us through these darkest of valleys, and He weeps with those who weep. We're praying for your strength. We're praying for God's comfort and peace to cover you all as we mourn together. And again, like my senior senator expressed, I want to express my deepest gratitude for all the emergency responders, and especially the divers who I really believe risked their own lives by jumping into a dark, fast, cold river in search of survivors. Thank you so much for doing that and for doing your job so well. Your courage will not be forgotten. I'll close with this, and I said this the night of the tragedy. When one life is lost, it is a tragedy. When many are lost at once, it's an unbearable sorrow. It's a heartbreak beyond measure. Again, to the families, we're with you, and so is our Father in heaven. Thank you. I yield back.
To the senator from Virginia, Senator Warner.
Chair recognizes the senator from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me first of all thank my colleagues from Kansas. I know you were there that night. I want to thank as well, obviously, my dear friend of 40-plus years from Virginia. We were at the airport along with friends from Maryland and D.C. by 7 o'clock the next morning. And the remarkable thing is, this is a route I take home every night. I have the luxury, frankly, of being the guy that my home is actually closer to the Capitol than in all 535 other members. I beat my local Congressman Don Beyer by a couple blocks. So I drive along the Parkway each night. And I think I missed the actual collision by no less than 7 or 8 minutes. And yet we then saw a number of red lights rushing into National across the river in Maryland. And we all know that the souls on American Flight 5342 and those pilots in the Army helicopter, awful collision. And echoing what my friends have said, we can't give you words that will get rid of that terror or that awful event. But we have seen over the last week how many young lives, so many folks from the skating world. And they were Kansans, they were Virginians, and they were literally people from, frankly, around the globe. And the contributions to their friends and families that they'll never be able to fulfill is going to leave an ache in the hearts of those families that I can't nearly articulate as well as some of my colleagues. But I also want to acknowledge that even in these moments of tragedy, there are moments of grace and heroic actions. For folks that don't live in the capital region, the kind of messy, bureaucratic, multiple jurisdictions between Maryland and the district and Virginia. Senator Kaine and I were both governors of Virginia. We used to sometimes think the Potomac was the great divide. But in a moment like this, of this tragedy, people stopped being Maryland, Virginia, the district, federal. People dropped everything. And literally, there were first responders from 40 different jurisdictions. That's remarkable. And everybody else has mentioned, whether they're divers or the folks that went into that bitterly cold river, and frankly, what they've had to do in terms of recovery of the remains in the days afterwards, the toll, emotional toll that it's going to take on those men and women literally, probably for the rest of their life. But they did what was right. I also want to say that, we have the safest skies in the world. It's because we've got good pilots, we've got valuable air traffic controllers. Clearly something went wrong here. And I think we owe to the restoration of that confidence that the sky is safe in our country. And I want to applaud, the brand new Secretary of Transportation who was with us, Mr. Duffy from President Trump's administration, who was with us that morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. And those families and those first responders deserve the answers of what went wrong here. I have great faith in the NTSB. Senator Kane and I have worked with them in other tragedies in the past. They're going to do their job. They're going to find out what went wrong, and we're going to make sure that that kind of mistake is not made again. So I'll simply close by saying again, condolences for the lost and their families. Thank you for the first responders and for all who responded. I think it is totally appropriate, and I want to thank, just on a personal basis, the fact that Senator Moran decided to put this resolution together and to bring us to the floor to kind of get that affirmation. Here we are literally 8 days after this tragedy. So thank you, Jerry, for what you've done. And with that, I'll yield back to Senator Moran.
Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I very much value the remarks by my colleagues from Virginia and my home state colleague from Kansas. And I would use this moment to thank all the folks in this chamber, colleagues and staff, people I work with and know, people I work with and sometimes don't know, have been so gracious and kind in their care and concern for people in most instances they don't know. It is this reminder that tragedy brings us together. It's a reminder that the Senate could use on a daily, frequent basis, that there is more that brings us together than pulls us apart. But the expression of care and concern for the people who were on this flight once again demonstrates that in the human heart, there's something that still exists about how we value and appreciate the lives of others. So, Mr. President, I ask, as if in a legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 64, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 64, honoring the memory of the victims of the tragic mid-air collision between American Airlines Flight 5342 and United States Army Aviation Brigade Priority Air Transport 25 on January 29, 2025.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that this resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection. Chair recognizes the senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to oppose Russel Vought's nomination to be the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. As the ranking member of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, I have worked hard and across the aisle to strengthen our federal government's effectiveness in providing services that Americans rely on every day, to improve transparency in the way that government operates, and to make sure that taxpayer dollars are always used efficiently. These are some of the most fundamental roles the federal government plays in the daily lives of Americans, and we are duty-bound to ensure that they continue. But if Russel Vought is confirmed to lead the Office of Management and Budget, I am concerned that he will throw these principles out the window and wreak havoc on the services that Americans count on from the federal government every day. Although it may not be the most well-known agency, the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, is a critical office in the Executive Office of the President, with significant responsibilities ranging from developing and executing the budget approved by Congress to improving agency performance and reviewing regulations. The actions carried out at OMB affect the daily lives of millions of Americans. And this little-known agency controls nearly every action that other federal agencies take, directing agency policies as well as controlling their budgets. OMB is charged with allocating federal resources that Congress appropriates to agencies that protect our national security, help communities recover from natural disasters, and provide vital services like Social Security, Medicare, and veterans services. This funding helps hire police officers and firefighters. It helps provide families with heating assistance in the cold winter months, and it helps towns and cities upgrade their roads and bridges. OMB's work matters to every American, and we cannot confirm someone to lead this office who will not act in the best interest of every American. As the great American poet, Dr. Maya Angelou, once said, quote, "When people show you who they are, you should believe them the first time." Russel Vought has repeatedly shown us and told us who he is. And he is someone who has and will continue to willfully break the laws passed by Congress at the direction of the President, to fundamentally alter how the federal government works for the American people. Vought's abject disregard for the Constitution and the rule of law, and his willingness to pick which Americans are winners and losers under the Trump administration, completely disqualifies him from serving in this important role. I want to start by revisiting the illegal and dangerous actions that Russ Vought took when he served as OMB director during the first Trump administration. During his previous tenure leading the Office of Management and Budget, Vought brazenly and willfully flouted the laws passed by Congress that direct how federal resources should be spent. On multiple occasions, Vought refused to disperse funds that Congress passed on a bipartisan basis to address serious national security concerns and to protect the safety of our country. For example, Vought directed the OMB to withhold vital security assistance to Ukraine, assistance that Congress directed to be spent with bipartisan backing. This action put our country's security at risk by extorting Ukraine, a very valuable ally, fighting to stop Putin's illegal actions. This extortion wasn't to help advance some official U.S. foreign policy or perhaps support our nation's standing and security around the world. No, it was an action intended to help President Trump politically as he tried to discredit Joe Biden during the 2020 presidential election. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Government Accountability Office investigated and confirmed that this was a violation of the law. On top of that, Vought willfully delayed sending vital disaster relief to Puerto Rico as communities were struggling to recover from the devastations of Hurricanes Maria and Irma. And again, Congress passed a law to provide this funding that was desperately needed to help recover from these destructive hurricanes. And then again, Congress passed a law specifically requiring the funds to be dispersed on time to people in desperate need. Mr. Vought delayed those funds. He broke the law and he prolonged the suffering and the recovery of communities who needed immediate help. In 2021, the Inspector General for the Department of Housing and Urban Development confirmed that Vought's refusal to send hurricane relief assistance was an inappropriate action and that it caused real harms for the people of Puerto Rico. The Inspector General report stated, and I quote, Brian Montgomery, the former Deputy Secretary and Acting Secretary of HUD, recalled telling former OMB Director Vought that OMB's actions were tantamount to holding disaster relief funds hostage. When asked what he meant by the hostage statement, Montgomery told the OIG these demands slowed down the fund of aid that was desperately needed by people in a very desperate situation. The report also concluded that this violation of the law caused serious delays in getting assistance to victims. In addition to this devastating delay, the Office of Inspector General also detailed how Vought and OMB, under his leadership, stonewalled and failed to cooperate with their independent oversight investigation. Again and again, Russel Vought ran OMB. He ignored laws passed by Congress that directed how taxpayer money should be spent and failed to cooperate with independent oversight investigation of his illegal actions. A 2020 investigation by the Government Accountability Office found that under Mr. Vaught's leadership, OMB broke the law 8 more times by directing certain federal agencies to continue to operate during the 2018 shutdown. 8 more times breaking the law. Mr. Vought is on a record here. And when I pressed him about these actions during the confirmation hearing, Vought said, and I quote, we had a different view of the law. In the shutdown, there were a lot of precedent. We found that they aren't legal decisions. Every time you have a different play call, GAO will look at them. There'll be different views between the executive branch and the executive branch. A different view of the law? Well, Mr. Vought cast this as just a difference of opinion. What he's really saying, let's be clear, what he is really saying is that he does not need to follow the law. He thinks that he is above the law. Each of these violations underscores his consistent obstruction of oversight and a troubling tendency to prioritize political agendas over following the law, which endangers the safety and the welfare of our citizens. I have said it multiple times today, but I will repeat. Russel Vought has shown us who he is. We have a duty and an obligation to take him at his word and believe him. He repeated violations of the law. His repeated violations of the law have far-reaching implications on a nation that was built on the rule of law. When leaders and officials break the law with absolute impunity, then the guardrails have fallen off and our democracy is deeply broken. Mr. Vaught's actions have undercut transparent oversight. It have caused the most foundational, fundamental tenet of democratic governance, the rule of law, to crumble. And he didn't stop after his time at OMB was up. In the years since, Russel Vought has been hard at work memorializing his playbook to break the law and give the president unilateral power as part of Project 2025. He literally wrote the Project 2025 chapter on the executive office of the president and how to use the OMB to consolidate even more power with the executive branch. In his Project 2025 chapter, where he spells out the plain as day how he plans to violate the law against, again, if he is confirmed, he wrote that he will recruit staff who are, and this is quote, he will recruit staff who are, quote, creative and fearless in his or her ability to challenge legal precedents. Mr. Vought is saying loud, and he's saying it clear, if we confirm him as director of OMB, he will use every tool that he has to say what the law is He gets to decide, not Congress, not the Constitution, and not the courts. That's wrong, and it goes against everything our founders believed when they wrote our Constitution and created a unique system of checks and balances. Every member of the Senate and every federal employee swears an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States as they execute their duties. I swore that oath when I joined the United States Navy Reserve, and again as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, and finally here in the United States Senate. The Constitution gives Congress the power to determine how federal resources are to be spent. Article 1 of the Constitution specifically gives Congress the power of the purse. This is not some gray area. This is not unsettled law. This is written in our nation's most critical founding document. The Constitution also requires that the President faithfully execute the laws that Congress passes. Again, faithfully execute. Not that the laws should be executed and exercised by the President or Russel Vought's liking, or alignment with the President's policy priorities or campaign promises, but Congress that wrote them. And I would hope that any official confirmed or who swears an oath to uphold the Constitution will do so. But unfortunately, as I laid out previously, Russel Vought has a long history of breaking these very laws the Constitution instructs him to actually uphold. We already ran through several key examples of how Mr. Vought routinely broke the law. But I'd like to do a little deeper dive into the history of these laws and why Congress thought it was necessary to pass them in the first place. During the Nixon administration, an administration that routinely stretched the law to strengthen presidential powers, the president also attempted to use impoundment. In 1970, President Nixon began making deep cuts to programs that communities all across America depended upon to keep families healthy, to keep them fed and educated and safe. In moments throughout our history, Congress gave the president specific and limited ability to not spend the full amount of that appropriation. President Nixon, however, took the idea of refusing to spend appropriations to a whole new and disastrous level. Nixon sought to reshape domestic spending and undermine lawful congressional appropriations by broadly withholding federal funding for a wide variety of programs that communities all across America depended upon. Programs like food assistance, safe drinking water, child care funding, and programs to promote economic opportunity. President Nixon just didn't curtail select projects or limited additional funds to larger projects. His administration tried to use the impoundment to terminate whole programs that he opposed, programs that thousands of communities depended upon and that Congress legally funded. In 1970 and 1971, Nixon made deep cuts to the education, housing, and social services programs. In 1973, Nixon withheld more than $400 million from the federal food stamp program that prevented millions of children and families from living in hunger. Then Nixon tried to withhold $8 billion appropriated for water reclamation, which is used to recycle water for safe drinking, for farm irrigation, and restoring local environments. President Nixon tried to paint his efforts to withhold federal funding as a way to check inflation, when in fact this was an attempt to unilaterally reshape government without taking into consideration the priorities and the needs of American communities that are represented by their members of Congress. And that is why Congress came together to take up and pass the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. And I think this is, Mr. President, this is an interesting point. As President Nixon was doing this, these laws passed unanimously in the United States Congress. All Republicans and all Democrats in the Senate passed them unanimously. Apparently that was a time when Republican members of the Senate had a backbone to stand up to a president that was acting illegally. And even in the House, it was almost unanimous. Apparently Republican members of the House had a backbone then to stand up to a president who acts illegally. The law says that as a general principle, the president may not refuse to spend funds that Congress has appropriated. The Impoundment Control Act also specifies that a president may request that Congress rescind appropriated funds. But the law makes it clear that if both the House and Senate do not approve a rescission request, agencies must disperse those funds within 45 days. The president cannot unilaterally decide to withhold funds that Congress has appropriated. Congress has clearly spoken on how and when the president can propose lawful rescissions. The Impoundment Control Act is the law of the land, and it provides transparent and democratic process to rescind funds. Procedures that reinforce core congressional principles and constitutional principles of congressional power. In case after case, federal courts, including the Supreme Court of this country, have found that the president has no unilateral power to cancel appropriations. Again, because Congress, not the president, holds the power of the purse. Even conservative judicial figures who you might expect would support broader executive powers, especially at this trying moment in our nation's history, have rejected the concept of inherent presidential impoundment. In the 1998 Supreme Court case of Clinton versus the City of New York, Justice Scalia wrote, quote, President Nixon, the Gandhi of all impounders, asserted at a press conference in 1973 that his constitutional right to impound appropriated funds was absolutely clear. Our decision 2 years later in Train versus City of New York proved him wrong. In a 2013 case before the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, Justice Kavanaugh recognized that, quote, a president sometimes has policy reasons, as distinct from constitutional reasons, for wanting to spend less than the full amount appropriated by Congress for a particular project or program. But in these circumstances, got to hear this for Justice Kavanaugh, in these circumstances, even the president does not have unilateral authority to refuse to spend the funds. These rulings and opinions further solidify the argument that such a power does not exist within our constitutional framework. Over and over, courts and legal scholars have been clear the president has no constitutional impoundment power. And again, in 1998, in Clinton versus New York, the Supreme Court struck down a law that allowed the president to unilaterally cancel appropriations, further reinforcing the principle that the president does not have that power. In 1973 and 74, the cases of National Council of Community Mental Health Centers versus Weinberger and Louisiana versus Weinberger, federal district courts again explicitly rejected arguments that the president has the constitutional power to refuse to release grant funding. The fact is that these decisions emphasize that the President of the United States has a duty and an obligation to execute the laws as passed by Congress, which includes spending appropriated funds. This well-established legal precedent highlights that Vought's persistent push for impoundment undermines the democratic process by disregarding the will of Congress, the representative body of the American people. And despite all of this settled law, throughout Vought's confirmation hearing, he doubled down on these plans, professing his intention to continue down the path of his first term by continuing to disregard the rule of law. I asked Mr. Vought during the confirmation process if he was familiar with his decisions that prohibit impoundment. His response was wholly inadequate when he stated the following, and I quote, I won't get into Supreme Court decisions regarding impoundment. We think the law in the book is unconstitutional. By advocating for the president's refusal to spend appropriated funds and refusing to tell the committee whether there are any limits to this supposed power, Vought seeks to concentrate power within the executive branch at the expense of Congress and the American people. Confirming Mr. Vought will erode our nation's checks and balances and undermines the Constitution we all swore an oath to protect and to defend. His actions disregard both the letter and the spirit of the law, which is why he is wholly unqualified to serve in a position requiring enormous public trust, a position that will literally be in the position to make life and death decisions for millions of Americans. And given his record of undermining democratic processes, eroding the system of checks and balances, and time spent violating the Constitution of the United States, we simply cannot trust him in this role. And now, even before he's confirmed by the Senate, the Trump administration has begun to implement Russel Vought's playbook, the playbook he has openly talked about and wrote about in Project 2025. Last week, OMB implemented his playbook by withholding money to communities, to families, businesses, and organizations when it froze all new and existing federal grants and loans. These actions have resulted in chaos and confusion. And every member of this chamber has heard from thousands of their constituents who are afraid the resources they are counting on will not be delivered. These actions not only break the law and wreak chaos and anxiety amongst our constituents, but they also inflict very, very real harm on families in Michigan and all across our country. In my home state of Michigan, communities and organizations received $31 billion in federal grants and loans last year, and the freeze has had immediate negative impacts. I heard from a mayor who needs the grant funding they were awarded to pay for police, for firefighters, and public safety personnel, who's worried he won't be able to pay first responders because of the freeze. I heard from small businesses who are afraid they won't be able to make payroll because of the freeze. I've heard from dozens of communities who fear they will have to put their shovels down on construction projects to improve our roads and our bridges and improve street safety and address chronic flooding issues before the freeze. I've heard from Michiganders who are counting on heating assistance during these cold winter months, who are unsure if they're going to be able to pay their energy bills. I've heard from educators who've raised concerns that the freeze would disrupt funding nearly 17 Head Start centers across Michigan that serve our youngest children. I heard from veterans who face disruptions, confusion, and anxiety over critical services. I've heard from colleges and universities that count on funding to make advances in research, ranging from preventing Alzheimer's disease and dementia to protecting our Great Lakes. I've heard from communities who are concerned about how the freeze will affect funding for Homeland Security missions and law enforcement. Almost immediately, two different judges, one in Rhode Island and one in Washington, D.C., put in place temporary restraining orders to start to undo the freeze and deliver needed funding to these organizations and people. But despite this, some funds continue to be held up, and OMB and the Department of Justice continue to insist that they can block funding going to these communities. This is not what hard-working families across our nation want, and certainly not what they need. Our constituents need to know that the federal government can keep its word and stand by its promises. Americans should feel confident that the services government provides are efficient and they're reliable, and that they can count on them to be delivered. If we confirm Russel Vought to be just another one of President Trump's cronies, the American people will pay the price. Once he's back at OMB, he will only supercharge the Trump administration's effort to unlawfully cancel programs that Congress has authorized on a bipartisan basis and that Americans are counting on. It's not a stretch to say that Russel Vought would do everything he could to give President Trump even more power, especially when it comes to controlling the federal budget. If the president wants to block funding to blue states, Russ Vought will do it. If the president wants to defund firefighters, Russ Vought will do it. If the president wants to cancel Medicaid benefits, Russ Vought will do it. If the president wants to deny victims of a disaster assistance that they desperately need, Russ Vought, we've already seen, will do it. Russ Vought's record on breaking the law and sowing chaos across government is, quite frankly, frightening. If he is confirmed, he will quite literally be in a position to alter the future of our nation, and not in a good way. But he'll also be charged with managing the federal workforce. And his record on that front, well, it's just as abysmal. When he was at OMB before, Mr. Vought pushed to replace nearly 50,000 nonpartisan, career, professional civil servants with appointees, political appointees, whose only qualification was that they had political loyalty to the president. No other qualifications, just political loyalty. The old spoils system of the last 2 centuries back again. He attempted to remove qualified employees who have years of knowledge and experience. And if he had succeeded, he would have posed a grave threat to our national security. More than 70% of the federal workforce serves in agencies that are critical to our national defense and to our national security. Other federal employees work day in and day out to respond to emergencies and to ensure that Americans can get key services like Social Security checks and veterans' health care. Mr. Vought called these hardworking, dedicated public servants, quote, villains. He called them villains. There is no question Mr. Vought has no respect for the professional, hardworking civil servants who work tirelessly each and every day to support the American people. President Trump took action on day one of his administration to remove qualified, nonpartisan federal workers and replace them with his cronies by issuing an executive order. Under this directive, the president's political appointees can reclassify traditional nonpartisan civil servants into scheduled policy career positions that are functionally at will. All hiring, retention, and firing decisions for scheduled policy career positions would be at the pleasure of the president's political leadership rather than the individual's qualifications or job performance. Under Vought's authority as OMB director during Trump's first term, OMB recommended that anywhere from 68 to 88% of its own workforce would be reclassified into this Schedule F. And while describing this conversion with OMB staff that he had just reclassified into Schedule F positions, he recalls saying those employees were, quote, "We don't believe in these laws that give these protections that we think made you less good at your job of serving a particular president." All that mattered was serving a particular president. Vought doesn't believe in civil service law, and I believe in those laws, and they are the laws of the land. Congress passed those laws so civil servants are better at their job of serving the American people rather than their job of serving the political pleasure of a president. Civil servants, not the president or his political cronies, are the ones who issue Social Security checks, provide care for our veterans, facilitate loans for small businesses, and safeguard our homeland security from security threats. President Trump took another step last week to remove qualified civil servants when he offered more than 2 million federal employees deferred resignation offers through a fork-in-the-road email. He may have pitched it to federal workers as a buyout, but it's likely another illegal plan to scare expert employees into leaving voluntarily out of fear that they would otherwise be fired or retaliated against by the president, so he can make way to install his cronies at all levels of the federal government. If this continues to happen, agencies will lose vast institutional knowledge, and civil servants will lose trust in their colleagues. Whistleblowers will be afraid to come forward to report waste and fraud and abuse. Taxpayers will foot the bill for government mistakes or corruption among political leaders. Foreign adversaries will take advantage of our unstable government workforce. In all of these roles, we want to trust the employees that have the right skills and experience and are informed with accurate, reliable, and complete information. Russel Vought is at the forefront of this effort to politicize our civil workforce. So, Mr. President, as I bring my remarks to a close, I just want to underscore that Russ Vought's previous tenure as OMB director and his contributions to proposals like Project 2025 has demonstrated clearly that he is not merely someone with differing policy views, but someone who fundamentally disregards the rules of the game, as outlined in the laws of Congress and those that we have enacted under the Constitution. Mr. Vought's expansive views of the President's spending authority seek to destroy Congress's constitutional authority. Mr. Vought's disdain for our hardworking civil servants who keep Americans safe and he wants to attempt to turn all of them into political hacks, loyal only to the President, completely disqualifies him from holding the position of the Director of the Office of Management and Budget. And ultimately, Russ Vought's defiant attitude towards the rule of law is dangerous, and it is deeply, deeply un-American. His lawless actions threaten our national security. They threaten our economy and the well-being of the American people, and they threaten the future of our democracy. I urge my colleagues to take him at his word. Russ Vought has told us loud and clear who he is and what he will do. He's told us he will break the law. He's told us he will politicize the federal workforce. He's told us he'll destroy our government from the inside. We cannot give him another chance to inflict further harm on the American people. We must oppose his nomination, and if we fail to stop his confirmation, there is no question in my mind the American people will end up paying the price.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, every single day, millions of hardworking Americans report to work to serve their communities and their country. They're known to our government as civil servants, but I want to be clear about who they really are. These civil servants are the more than 300 air traffic controllers at the Albuquerque Sunport and airports across New Mexico who keep us safe in the air. They are the wildland firefighters battling catastrophic forest fires each year. They are the FBI agents who are working to get drug cartels out of our communities. They're the rangers taking care of our national parks and the civil engineers who manage and restore our watersheds. They are the federal customs officers and border agents who enable trade at our southern border and stop fentanyl before it enters our country. They are the inspectors and scientists who ensure the safety of our food and our medicine, and they are the countless workers who ensure our elders receive their Social Security checks on time. These are the unsung heroes in our federal civil service. The impact of their work touches every single person in our state and our country. They deserve our respect and our gratitude, not an all-out attack against them. But while these civil servants have done the quiet work of keeping our government working, Donald Trump is single-handedly forcing a partial government shutdown and throwing the lives of hardworking civil servants into chaos. We're barely 3 weeks into this new Trump administration,
And it's abundantly clear that Donald Trump and his team have taken his narrow victory as a license to run roughshod over all laws, norms, and even the Constitution. Trump and Elon Musk are attempting an unlawful, hostile takeover of the most basic federal government operations, functions that so many Americans depend on. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, Trump has threatened mass layoffs of civil servants, closures of entire federal agencies. Trump and Elon Musk's DOGE minions have forced access to the federal payment system. This system contains Americans' private data, as well as classified information, and processes government payments that make up more than a fifth of the U.S. economy. And I wish I were making this up, but it's true. According to a report in Wired, a 25-year-old engineer from Musk's DOGE group has gained access, direct access, to the Treasury Department systems responsible for nearly all payments made by the federal government. This is someone whose only other experience is working for Musk at other places, at SpaceX and Twitter. This unelected, unvetted member of Musk's DOGE team reportedly has administrator-level privileges. Normally, access privileges to this highly secure system are reserved for high-level professionals with years and years of experience at the Treasury Department. This breach by Elon Musk's DOGE minions may expose the system to irreversible damage, undermining our individual privacy rights and our country's economic and national security. And many of us will simply not stand for it. On top of this, Trump triggered a vast and ongoing blockade of congressionally appropriated federal funds, the impacts of which are still reverberating across the nation. The masterminds, air quotes, behind this whole mess: Trump, Elon Musk, and yes, Russel Vought, Trump's nominee to lead the White House Office of Management and Budget. Let's talk about Mr. Vought and his plans. Mr. Vought was the lead architect of the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025, the blueprint for Trump's dismantling of the federal government. He has spent years crafting plans to circumvent Congress, our Constitution, and of course the law. Let me read to you directly from Mr. Vaught's statements in his own words. In a private speech last year at his far-right Center for Renewing America think tank, air quotes again, Mr. Vought stated that he would like to put career civil servants, quote, in trauma. Mr. Vought said, "We want the bureaucrats to be traumatically affected. When they wake up in the morning, we want them not to want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as villains. We want their funding to be shut down so that the EPA can't do all of the rules against our energy industry because they have no bandwidth financially to do so." He laid out how he would do this in his chapter of the Heritage Foundation Project 2025 playbook for the incoming Trump administration White House. He wrote there, "The great challenge confronting a conservative president is the existential need for aggressive use of the vast powers of the executive branch." He went on to say that success in meeting that challenge will require a boldness to bend or break the bureaucracy, meaning bending and breaking our career civil servants who carry out laws passed here by Congress. As the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, Mr. Vought was the lead architect of the president's fiscal year 21 budget proposal that called for $500 billion cut from Medicare, $900 billion cut from Medicaid, $71 billion cut from Social Security. Yes, Social Security. $76 billion cut from disability programs, zeroing out entire federal programs, including the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, the Legal Services Corporation, Community Development Block Grants, and Community Services Block Grants, all to pave the way for Trump to double down on his tax breaks for billionaires. At his Center for Renewing America think tank, Mr. Vought drafted a 2023 budget plan entitled A Commitment to End Woke and Weaponized Government. This is the playbook that Trump and Musk are already running to freeze federal funding, dismantle and dismember federal agencies, and seize the power of the purse from Congress, where the Constitution put it. That plan called for extending Trump's tax cuts for the wealthy by slashing Medicaid by $2.1 trillion, SNAP by $400 billion, eliminating the Affordable Care tax credits that help folks afford health care coverage. Mr. Vought has also openly admitted his intentions to challenge the Impoundment Control Act of 1974, which enforces Congress's constitutional power of the purse. During his confirmation hearing last month, Mr. Vought said he believes the president can just overrule Congress in deciding how to spend taxpayer dollars, despite constitutional authority and the law to the contrary. Mr. Vought said the president ran on the notion that the Impoundment Control Act is unconstitutional. I agree with that. Last time I checked, that was up to the Supreme Court and our court systems. Mr. Vought has already made clear how he'd use his role, or I should say abuse his role as OMB director, to politicize the agency and bend it to the whims of the president. In Project 2025, Vought wrongly stated that OMB has the only statutory tools in the White House that are powerful enough to override implementing the agency's bureaucracies. What this really means is overriding the law duly enacted here in Congress and signed by the president. Mr. Vought has also questioned the very ideas of independent federal agencies. In fact, in an interview last November with Tucker Carlson, Mr. Vought said, quote, "Number one is going after the whole notion of independence. There are no independent agencies. Congress may have viewed them as such, the Securities and Exchange Commission or the FCC, the CFPB, the whole alphabet soup, but the whole notion of an independent agency should be thrown out. You can apply the concept of destroying independence at every agency." Mr. Vought has called OMB a President's air traffic control system with the ability and charge to ensure that all policy initiatives are flying in sync and with the authority to let planes take off and at time ground planes that are flying off course. Do we really trust a man hell-bent on slashing Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, defying Congress and destroying independent federal agencies to be an air traffic controller? Let me be clear. My constituents in New Mexico did not vote for this, and my office has been fielding thousands of phone calls, letters, emails for New Mexicans who are upset and angry, frustrated that President Trump, Elon Musk, and Russel Vought are breaking laws and shredding the Constitution in a bid to upend the basic functions of our government. Here's a little bit of a taste of what New Mexicans are telling me. Arthur from Rio Rancho called my office to tell me he's concerned about how Trump and Vought's plans to dismantle the Department of Education will impact his son and millions of other students with disabilities. Arthur said, "I have a son who is autistic and nonverbal. With an individual education plan, dismantling the Department of Education will not only impact him, but it'll devastate all public schools and hurt students like my son who have disabilities. This will strip away any rights and protections for millions of students. Trump and Elon need to be sent a clear message. Education is a fundamental right, not a privilege for the wealthy." A constituent from Albuquerque who requested anonymity is worried about his job as a federal civil servant because of Vought's agenda. He wrote to me,
I'm a U.S. Forest Service employee. Most of us are now afraid of losing our jobs and of, among other things, the demand for loyalty. This makes it difficult to work in the manner that we wish to, efficiently, effectively, and to do well for the land and all citizens. Marissa from Santa Fe is hesitant to start a family because the uncertainty caused by Musk, Trump, and Vought. Marissa wrote to me, "I am really terrified at the idea that so much of the federal government is being dismantled by someone who was never nominated to a position of power. I want to be able to start a family, but how can I do that without fear of knowing that this man and the GOP are destroying any chance of that happening?" Holly from Albuquerque, a public school teacher, is also deeply worried about Trump and Vought's intentions to dismantle the Department of Education and what this could mean for her students, fellow teachers, and her financial security. She wrote, "As an educator for 22 years here in New Mexico, I know firsthand the struggles that our families, students, and educators are facing in the classroom, and we really need access to the federal support that we get. Whether it's Title I, special education, or grants, I don't know how we're going to operate our schools effectively without that. I'm also worried about my pension as a public school educator. I am supposed to be eligible for retirement in 3.5 years, and I've dedicated my life to the students of New Mexico." Today, I say to the thousands of New Mexicans who have asked me to oppose Mr. Vought's nomination, I agree with you. Mr. Vought is unfit to lead the OMB. We should reject this dangerously unfit nominee before he dismantles the services that New Mexicans rely on. We should reject him before he unilaterally overrides the laws that Americans' elected representatives have passed. We cannot stand by and allow Mr. Vought, Elon Musk, or even this president to disregard the safety and security of the American people, and the law is on our side. In the last week, 2 federal courts have issued restraining orders on Trump's directives. I want to read a few short words from what the judges have said. The executive's action unilaterally suspends the payment of federal funds to the states and others simply by choosing to do so. No matter the authorizing or appropriating statute, the regulatory regime, or the terms of the grant itself, the executive cites no legal authority allowing it to do so. Indeed, no federal law would authorize the executive's unilateral action here. The court continued by dismissing Trump's arguments justifying the funding freeze, declaring the executive branch has a duty to align federal spending and action with the will of the people as expressed through congressional appropriation, not presidential priorities. These court rulings represent battles won, but this war to defend the Constitution and stability in this nation is far from over. And we won't stop until Trump, Musk, and Vought follow the law and abide by the Constitution. That means respecting federal workers. It means ending the unilateral and unlawful freeze of appropriated funds for projects from the Eastern New Mexico Rural Water Project to the Red Top Water Development Project. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is not a game. This is a nation of laws. And just like you, every one of us here in this body swore to defend the Constitution. Mass layoffs of federal workers, working to disband the Department of Education or the EPA or the National Science Foundation, abusing the FBI, handing over access to more than 1/5 of our economy and the private data of every single American taxpayer without any regard for the risks that you're creating for our national security. That is not defending this nation of laws. It's not following the Constitution. It's not putting public service or even America first. It looks a lot like tyranny. It needs to stop. We the people is the first phrase of the United States Constitution. And that is exactly who Republicans in charge of the Senate, the House, and the White House, the people who can stop this need to hear from you. So to all Americans wondering what can be done right now, rise up your voice. Call your member of Congress. Call your senators. Call the White House. Call the Treasury Department. Comment on your Republican representative social media channels. Write op-eds in your local newspaper telling how you're impacted. Make sure that Republicans know what we the people, are paying attention. That we will hold them accountable for following the law, upholding the Constitution, and make sure to let your lawmakers know when you support the work that they're doing so that they continue to do it. And let federal civil servants know that you support them and that you want them to keep doing their jobs and doing them well. I will continue to stand up to this chaos, to this lawlessness, and as part of that work, I will vote no on Russel Vought.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise tonight in opposition to the nomination of Russel Vought to be Director of the Office of Management and Budget, also known as OMB. My colleagues and I have been holding the Senate floor since yesterday to sound the alarm on this dangerous nomination. Russel Vought is the architect of Project 2025, the hateful, racist, sexist policy roadmap at the center of Trump's campaign. Mr. Vought has been working behind the scenes for years on policies to consolidate power, undermine the critical services that the federal government provides to the American people, and undermine Congress's power of the purse. When Vought was at the Office of Management and Budget during the last Trump administration, he demonstrated a complete lack of regard for our branch of government, the Congress. He was responsible for illegally withholding and delaying billions of dollars in congressionally appropriated funding, and now is planning to ratchet up this whole destructive power to a new level in 2025. And while Vought was withholding the funding that he and Trump don't like, he revealed a 2021 budget plan that showed us all the terrible things that he did like. That plan, authored by Russel Vought, proposed, listen to this, $500 billion in cuts to Medicare, $900 billion in cuts to Medicaid, $71 billion cuts to Social Security. And in those budgets, Vought was able to find $1.4 trillion to continue the tax that Trump gave, that big tax break to the millionaires and billionaires in our country, all paid for out of Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. And right now, Russel Vought is working behind the scenes and not even waiting to propose a budget. He is directing the agency to illegally cut billions of dollars in spending from programs that American families rely upon. Someone else's name may have been on the January 27th memo that came from OMB that froze all government spending, but make no mistake, it was authored by Russel Vought. Everything we are seeing right now, the illegal and unconstitutional actions being taken to dismantle federal agencies, freeze funding, steal the data of American citizens, is a push to further the Project 2025 playbook. Vought may be the one to have written the blueprint, but now he and everyone else, including the president himself, are taking orders from one man, Elon Musk. All of this chaos is because the richest man in the world spent more than $280 million on buying this election. And he wants to reap the benefits from his investment. For Donald Trump, DEI seems to only stand for defending Elon's interests. Now he and Vought are planning to make OMB stand for only Musk's business. Elon Musk and his unqualified, unelected government arsonists want to be able to carry out their attacks on your privacy, your rights, your friends and neighbors under the cover of darkness. Because with every new day, we are seeing Donald Trump's deep-pocketed puppeteer, Elon Musk, attempt to dismantle the government services that keep our communities clean, healthy, and safe. And they're acting with impunity. I just came from the Environmental Protection Agency, an agency created by Congress, authorized by Congress, signed into law by Richard Nixon, and one which the Environment and Public Works Committee, on which I sit, oversees. I was denied access to the EPA to talk to Musk DOGE henchmen. No, you can't come in, Senator. You can't talk to these young people rumbling around, interviewing people who majored in physics and biology and chemistry who are protecting the clean air and clean water and clean lands in our country. No, you can't come in. Musk doesn't just believe he is above the law, he doesn't believe in the law at all. He believes that the United States Constitution does not apply to him. Elon Musk, not bound by the Constitution. And everyone knows that we have three branches of government created in the Constitution as separate articles defining the powers of each. Article 1 of the Constitution is the Congress. Article 2 of the Constitution is the presidency. Article 3 of the Constitution is the judiciary. But Elon Musk, he doesn't need to answer to any of those branches. Not to Congress, not to the courts, and certainly not to his newly bought presidency. It makes sense for Trump to make Elon Musk a buddy, the guy who declared bankruptcy 6 times really needs a rich guy around to bail him out. But it's almost as if Musk believes that he has his own special place in the Constitution, separate from the first 3 articles. In Musk's world, our Constitution contains an Article 3.5, right after Article 3 of the judiciary. And that new article that he believes exists and applies to him is a never-before-used provision in the Constitution with unlimited authority to remake our constitutional order with Musk as the unelected and unaccountable leader. Now, in Musk's world, Articles 1, 2, and 3 of the Constitution are toothless compared to the power reserved for him and him alone in Article 3.5. Right before Article 4. He just slipped it in now. Article 3.5. In Musk's world, Article 3.5 goes something like this. Article 3.5, the Muskocracy, his own separate provision in the Constitution. Section 1 of the Muskocracy, establishment of the Elon Musk branch. The executive, legislative, and judicial branches shall hereby recognize a new and supreme branch of government known as Elon Musk. This branch shall operate independently of the other 3 branches, unburdened by traditional constraints such as laws or ethics or the need for congressional approval. That's Article, Section 1. Section 2, powers and responsibilities for the Muskocracy. The Elon Musk branch shall wield absolute authority over, but not limited to, 1, federal agency reorganization. Abolish at will clause is in that section, whatever he decides. The Musk branch may, at any time, eliminate, restructure, or replace any federal agency by way of a single tweet. A lot of power that Section 1 has. Section 2, workforce optimization. All federal employees shall be subject to an immediate performance review determined by way of an AI-powered metric called the Hyper-Productivity Index, trademarked. Any agency deemed inefficient shall be replaced by a new office staffed entirely by a mix of ex-premium subscribers, Tesla interns, and SpaceX engineers working 120-hour weeks. This is the Muskocracy. And it just continues. Data access. Part 3. The Musk branch shall have unrestricted access to all government personnel records, including security clearances, tax filings, and even embarrassing Slack messages. All goes to Elon Musk under Article 3.5 of the new United States Constitution, enacted on Inauguration Day in 2024. Then we have legislative override. All bills must be reviewed and memed upon by the Musk branch before passing. A simple "haha, no" tweet from the branch shall serve as an automatic veto. He didn't like it, just tweeted it out. Everyone will jump. Make sure that doesn't happen. This is the new Muskocracy within which we are now living. 3.5, Article 3.5 of the new Constitution of the United States of America. Judicial review. The Supreme Court shall be replaced with a single ex post where Elon asks, should this be legal? The most likely reply becomes binding precedent. This is the only way to govern. You can just see how it's all playing on X. That's the new Constitution of the United States, binding on the United States Senate, for sure. We can see that in the votes that are being cast out here by the majority. Then we move on to Section 3, administration and oversight. The Musk branch shall be staffed exclusively by engineers or AI-powered bots and a small staff of interns selected through an online gladiator-style coding competition. How else would you run America in 2025 but have those superior beings making all decisions for all of us? Then Section 4, checks and balances, all important. The checks and balances has always been the key. Going back to Madison and Jefferson, they thought through that, checks and balances, and so did Elon Musk in his Article 3.5, the Muskocracy provision that's now operative in our country in the Donald Trump presidency. So checks and balances says, although the existing 3 branches may express opinions, all official government actions require verification from the Musk branch, except those initiated by Musk himself, which are self-verifying because he's infallible. No one can question him. And any opposition to the Musk branch shall be met with immediate ridicule. Come on, you can't question Elon Musk. It's the new Constitution. That's how it is. Everyone should just understand. And then Section 5, succession and perpetuity. How does our country then operate into the future? Well, in the event that the physical Elon Musk ceases to exist, the Musk branch shall be transferred to an AI-trained, on-off system for all of his tweets that are gathered together, and then Neuralink data and past Rogan podcast appearances, and that AI shall rule indefinitely unless overthrown by a more innovative billionaire. Isn't that really how we want our country to be running under this Muskocracy? Article 3.5? That's where we are right now. That's the country that we are living in. And does he have power? Oh, he has power. Because let's not kid ourselves. Right now, Elon wants us to live in the Muskocracy. The Trump administration is operating as if Article 3.5 is real, as if Elon Musk has supreme authority to override the will of Congress, seize government property, hire and fire at will, and otherwise bend government to his benefit, regardless of the consequences. So let's not fool ourselves. We can see Article 3.5 in action right now. Musk is obsessed with shutting down USAID, slandering its public servants, spreading baseless conspiracy theories about the agency's work and mission. If we don't stop him now through legislation and lawsuits, he'll not only destroy our ability to address global crises that eventually impact us here at home, he'll go after the agencies that keep our food and water safe, our infrastructure repaired, and our communities secured. Gutting USAID will cause immediate harm to our national security, place our citizens at risk, and disrupt life-saving work. USAID helps protect children from starvation. It prevents the spread of infectious diseases. It is critical in our global fight against AIDS and HIV. If we don't hold the line on Elon Musk's abolition of USAID and the Trump administration's illegal actions, nothing will prevent him or Trump from doing the same thing to the CDC, to the Environmental Protection Agency, to the Small Business Administration. He's bragging that he put USAID in the wood chipper. He wants to do the same thing for every other agency. And that's why I'm voting no on every Trump nominee. While this illegal and unconstitutional power grab continues, while this chaos continues, and this corruption continues, the fights before us will not be easy. And there will be many. The American people are relying on us to protect their rights, their pocketbooks, and their families. And that starts with protecting them from nominees whose only goal is to dismantle the programs that help feed them, employ them, and keep them warm in the winter, educate them, and help them meet the ends that their families seek to achieve. We need to say no to the nomination of Russel Vought tonight, no to the illegal, unconstitutional Muskocracy, and no to the costlier, sicker, unhealthier future that Donald Trump is creating. I urge all members to vote no on Russel Vought as the administrator of the Office of Management and Budget.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from New Mexico.
Mr. President, for the past 2 weeks, my office has received thousands of calls worried New Mexicans are taking time out of their busy day to share their stories and plead for help and assistance. Last Monday, as the country knows, when President Trump and Russel Vought illegally froze federal programs and grant money allocated by Congress, chaos erupted in New Mexico and across America. A single mother of 4 in Bernalillo wrote to me, "I will literally have to choose between feeding my children or paying for them to have private health insurance. I barely make it paycheck to paycheck as it is. This freeze would definitely put us over. Please help our state." A senior from Albuquerque told me, "My savings have been wiped out by home health care costs after one hospitalization. I'm unable to work and I'm living solely on Social Security income, most of which is eaten up by insurance premiums. I'm dependent on Medicare health treatments." A family doctor said that if the federal freeze on grants and programs were to be implemented, it would put a family clinic that serves 50,000 New Mexicans in immediate danger of closing. This would leave thousands of patients without access to primary health care. And this is to every rural health care center in America. Mr. President, I have story after story to share, but I know that several of my colleagues have so much to add as well tonight. I will just ask my Republican colleagues to please say a little prayer. Call your constituents in the next half hour and talk to them because they're going to be impacted by this. Vote no on Vought. This is terrible for the people that we represent. I ask unanimous consent to submit my remarks fully into the record, and I yield.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, now we know this, and this is a conversation I have quite often with individuals to talk about what is happening in my state when they ask me, what's going on in Washington? What is happening with the executive orders and this change in the administration? And one thing we talk about, and I think it is important because sometimes it gets lost in this conversation, is that when our system of government was created, about 250 years ago, it was created because the American people at the time decided they wanted a democracy. They didn't want a king. You know, the United States of America is born out of a revolution against a monarch, a king who sat on a throne and had really no checks on his power. And our founding fathers built this nation on a foundation of democratic principles, supporting the idea that government is for the people. That's what the American people wanted. And as part of that creation, they established 3 co-equal branches of government. We all know the executive, the legislative, the judicial. And along with that, they created a system of checks and balances to ensure that no branch had too much control over the other. Now, as we all know, as we work here in Congress, that legislative branch is important. It's the first branch of government, co-equal to all the others, but it writes and passes laws, approves presidential nominations, but also importantly, the branch of government that we all work in is about passing a budget and controlling the purse. What does that mean? The money. We are the ones that decide how we spend this money, the budget for the federal government, where it's going to go, the appropriations for it. And that really is the power of Congress that our founding fathers gave to us. Now, the executive branch, we all know, founders gave the president the authority to veto, to implement, to enforce laws, along with the power to manage and direct government agencies. That is what the founding fathers envisioned, to ensure that our government puts the American people first and that no branch of government could become too powerful. Those are checks and balances that have been tested throughout our nation's history. Let me just give you an example. In 1974, President Richard Nixon refused to release funds approved by Congress for certain programs that he opposed. In response to his unconstitutional abuse of power, Congress passed bipartisan legislation called the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Act of 1974. This legislation reaffirms that once Congress passes bills that deliver funding to the American people, the president can't delay or cancel those funds. Unfortunately, today, we have a nominee for the Office of Management and Budget, we call it OMB, who thinks this critical check on the president's power shouldn't exist. Now, you've heard this. My Democratic colleagues have been on the Senate floor since 2 p.m. yesterday to oppose Russ Vought. Why? Because Russ Vought is the co-author of President Trump's Project 2025 manifesto, and he's the chief architect of Trump's strategy to seize the power of the legislative branch. How are they doing that? Well, let's just talk about that. On January 27th, the OMB issued a memo to effectively suspend Congress's power of the purse by announcing a pause on all federal grants and loans. He shut down funding for practically every state and local program that receives money from the federal government. Now, like all of my colleagues, I have heard from Nevadans worried about accessing Medicaid or their VA benefits or funding for law enforcement or housing and energy payments that keep the lights on for low-income Nevadans. I've heard concerns about child care initiatives like Head Start that have no longer any funding, and programs to support seniors like Meals on Wheels are concerned. I have heard from tribes in Nevada. I just got out of my office meeting with one of our tribes who are still having trouble accessing housing funds and similar funds. Groups that support Nevada's domestic violence survivors don't know if they'll have the money to get critical resources to people in need. Nevada literacy programs that are helping children learn to read have been threatened with the loss of funding. Rural communities in Nevada receiving federal grants ranging from community development grants to wastewater treatment. Several of those grants and that funding have been delayed or cut. Trump's funding freeze shut down support for safety and security for kids and families in the historic west side of Las Vegas. President Trump shut down $156 million in funding for solar energy in Nevada. We were going to install solar power on hundreds of buildings, helping bring down energy costs for 20,000 hardworking Nevada families. But President Trump illegally stopped these solar grants to Nevada. That has jeopardized thousands of good-paying jobs for laborers and construction crews in my state. And while the Trump administration claimed that Medicaid wasn't affected by the federal funding freeze, but the fact is the Medicaid payment system did go offline in all 50 states. Now, intentional or not, the OMB order was reckless, causing confusion and chaos for many across the country, including doctors and healthcare staff who didn't know if they were going to get paid for the work they do. Like my colleagues, my office is being flooded with these calls, including from Nevadans concerned about their future benefits from Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. These are real Americans who are being squeezed by this unconstitutional funding freeze, even though Donald Trump promised to make their lives better. Americans right now are being hung out to dry by Donald Trump and by Russ Vought, whose Project 2025 was clearly the inspiration for this dangerous funding freeze. Russ Vought is unfit to serve at the head of the agency that oversees our federal budget. During his confirmation hearing, he said the Impoundment Control Act of 1974 is unconstitutional. One man decides the laws in this state. Wow, that's a lot of power. He's basically saying he thinks the president should be able to withhold any funding that they don't like, even though that goes against the separation of powers our founding fathers wrote into the Constitution. Think about this. Under the last administration, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act that created incredible jobs, union jobs, and grew our economy in Nevada and across this country. Now President Trump and Russ Vought are saying the president doesn't have to deliver all that funding to communities in Nevada and across the country. Many of those communities have already broken ground on projects that they were promised funding for. Instead of focusing on the working families that Donald Trump said he was fighting for, he's clearly only interested in becoming as powerful as possible, no matter how many laws he breaks. Listen, you know something's wrong when firefighters who went to Los Angeles to help contain the devastating wildfires received emails from the Trump administration encouraging them to resign. It wasn't an email to say, thank you, you risked your lives, we couldn't do this without you. They actually sent a letter to these firefighters saying, well, it's time to resign. What kind of president thanks our firefighters by telling them to leave their jobs and leave our communities defenseless? He doesn't care about our safety and security. He only cares about his own. So now my question for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is, what's next? What will be the next congressional power we cede to Donald Trump and his billionaire friends? What will be the next crisis we have to clean up when we could be focusing on delivering for Americans? We're supposed to be representing the people of our states and fighting for them. And when I speak to Nevadans every single day, they expect me to get them the federal support they need. That means working across the aisle. I'll work with anyone to get things done on behalf of my state and across the country. But it also means standing up to anyone who would prefer to sow chaos and ignore the Constitution violate our laws, usurp our power. Anyone who would rather do that and not tackle the real issues that Americans are dealing with right now. And let me say, I don't know anybody, one of my colleagues or anyone else, who doesn't support streamlining our federal government. I am here because I was so frustrated with the bureaucracy of the federal government and support streamlining it and think we should do that absolutely every day, work towards how we make it work for Americans. I support it. But what we need is a thoughtful business strategy to do just that. That is welcome. But burning the federal government to the ground, that's not a business strategy. That's just total destruction. And that's not what the American people deserve. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
This is a senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues. I thank the senator from Nevada for her great comments and articulating why we want to have a budget process here that recognizes the United States Senate, the House of Representatives, and to say that a budget process that tries to exclude us is not what our forefathers had in mind. That is one of the reasons I strongly oppose this nomination to be the director of the Office of Management and Budget for Russel Vought. The administration, like everyone before it, has had the opportunity to propose a budget, set overall policy principles, and propose spending and policies, and this administration does not have the power to wave a wand and erase legally authorized and appropriated funds. The Constitution is very clear here. Congress and the administration together agree on appropriations. They agree together when we pass laws and what we want to do to govern. And people should be able to rely on current laws until those laws are changed. That is how governing works. And we're here to represent the people who want to see the certainty and predictability of laws that we have passed. Regular review of programs and congressional oversight, as my colleague from Nevada just mentioned, those are valuable things. And we can continue to make reforms in thoughtful and transparent ways. We should not allow unaccountable political actors, though, to be unfettered, have access to our constituents' most sensitive data without safeguards to how that data is protected, their rights, and conflicts of interest, that how that data might even be used against them. Mr. President, I am for a very strong national privacy law to protect our consumers, and one person I don't want spying on us is the U.S. government. So I don't take lightly somebody getting access to accounts and information, storing it, moving it around, sharing it with other people. I don't care if they're 22 or 42. I'm not for the government doing this kind of thing without oversight. Taxpayers, I'm not even for the government spying on U.S. citizens, just to be clear. I'm not for that. But this is just data collection. Data collection, who's it going to, what are they doing with it, how much are they going to use it? So taxpayers, they rely on us for service. And they don't want to believe that somebody is looking around in these accounts. Even our own personnel management system got hacked by the Chinese. How do we know that there's safeguards for what these individuals are doing for our most personal information? But the havoc that has been caused by this nominee's strategy is just absurd. Today, I met with a group of farmers who were talking about how they grow and process export products. They told me because USAID operations were shut down, their products were stuck on a dock in Houston. They don't think they're ever going to get delivered, and they sure as heck don't think they're going to get paid. Is that what we want to do? Tell our farmers that they have a contract to grow a product, to have them delivered, and the shipment is on its way, and now you're going to leave it on a dock because you think you have a bright idea of a way to shortcut Congress? Over 1.8 million Washingtonians rely on Medicare, And they shouldn't have to be worried at any moment of the day that somehow that's not going to be paid for. But that's what happened when Washington State Healthcare Authority was frozen out of the Medicaid portal and the healthcare payments were not being made. Okay, my colleague just addressed that the portal eventually got turned on after the huge volume and outrage. Really, outrage by the public forced the administration to say, stop this silly attitude that you can stop payment yourself. They forced them to turn the portal back on and pay the Medicaid bills. But Washington State is also home to community health centers. They're nonprofit entities that serve the medically underserved population. Part of me is thinking this is really an attempt to steal money from our constituents just to pay for a tax bill. Literally, somebody thought they were going to come in here and make a very fast move and basically turn off payments to people who are really poor and in very challenging situations, and turn off their payments so they could take the money and put it into a tax break for the rich later on. That is absurd. It's absurd. It's not even legal. We were told by some of these healthcare centers that they were blocked from transferring federal funds to those needed in their hospitals. In other words, cutting off funding that would be helpful to saving lives. These health centers provide care to more than 1 million people in our state, over 360,000 of them. And there's children, agriculture workers, and veterans. And the fact that these medical systems work to help all of us provide primary care is exactly why we shouldn't turn off a system. I got a call from someone in Pierce County to tell me that her son, Tobias, who was 36 years old, he was recently diagnosed with multiple myeloma and is one of the youngest people who has gotten the diagnosis. They are absolutely terrified about the risk of losing cancer research dollars. She said, quote, she couldn't wrap her mind around it, quote, this insane and cruel road that we are all on now with this new administration, end quote. These are the stories from my constituents. They want to know what's going on in their lives. It's not a parlor game. It's not a think tank exercise. It is their lives. For one of the hospitals in my state, Island Healthcare in Anacortes, the funding freeze means they couldn't fill a contractual agreement to pay for surgical technology. They were under a contract to pay no later than 30 days after the receipt of the equipment, which is currently being shipped to them. So the first time this community was going to realize the benefit of some technology that was going to help them provide better outcomes through less invasive procedures, lower infection rate, and shorten the recovery time. But they don't know. The funds are frozen. The people of Anacortes could have to wait, and they may not even get the delivery of that care. Because OMB created uncertainty. They created it about the funding without thinking through the consequences. Multiple hospitals are worried about caring for their patients. Olympic Medical Center on the peninsula serves about 80,000 patients. They said to me, quote, even small changes in the federal grant spending will have detrimental impacts to their facility and to their community. A federal funding freeze just exacerbates our ability to deliver care that has been authorized, appropriated, and promised to the operation of our healthcare system. How could people be so heartless to try to turn that off? Andrea Downs, the executive director for Citizens Against Domestic Violence and Sexual Abuse, which is the only domestic violence and sexual assault agency for Whidbey Island, said they operate a center and a shelter. She said the funding freeze impacts about half of their funding. Portals not getting paid, no processing, no time. She quoted, not being able to access our grants for the remainder of this fiscal year would have a crippling impact on our organization, end quote. Our Walla Walla Tri-Cities-based nonprofit Blue Mountain Heart to Heart is also concerned about federal grants that they receive that support housing needs of people who live within the region. And they are also worried about the accountability of care that comes with the Medicaid funds. But probably nothing said it more clear to me than when I heard that Elon Musk and the DOGE wanted to get their hands on the FAA. What should a man who's regulated by the FAA, his launch facilities are under the FAA's authority to keep us safe. They need to know and coordinate launch rocket times and to not have people just launch a rocket whenever they want. We already know the painful experience of these accidents on the Potomac, of not having a system overseen by air traffic controllers. But Mr. Musk was fined, and he didn't like the fine. He basically went after the FAA administrator, who decided to step down instead of serving with this administration. Now Mr. Musk wants his hands on the FAA to tell them what to do, probably in retribution for the fact that they said it wasn't safe to launch at that moment. This is a clear conflict of interest. Mr. President, we can do better than this. We're here to work together. We're here to work across the aisle. We're here to pass a budget. We're here to appropriate, and as an authorizer, to set those authorization and work with our appropriators. It is not for a nominee to set a game plan of how to take money out of the lives of individual families that are counting on that payment, or structural organizations that are charged with serving our communities on something as important as health or law enforcement. And it sure isn't turning the keys over to somebody who's already been fined by the agency to try to then undo the agency's oversight of his own personal business. There couldn't be a clearer answer here. Turn down this nomination. Let's get back to working together, working collaboratively. There are lots of ideas that we have to work on government efficiency, lots of ideas that could produce billions of dollars in savings, produce better care for our constituents, and move our country forward. And oh, by the way, let's not also continue to cut funding for all the authorized programs that these nominees basically said that they supported. That's why we voted for some of them, because they said they supported current funding, whether that's the Department of Transportation or other places. But now the mastermind of how to short circuit, pull the plug out, pull out the safety blanket, give it to the rich, is on a way for a vote here. Please vote no. I thank the President, and I yield the floor. I want to thank my colleague from Hawaii for last night, he and my colleagues coming to the floor and speaking all night. I think this is a conversation we've been trying to have to illuminate the damage that's happening to America from about 2 p.m. yesterday till now. I want to thank him. I think of him as one of the younger members of the United States Senate, but I think when you do an all-nighter, you realize that, that maybe the years start to show a little early. So thank you so much for leading the charge on this all night yesterday.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
Since yesterday afternoon, Democrats have held this floor to ring the alarm bells across the United States of America about the nomination of Russel Vought to lead the Office of Management and the Budget. Russ Vought may not be as famous as Donald Trump's other nominees, but as you've heard from so many Democrats, Radical Russ is Donald Trump's most dangerous nominee. He is the mastermind behind Project 2025. And following that script, he proudly breaks the law, he proudly violates the Constitution, and he proudly seeks to gut programs for ordinary American families to deliver trillions in tax giveaways to the richest Americans. Russel Vought's dead-of-night directives to freeze government payments have already sowed massive damage across our nation to programs for health care and housing and education and children. And then just today, I learned that the Bureau of Land Management is ordering small businesses to cease and desist all work for forest management, thinning the forests, doing prescribed burns to prevent massive forest fires from burning down our cities. That is literally Trump and Russ Vought playing with fire. The American people are angry about this sweeping authoritarian coup. They are calling our offices. 2,000 Oregonians called my office yesterday. Thousands of people showed up to my 9 town halls over the last 2 weekends. They're asking tough questions. How is it possible that Donald Trump could order dead-of-night directives that cut off funding for all the programs that help families get on their feet and thrive and get to the middle class, addressing child nutrition and affordable housing and health care? How is it possible that Trump can break the law to fire 17 inspector generals who protect the American people from executive branch corruption? How is it possible Trump can break the law to fire a member of the National Labor Relations Board who protects workers' rights? How is it possible Trump can dismantle USAID, which provides food and medicine and humanitarian aid around the world? How is it possible Russ Vought and President Trump can send Elon Musk groupies to access sensitive programs, accessing our data regarding Social Security payments and Medicare payments and veterans benefits and the tax records of every single American? This breach of privacy by Big Brother government is an extraordinary threat to the security of every single citizen. Now, Radical Russ has a 3-part plan for America. Got programs for working families, borrow trillions from the Treasury, give massive tax giveaways to the very richest Americans. This is the robber baron script. Take from ordinary families to give more to the best off. This is the opposite of what Trump campaigned on helping families, and now that he's in office, the campaign is giving way to, instead, Project 2025, which is about government of the billionaires, by the billionaires, for the billionaires. That's why the Democratic members of the Budget Committee asked to delay the vote on sending his nomination here to the floor, because we wanted to find out. We asked questions about what he was doing already over at the Office of Management and Budget when he hadn't been confirmed yet, holding meetings and sending out directives. He wouldn't answer those questions, so his file is incomplete. So we said, hold off for 2 weeks. But the Budget Committee chair refused to hold off and make sure that the file was complete. And then we said, we'll at least hold the meeting in public so we can share our thoughts back and forth, and the public can come in and witness it and see our arguments about why he should or shouldn't be voted to send to the floor. And instead, the meeting was held in private. So that was why we were so concerned then, and as you've heard from 41 Democrats over the last 30 hours, why we're so concerned now with the philosophy and actions of Radical Russ Vought. We are working day and night, fighting for working families, fighting for the Constitution, and fighting to stop this sweeping authoritarian takeover. To my friends across the aisle, Radical Russ wants to steal the power of the purse given to Congress in this Constitution, our Constitution, and give it to Donald Trump to decide what is and isn't funded. Radical Russ wants to steal the power to write laws given to Congress in the Constitution and give it to Donald Trump to rule by executive order and presidential fiat. And Radical Russ has attacked the Constitution before. Remember, he is the force that said, let's stop payments to Ukraine, that got President Trump into trouble in his first administration. We here have taken an oath to defend the Constitution. for working Americans, for all Americans. Join us in voting no, because Radical Russ is dangerously unfit for public office.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the Democratic leader.
Mr. President, Democrats have spent virtually every minute of the last 30 hours sounding the alarm about the dangers of Russel Vought. We feel it a mission to let America know that Russel Vought is a threat to Social Security, to Medicare, to child care, to veterans benefits, and so much more. He's the wrong man. He seems to care little about the needs of American families. At the wrong place, at powerful OMB, where his decisions will be felt in every corner of the country, with the wrong agenda, the horrible Project 2025. There are 3 strikes against Russel Vought, and he should be out. He's the wrong man, for the wrong place, with the wrong agenda. Mr. Vought's policies will hurt children and seniors, hurt veterans, hurt homeowners, and so many of our other friends and neighbors. The only people who should celebrate Russel Vought are Donald Trump's billionaire friends when they get another tax break. I caution my Republican colleagues, voting to place the chief architect of Project 2025 in charge of White House policy will come back to haunt them. If the chaos of the last 2 weeks is any indication of what's to come, Russel Vought will be a massive liability for Donald Trump, for Republicans, and worst of all, for the country. Tonight, I will vote no, fervently, strongly, with complete conviction, and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we're getting up now close to the time to vote on the Vought nomination. And it's been a 30-hour discussion, conversation, and some of which I think is perhaps instructive. I mean, I would argue, I'd make an argument, honestly, that through multiple administrations that Congress has bequeathed and given up way too much power to the executive branch. And but I think through the all-night vigil and a lot of the speeches that were made over here, there was a lot of high rhetoric, I would argue, about attacks on democracy, attacks on the Constitution. And I think it's important just when you make those arguments that there be at least some amount of self-reflection. Because over the last 4 years, there have been a lot of times when the executive branch went around the Congress or tried to rewrite the laws that Congress had passed in ways that increase spending. And I can use a good example under the Committee of Jurisdiction, the Commerce Committee, which is where I spent a lot of my time over the past few years. There was a program called the BEAD program, which was designed to extend broadband access to people in rural areas of the country, unserved areas of the country. And it passed almost, well, about 3 years ago. I didn't vote for it at the time, but that provision in the bill was designed to deliver broadband services to unserved areas, rural areas of the country. And we are now 3 years into that program, and there hasn't been a single dollar spent or a single household connected through that program. And it was a $42 billion funding program. $42 billion. Not a single dollar spent. Why? Because the administration decided to add conditions to it. Conditions that made it unusable to a lot of the telecoms, at least certainly the telecoms in my area, and I think I represent probably as rural of an area as you'll ever find. What were some of those conditions? Well, they said you had to use union labor, something in South Dakota we're a right-to-work state, so we don't have a lot of that. You had to meet climate conditions for your subcontractors, your suppliers, everything else. You had to comply with certain climate requirements. And then there was an issue about rate regulation. Now, rate regulation, interestingly enough, was specifically banned by the statute. The statute said no rate regulation. So what the administration did is they added to the law in all these ways in a way that made it virtually impossible for anybody to use. So here we are, 3 years later, 3 years after that law passed this Congress, and not a single dollar has been spent, and not a single household has been connected. Why? Because the executive branch decided they wanted to do some things with this law that Congress never intended. I didn't hear the complaints about that or all-night vigils. Another thing I'll point out is the student loan program. Now, as we all know, the student loan program, of course, authorized, again, funded by Congress, and that's a subject of ongoing litigation. I think we all know that. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars, actually, increase in spending. Not cutting spending, but increasing spending. And, again, totally outside the parameters of what Congress intended for the program. The law is pretty clear, we believe. And I think when you sign agreements, there are a lot of financial agreements that students enter into on the student loan program. And essentially what has been said by the previous administration, the executive branch, the attack on democracy, was that that's not going to apply. And we're just going to forgive them all. We'll wipe out all the agreements. We'll go around the law, circumvent the law. And folks on this side of the aisle applauded when that happened. Again, action taken by the executive branch outside the parameters of what Congress intended when that law was passed. I'll use one other example, and that's the Thrifty Food Program. I serve on the Senate Agriculture Committee, as does Senator Grassley and a lot of other of our colleagues. And in the 2018 Farm Bill, there was a provision in there that allows the Department of Agriculture to use this program for sort of inflationary increases. The Thrifty Food Plan is based on current food prices, food composition data, consumption patterns, and dietary guidance. But, interestingly enough, what the Department of Agriculture decided to do was go around 45 years of precedent and do something that had never been done before and dramatically increase the program by $250 billion. $250 billion. It wasn't an inflationary increase that was based on the cost of this program over time. It was something that had never been done before. And the Government Accountability Office busted the administration for doing it. But they used very cynically the 2018 Farm Bill as the basis for USDA's action, but Congress never agreed to permit a $250 billion increase in spending. So again, I mean, these are decisions made by the previous executive branch, which happened to be the executive branch of a different party, and everybody had a sort of different reaction at that time. So I'm certainly somebody who is not deaf to what I'm hearing out there about some of the decisions that are being made by this new administration and their willingness to look at and evaluate programs, perhaps reprioritize them based upon their priorities. I think that's something a lot of administrations do. And I think there's probably a lot of the program spending decisions that you all are concerned about, I'd probably agree with. But I just don't think that coming down here and launching what are, quote, attacks on democracy or, trying to seize power from the Congress really matches with the facts of what happened in the last 4 years. And I'll just use those three examples. But I think there are three pretty glaring examples of what happened in the last 4 years. And then the final thing I'll say, because I think everybody here knows we've had this conversation a number of times. But it wasn't that long ago that there was a letter, 2017, from a lot of members of United States senators on both sides. It was Democrats and Republicans, and many on the Democrat side of the aisle who are still here today, that basically said, and I will quote it for you, "We're mindful of the unique role the Senate plays in the legislative process, and we're steadfastly committed to ensuring that this great American institution continues to serve as the world's greatest deliberative body. Therefore, we're asking you to join us in opposing any effort to curtail the existing rights and prerogatives of senators to engage in full, robust, and extended debate as we consider legislation before this body in the future." The legislative filibuster, part of the Senate's heritage as an institution, the way the founders intended for it to operate. And in 2017, there were 32 Democrat senators who signed that letter. A number of them who are here today, and I think you probably know who you are. Well, it didn't take very long when you had a little change in the power where you had the Democrats, everyone who was here at the time, some of you weren't, some of you were new, voted to get rid of the filibuster. You voted to change the rules. You know where it was going, and some of you have been very public about it. And you've been very public about it, what you would do if that happened. And what the issue at that time was whether or not to federalize elections, which again has constitutional issues, given the prerogatives of state legislatures to set the conditions under which elections are held. So if you've got a history of arguing here, there's all these attacks on democracy, all I'm pointing out is that that was a very different standard in the last 4 years in the last administration, and particularly as it pertains to the legislative filibuster. That is an issue I don't think anybody here could argue. It's more connected to this institution than probably anything else. It gives voice to the minority. It requires collaboration and bipartisanship to do anything consequential. And at the time, everybody thought it was a good idea to preserve it. A couple years changed. The political winds in Washington changed, and all of a sudden, it was time to get rid of it. So we're going to vote on this nomination, but I think it's important to point out in the debate how many times an argument was made here on the floor by members on this side about attacks on democracy and going around or circumventing the authority and the power of the Article I branch of the government, the Congress, the Senate of the United States, by an executive branch. And yet here are three pretty, I would say, glaring examples of something done by the previous administration. Former Mayor Marion Barry once described his political philosophy as situationist. And I think when it comes to politics, we all have our views informed and changed perhaps over time. But these are some pretty striking, I think, and glaring examples of the inconsistency that is being applied to the current administration when, in fact, the previous administration of a different political party, came to some very aggressive conclusions with respect to how they wanted to modify and change and alter laws passed by this institution, the United States Senate. So, Madam President, I think it's time to vote, and let's proceed with the vote.
All time has expired. The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I vote.
Pursuant to Rule 7, no debate is permitted. Debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend. The clerk will continue to call the roll.
Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Ms.
The
Ernst.
senator will suspend.
Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Hickenlooper.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Hirono.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Kelly.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. King.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mrs. Moody.
Aye.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Ossoff.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Padilla.
No debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Reed.
No debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Schiff.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer.
Mr. Schumer, you should know, pursuant to Rule...
Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote.
Ms. Smith.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Warner.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Warnock.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Ms. Warren.
Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse.
No debate is permitted during a vote. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden.
No debate is permitted during a vote, sir. The senator will suspend.
Mr. Young.
The senator is not recorded. Pursuant to Rule 12, no debate is permitted during a vote. Ma'am, the senator will suspend. I couldn't hear him. The senator is not recorded. Thank you. Sir.
On behalf of the taxpayers who've been insulted for too long, I vote aye.
Remember, sir, that
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Thune, Tuberville. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed.
Mr.
Majority
President,
Leader.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote, and I move to table the motion to reconsider.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that all votes going forward be 10-minute votes.
Without objection. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley. I got him. Mr. Heinrich. Thank you. No, I didn't. Mr. Hickenlooper.
Poor execution. Not long enough.
I got you.
Sorry.
Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. I got you. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim, Mr. King. Yeah, we do. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee.
Thanks, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick. Did you? Yeah, it's okay. That's what I thought. Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Okay. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. I got you. Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer. God. No? Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, I didn't. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slatkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. I got you. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. King, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Kramer, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be so. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Good job. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
No, don't. No. I used to work for American Records a million years ago. So I would hang out over here. I was Tom. For some reason, it's less busy than because they're taking primarily.
Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Sheehy, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Smith, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Hirono, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
Madam President, I move to proceed to executive
Majority
session
Leader.
to consider calendar number 18.
Question is on the motion. There a sufficient second? There appears to be. We'll call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, gotcha. Thank you. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, see. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, thank you, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, I did get you, thank you. Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, that's who it was, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. I got you. Mrs. Shaheen. Thank you. Mr. Grassley. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting, you did, in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Justice, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran? Aye. Thank you. I had to. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Senators voting in the negative. Mr. Graham, aye. You did, thank you. She already voted, right? Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warnock, and Welch. Somebody's in there that I...
White House no.
Thank you. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Lankford, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Smith, no.
Clerk will record the nomination.
Nomination, Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be Director.
The clerk will record the motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Tulsi Gabbard of Hawaii to be Director of National Intelligence, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent that the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection?
I move to proceed.
Without objection.
I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin.
Yeah, right, Rick.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden,
No, wait. Yeah, there's just three, Marion. That's fine, I'll get more. Thank you.
Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Welch. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 17.
Questions on the motion?
For the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second?
No, there's not.
Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso.
Hey, Chris,
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just paying attention.
don't, you guys screwing me up. You don't want that. Don't do that. Because then I'm going to say no. And then we'll do it the hard way.
Shots. McCormick, thank you. Daines.
Aye.
Bishop. Rounds. Mr. Bennett. Thanks. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. I did, thank you. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice. Thank you. Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim. I do, I got you. Yeah, I got you, thank you. I got you both, thank you. Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar. Thank you. Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you. Yes, now I do. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Thank you. Yes. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Murphy, senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Lujan, Markey, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Bennett, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. Clerk will record the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of California to be Secretary.
But this one's just going to ledge, so.
Okay.
Guess what?
Are we in?
Is it a cloture motion?
Majority Leader.
Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will record.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. of California to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, signed by 17 senators, as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Is there objection? No objection.
And I move to proceed to legislative session.
Question is on the motion.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Brett, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo,
She's got it in her hand.
Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. King, no.
Okay.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 45. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, how long was
Majority
the last
Leader.
vote? How long was the last vote?
11 minutes.
Okay. For the balance of the votes, Mr. President, we're going to ask members to stay in their seats, senators to stay in their seats, and we're going to move through this just as quickly as we possibly can. So we'll have the clerk call the roll, and if people in their seats, we ought to be able to do these in 5 to 7 minutes. So I move to proceed to consider calendar number 19.
The question is on the motion.
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Thank you. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Thank you. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Oh, you're back there. Thank you. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Thank you. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Luckin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Hoeven, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Van Hollen. You got him. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Hassan, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. Report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Commerce, Howard Lutnick of New York to be Secretary.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Howard Lutnick of New York to be Secretary of Commerce, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent to reading the names to be waived.
Without objection.
And Mr. President, I'm going to move here to go to legislative session in just a minute, but I'm going to point out that these next noms that are coming up are bipartisan noms. We're coming up on the Department of Agriculture Secretary, whose nomination was reported out of the Senate Agriculture Committee unanimously. Not a single dissenting vote. So it seems like we might be able to expedite this a little bit. I don't know how long that last vote took, but we're going to keep grinding away here, and hopefully we can do better on this next one. So I would ask that we move that we proceed to legislative session.
Yeas and nays.
Questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane,
Been up for a while.
Mr. Kelly,
No, I'm good. Shockingly,
Mr. Kennedy,
but I don't like the idea of dropping.
Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick,
But no homework.
Mr. Merkley, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse,
Okay.
Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Thune, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Kelly, no.
Yeas are 51, nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 16.
Questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Thank you. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. You said no. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Thanks. Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Bud, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Moran? Aye. Senators voting in the negative. Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Markey? No.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins of Texas to be secretary.
Mr. President, again,
order.
I'm going to send a cloture motion to the desk on a nominee that came out of the Ag Committee 23-0. I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Brooke Rollins of Texas to be Secretary of Agriculture, signed by 17 senators as follows.
May the names be waived.
Without objection.
I move that we proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Sorono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker,
T to the L.
Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Cruz? Aye. Mr. Peters? No. Ms. Smith? No. Mr. Booker? No.
Mr. Schatz? No.
The ayes are 53, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 20.
Questions on the motion?
Yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Gotcha, guys. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Baldwin. Okay, wait. Baldwin. Ricketts. Here now. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Cruz. Johnson. Capito. I got you.
You say you got me.
I did. Thank you. I did get you. Thank you. Corny. Thank you. I do. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Thank you. Gotcha. Awesome. Smith. Thank you, Bill. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ernst, Cassidy. Ernst, Sanders. Sanders, thank you. I got you. Thank you. Curtis. Lee. Gotcha. Lee. Houston. Daines. Moran.
You guys have a good weekend. Stay out of trouble.
Thank you. Mr. Wyden. Thank you. Warner. Gotcha. Yep. Slotkin. Okay, Warnock.
White House no, if you don't mind.
I will. Thank you very much. Thank you. Got you. I got you too. I do. Thank you. Thank you.
That's not fair. That was an unfair.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth. Have a good weekend. Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, I did. Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Bozeman, aye.
The ayes are 53, nays are 45. The ayes are 53, the nays are 45. The motion is approved. The clerk will report the nomination.
Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler of Georgia to be administrator.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kelly Loeffler of Georgia to be administrator of the Small Business Administration, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names to be waived.
Without objection. Okay. Senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business for debate only, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the appointment at the desk appear separately in the record as if made by the chair.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Resolution 66, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 66, supporting the goals and ideals of Career and Technical Education Month.
Is there objection to proceeding with the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 29, an act to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard, the bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, February 10, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and resume executive calendar number 18, Tulsi Gabbard. Finally, that the Senate vote at 5:30 p.m. on the motion to invoke cloture on the Gabbard nomination.
Without objection, so ordered.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.